It is 5 o'clock, and we're going to go ahead and call this work session to order. Welcome to everybody here. This is a special meeting of the Kent School District Board, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meetings Act. The purpose of this work session is a presentation and discussion for a capital planning update. We're going to go ahead and do a roll call of board members. I'll say your name and just say present. Director Song? Present. Director Cook?
Present.
Director Clark?
Present.
Vice President Farah?
Present.
And then myself. And if I could call upon Superintendent Vela.
Yep, thank you very much. Welcome. I'd like to go ahead and call on Dr. Wade Behringer, our Deputy Superintendent, get us started for the night and introduce our speakers.
Great. Thank you very much, Superintendent Vela. It's my pleasure to introduce Executive Director of Operations, Dave Buzzard, and Assistant Director of Capital Projects, Mr. Brett Scribner, to begin our presentation this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Behringer, President Markell, members of the board, Superintendent Villa, Ms. Curry. Brett and I appreciate the opportunity this evening and a forum that I truly feel is more engaging and a united approach to how we do our work. I wanted to say that. I'd also like to give a shout out to the custodial staff that set this room up behind the scenes and reshuffles it from this arrangement to the board meeting in record time. They're skillful and hardworking, to say the least.
I think that deserves a round of applause.
Absolutely. Brett and I would also like to respectfully request that board members take notes during the presentation. Questions that may be answered somewhere along the way in the slide presentation. This will give more time at the end for questions and discussion. Our overview tonight is going to be a capital planning mission, master facilities planning, the portable use 2023-24, 2016 bond update, 2018 capital levy update. We'll also talk about the 2024 capital levy, and then we'll take questions. So what's the mission? The mission is to look ahead at the future of the district and make sure that we have a capacity for our students and staff. It also takes into account the conditions of our facilities by use of our internal assessment criteria as well as the 6-year state and study survey, and through our facilities use and our internal assessments as far as the 6-year state and study survey provided by experts in the field of assessing buildings which are required by OSPI. Our last one was done in 2021. This slide accurately represents our school buildings' original dates of construction. The orange dots are major renovations. We continue to monitor buildings by original build dates and the major projects that have been planned and/or completed. Each time capital enhances one of our facilities, we increase the overall lifespan of the building. Also, in renovations of educational spaces allow for improved teacher practices and flexible student learning. So where do we get all our data? Our data is actually held in a Word format right now for 44 of our buildings. This is an example of raw data that we have for all of our facilities. We are now transferring this data into the platform of Smartsheet, which is basically Microsoft Project and Excel combined. When we place equipment such as boilers into this sheet with the last date installed and the next date to be replaced, the parameter was set for the life cycle and it'll show exactly when it needs to be replaced. This platform will help us in generating a more precise priority list going forward. Replacements for future levies and bonds. Please note that even though planning replacements are scheduled, critical failures do occur for many reasons. This is where priority overrides a proposed replacement date. This is a snippet. This is a snippet of the new platform. The snippet of the new platform, which is not a complete list of all the items that tracked, allows to input the data using Smartsheet's powerful automation feature, which can develop reports and list by location and date for each item. The technology that we will have once this transfer is complete will generate our next project list for upcoming bonds and/or levies. newly acquired property. Our newly acquired properties were purchased through the board's approval of the reallocating 2016 bond dollars. The outreach program you see on the left, opened its doors on 23-24 school year. We completed some minor renovations through both the capital projects team and also through maintenance. A few minor adjustments are still being planned through the capital projects team working with their staff that usually occur once a building opens and other needs are determined at that time. The green building, or rebound building as some people call it, closed on November 23rd of 2023. The prior owner rented the building back from us, in case anybody didn't know, and through March of 2024 to allow them to relocate to the new space. Renovations of the building with board approval later on in the board meeting through the 2018 capital levy will be a priority for student, staff, and community use. This space is now under a pre-construction planning with the core I-Grad team. The new I-Grad space is currently scheduled for the 24-25 school year. Although the footprint that we've heard of the new space compared to the current lease space will be reduced, we are focused on serving the Kent School District eligible students first and foremost, allowing any additional space used for continued Open Doors program that accept out-of-district students. Our favorite slide, portables. Portable usage for the general education class has significantly been reduced, and that was done through the 6th grade transition and for us rebounding the entire district. Our goal is to have every one of our kids in a brick and mortar building. Special programs reduce capacity when that program is added to any building. The only way to keep that capacity, if there's no portable there, is to add additional portables. That completes the capital planning section. I'm going to turn it over to Brett to have him give us the capital projects update.
Thank you, Dave. President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry. Within the 2016 bond for $252 million, there were 102 original projects. We have 105 on our update sheet because tennis courts were separated out from the field projects at 3 locations. This was done for tracking purposes. There were 3 district-wide projects which included abatement of all exposed asbestos on boilers, pipes, valves, and fittings, which was completed in 2020. Wood dumpster platforms and ramps for portables replaced with aluminum platforms and ramps. This was completed in 2020. As well as the smart board replacement with Promethean panels and the installation of TopCat omnidirectional sound systems completed in 2021. We had 1 replacement elementary school, Covington, 1 new elementary school, River Ridge, and the construction of the Kent Laboratory Academy. Capital Projects maintains a list with completion status for each project, updated semi-annually. We have completed 74 projects to date with 21 in progress. Of the other 10, 4 were reassigned from Kent Mountain View to the Kent Laboratory Academy, and 6 have not been started. A few of the projects that were pushed out initially are in design to be completed in fiscal year 25-26. These are the control upgrades for Meeker and Kentridge that must be performed in tandem with equipment upgrades at each site from the levy. The last large project on the bond is the Multimedia Center for Scenic Hill Elementary, which we are currently in design with construction starting in spring 2025. I would like to also highlight that we are creating and will be completing the makerspace at Sues Creek Elementary this summer. This will serve as a standard for similar spaces going forward within our district. In front of each board member is a printed sheet of all bond projects and their status. In this document, you will see projects in progress and completed with the following: locations, description of project, time frame, original budget, board-approved adjusted budget, final project cost, and whether each project came in over or under budget. The 6 projects shown as not started do not show as a budget, as we keep this information private until bids are received. Also provided for the board is an update sheet with the levy projects and their status with the same information as the bond update sheet. The 2018 capital construction levy was part of the capital and tech levy. There was $75 million approved to be spent on needed projects. We have a list of 307 projects, 202 of which are complete to date. Most of the projects were deferred maintenance, not included in the 2016 bond measure. The 8 priorities of success were developed to create better understanding of the project and how it would support the district. Bear in mind, these are not listed in priority. They're just simply priorities developed to help categorize the projects. There have been a few projects added that have come up as emergency items. These projects have been in our list of needs from facilities and were initially added to the 2023 bond, then the 2023 levy, in which both measures did not pass. We are now seeing boilers and fire alarms from this list failing, which are life safety and critical systems for building operations. As we move forward, we will continue to finish the levy projects with the knowledge that a critical system failure will take priority over something cosmetic such as flooring, windows, or millwork. We have also provided a list of levy projects not started. These are also in a priority by year. If any project cannot be done through the currently received or remaining levy tax collection through 2024, the projects starting at the end of the list moving up would be passed on to the next levy or bond measure. This is a list of projects being completed over the summer and their impact on the site use. A few schedules have shifted, but most remain within their timeframes. These projects include additional storage at 2 sites, parking lot projects at 5 sites, flooring replacement at 3 sites, controls upgrades, door hardware upgrades, the makerspace at Sue's Creek, Kent Ridge D-Wing art remodel, Lake Young's roof, and a few smaller projects. There are 4 major projects in design to be started in 2025. Mentioned earlier, these include the Kent Ridge HVAC upgrade and controls, Meeker HVAC upgrade and controls, Scenic Hill Multimedia Center, and the Meadow Ridge fire alarm. We wanted to remind our community, remember to vote. For any capital-related details, it is always better to get information from the source. Please visit our website for all current bond and levy information, as well as informational facts on this upcoming 2024 levy. Dave and I want to thank you for this opportunity and are here to take questions. Thank you.
And I open up for any questions. Director Song, any questions?
The change in the I-Grad location, do we have any estimate on whether increase or decrease enrollments due to space change? Do you guys have any forecast of what?
Yeah, I can take a run at that. So enrollment in an open doors school is always fluid. So we have some students that continue to stay with the open doors program and I-Grad, and so there's an expectation that we're going to have students that are going to be finishing this year and continuing next year as well as students coming in and out of I-Grad. So there's a fluid enrollment at I-Grad. One of the things that we look at when we think about transitioning from the current storefront space to the new green building space is a couple different things. One, Brett and Dave have been meeting with the principal and the principal's had core team members there at the space itself and looking at what that space can do, because there's an ability to remodel the entire building. You can gut the entire building and start over from scratch. So you can lay out the building very intentionally to meet the space needs of the program. The other piece we look at is attendance. So how many students are accessing I-Grad in a given day and a given time? That helps us with capacity, because even though I-Grad may have 300, 400, 500 students, if only 100 kids access I-Grad in a 12-hour period of time, and there's no more than 35 students there at one time, then in reality, we only need space for a certain number of students, and students rotated in and out. That's what we're seeing in the data, and that's what has been consistent through I-Grad since its opening in 2012. So when we think about I-Grad and enrollment and the impact on space, especially moving to a new space, which is smaller in square footage and footprint, take into consideration the number of students that need to occupy that space as well as the staff at any one given time is a determining factor when we're looking at, one, this space, and then the design of this space, which we're working very closely with the principal on.
Okay, so do we see, I guess, the ongoing operations to stay about similar to what it is now then?
Right now, much like a lot of our programs, one thing that we've done with our strategic plan and our priority initiatives is working on program evaluation. So we've been looking at several programs throughout the school district. One of those I-Grad, one of those KVA. We're looking at other areas in the district as well, and we're doing evaluations on who are the students that we're serving in our programs, whether they be through our academy schools or they be in other programs within our comprehensive schools. So when we're looking at data around I-Grad, we want to look and make sure that are we serving the right students. We look at our open doors school, the Washington Administrative Code, the WAC that we follow as far as law when it comes to student eligibility for that particular program. So we can ensure that we have a program like I-Grad, KVA, KLA, TOP that can meet the needs of our students in this district. So we're constantly looking and revisiting those spaces of, are we serving the right students? We're looking at, are students showing up and are they benefiting from the opportunities that we're providing for them? So I would say schools, much like any of our academy schools, we're always looking at how can we better serve our students? And so I-Grad, no different than any other school, we're looking at, are the students that are currently enrolled and attending, are we serving and meeting their needs? So we're in the process of looking at that right now, not only for I-Grad, but for a couple of our other programs as well. So to say that it's going to be a consistent enrollment or the enrollment's going to be exactly the same is hard to say right now. But I-Grad holds a special and meaningful place in our school district for students in our district, and we see that continuing on.
Okay, and just last question with the I-Grad. Are there additional funds or budget that's already set aside for any of the modifications that might need to take place in the future? Or is that going to have to be a separate discussion?
Yeah. So later tonight, you'll see on the board agenda for the green building, Brett has, and the architects have asked for $800,000 for a renovation budget. Again, that's a budget. We're hopeful that we come under that budget always. And there was no detailed estimate of anything. These were just ROMs, rough order of magnitude pricing that was used until we get a final plan.
Thank you.
Can I follow up on that question, if I may? Is there any other, if that, let's say, wasn't even asked for, is there any other budget that was set aside for renovations other than that?
There was not.
Thank you.
So I have a question. I'm looking through the bond project schedule here, and everything that I see on here, none of it adds up. Like, is there the numbers that are the original budget, then the budget adjustment, and then the final project cost? Those numbers don't add to each other? Like, what is the difference on all of those? Because it ranges wildly. I mean, there's, $100,000 here, $25,000 there. Is that just something that isn't written here for some reason?
I'll let Brandon answer, but if you could pick one specifically, let's talk with it, especially if it's complete.
Sure.
Yes, actually, now that I look at the spreadsheet, it looks like the final column was actually cut off, which is basically the sum of the original budget less whatever was spent.
It's on the levy.
Oh, okay.
But it got cut off the bond.
It got cut off the bond one, yes, but, yeah, so what you have here is you have your original budget, and then any budget adjustment, whether money came in to that project, and then you had your final project costs. So we're basically adding the original budget plus the budget adjustment, and then we're subtracting the final project cost, and then that allows us to get the final figure on whether we are over or under.
I see. Yeah. And then so like the budget adjustment though, because like in one thing here was the smartboard replacements. It shows the original budget as 9 million, final project cost 9.4 million. but it doesn't show a budget adjustment, so is that not something that was approved by the board?
That one did not have a pre-approved budget adjustment. That project in particular ran over, and if I remember correctly, it was because Top Cat omnidirectional sound systems were not originally included in the smart board replacements. That was something that was added at some point in time while the project started.
Okay, and then I assume it was brought to the board to approve after the fact?
Yes, and our intention is to bring those items up before they become over expenditure. But in this particular case, I think it had already just happened out of our hands before we even finished the project.
So I'm guessing all of the stuff that's in the over and under column are all things that would have been approved after the fact?
Anything in the budget adjustment that shows as a positive is funding that was approved by the board to be added to the project.
Okay, but the over-under is after, right? Like, that's after everything is done, that's what we're showing as how much we've spent
Yes.
versus how much we had planned on spending? Is
You
that
are
right?
correct, yes.
And then, but I mean, those numbers, I know if it's over 25,000, it has to be approved by the board, correct? So, I'm just trying to get a hold of this. So like, it looks like all of those points are things that were approved after the fact? Am I reading this right?
Can you be more specific? Pick a project and let's,
Okay,
if we can
so-
just pick one project. And if you can go to the levy, that'd be easier since we all have the levy sheet with the adjusted price.
Thank you, Ms. Curry, for making copies
Thank
of
you.
that one for all of us. Thank you.
Yeah, so, let's see, so, let's say, admin campus, we're showing the original budget as 1,848, and then final project cost was $10,000, so it was under by, but those numbers don't add, so I don't know. I mean, maybe they do.
Because that particular project, if you look, it's still in progress.
Oh,
So
okay.
all we've spent so far is the initial survey by the engineer to get a ROM started for the project costs.
Okay.
But like, okay, so Carriage Crest asphalt route repairs, complete 2021. It was $13,589 of original budget. It ended up being $39,617.60. So it was over budget by $26,028.60. That would have gone to the board.
I could let Dave answer that, but I could take a stab at it if you want me to. Yeah, so that's something, that's a sword I could fall on, actually, because I actually did that project, and it was one of my first when coming on board, and I had not realized that, that we actually needed to take projects like that to the board. However, when we got into the project, we saw that it was going to be a lot more involved than clearly what had been originally planned for. So as we moved into that project, I was under the impression that I could just take money from contingency and throw it into that project to cover the cost to complete the job. So that was bad on me, but does this microphone work? Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
there you go.
That's bad on me, but yeah, lessons learned.
And if I could just follow up with that a little bit, if you notice, most of these are in 19, 20, and 21. The prior process of capital projects was, if it's under a certain amount, you know, $40,000 or $50,000 it goes over, we're like, okay, what we would do is just, when we come to close out the project, we just ask the board for that budget adjustment. Because, you know, it has to be within some type of parameter or delta. If it's within 10% of the project, 20% of the project, that's, you know, that was the old way. The new way is now, when we come to the board, we need more money, we do it.
I'm sorry, you
I
went
think
to,
it was, yeah, I think it was, I remember something like 50,000, I'm sorry. I think something like 50,000 that you used to bring it to us, but under 50,000, you never brought it to us.
Yeah,
And
and
then
it-
we decided that to make it 25.
So what you're talking about is general fund capital outlay.
Okay.
When it comes to capital bond, so when a bond is approved by a board, it gives the spending authority to either the superintendent, his designee, to be able to spend up to that budget amount with contingency. Anything outside of that usually comes. Again, the prior practice, when we got here, Brett and I got here, again, we don't do that practice anymore, is that if we know we're going to be 10%, 20% over, we just finish the project. A lot of these happen over the summer when we didn't have board meetings in 1920. Again, and this was also COVID. So again, a lot of these things were happening during that time. We got projects through. We bring things to the board now. That's our goal, is to always bring things to the board. So when you see these items in the negative, with parentheses around them, when Carla comes to do her final closeout to the board, that will just be a request for those dollars to come back, to be pulled out of contingency and into those projects.
Is there a dollar amount that would require us to approve if it go, like, I don't know, if it was like $800,000 or some craziness that was a difference, would that then require us to approve it?
Anything that has a contract tied to it from capital needs board approval. Will always need to have board approval because you're signing off on the contract for us to be able to sign to the contractor.
Okay.
RFQ work, things that are done through the KCDA or our co-ops normally don't run through that parameter.
And does that apply to both stuff that's over budget as well as under budget? Or is it just like if it's under budget, we're like, hey, we're good. We don't have to get approval again?
Yeah, under budget is really good. We really like to come to the board with that because we're smiles on our face. We're putting money back into the contingency bucket.
Yeah, yeah. Does that have to be approved though, or is that just like you guys are, you know,
No,
fist
we've
bump,
never,
we're good?
no, yeah, we've never asked for the board to approve for us to have more money.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I was just curious.
Maybe maybe I got your question wrong.
No, you got it. You got it right.
Okay, I
That's
just want to make
exactly
sure
what I was
we're on the
asking.
same track and on the same page.
That's great. Thanks.
And with this, I know you also have another sheet. It should be on a 8.5 by 14. It's project. So I know there's been some questions from the board and our community about what's our contingency? So 8.5 by 14. What's the contingency left
Oh,
in
this one.
the bond? 8.5 by 14? Yep.
I feel like Vanna White.
So I'll let Brett go through that one. He can explain kind of where we are with that one.
Thank you.
Or if you have questions.
Yeah, so we basically took the amount of the projects that are either in progress or not started, and we applied the budget that is left to complete those projects and deducted it from the total essentially left in the bank, and to come up with our yeah.
Could you talk about, I'm sorry, I'm going out of order. Wait, my turn.
Are you?
Tim.
And if I could, I want to explain contingency a little bit, so just so that everybody knows. So contingency, some of the projects were had contingency built into the price. There was also, in our master spreadsheet from 2016, was a dollar amount for the overall bond contingency. Most of that bond contingency has been spent to date. I think it was about 10 million. As a matter of fact, I know it was 10 million. So every time we finish a project under budget, those dollars go back, just like you and I had spoke, goes back into the bank for contingency. So our contingency is fluid for every project that we finish. So every time you see something on the over-under, if it's over, it comes out of contingency. If it's under, it goes back into contingency. It is same for the bond and for the levy. Also for the levy, we have not collected all the way through 2024. I confirmed with Mr. Rarick today, we still are in collection for tax on April and October. So the dollar amount that's in the bank right now will still be added to when we do our tax collection in April and in October.
Can you speak, was the contingency mostly, it says we're pretty much spent through that for the bond? Is that because of the overages for the field at Canyon Ridge? Is that the biggest ticket item?
No, the Canyon Ridge project came out of the 2018 levy.
Okay, I'm going to keep all this straight, I promise.
And we are not. If you look at the sheet, the 8.5 by 14 legal sheet, that shows that we currently have, and again, it's fluid. It goes in and out when projects finish. Right now, we are tracking about a $4 million plus in contingency overall for the bond, which is fantastic.
Yep.
Because, you know, when I got here 7 years ago, Tacoma did not finish their bond. And that seems to be tragic sometimes in a community when we are trying to finish projects.
Yep.
So I think we are tracking very good with our contingency right now. Again, it's fluid up and down. As Brett spoke, there are some projects, big hitting projects that you saw, that $4 million budget that came in for a couple of different items. Again, I think that we'll be right there. If not, we will make sure. Bond is promises made, promises kept. And I have spoken many times here, and I'm going to speak it again, for the board, superintendent, our community, and our staff. We will finish the bond. It will happen.
I have a curiosity. As a lot of these projects are happening, right? Like once we get new fields, we get new materials and stuff for like the soccer field, the track field. In terms of additional funding and how we're providing ongoing maintenance for these new additions, is that budgeted with this, or is there a different way to budget? Like if we're adding new facilities and stuff, that I'm assuming will come with additional hours needed for maintenance and custodial work. How does that budget fit into all of this?
I am glad you brought that point up, because that's one of my favorite things to talk about. The staff that we've had 7 years when I came here, we have built 3 new buildings, and we haven't gotten rid of any except Covington, the old Covington Elementary School. Panther Lake was kind of not even in our, the old Panther Lake, and that's where KLA is now located. So we're adding multiple buildings, multiple fields, millions of square feet. I think we have almost 4 million square feet of building space right now in our district. Yet we are not adding staff or team members to our operations or facilities team. So yes, it does come with a cost. We need to figure out, and Gordon Cook, our Director of Facilities, does a very good job working with his 2 assistant directors of environmental services and in facilities. As a matter of fact, Kurt Anderson is right behind you. Thank you, Kurt, for showing up. We need to find creative ways to do more with less.
Thank you. I was just curious how that figure and the ongoing is taken into consideration.
But maintenance, oh, sorry, my apologies. Isn't that usually under a levy? That maintenance of everything is often levy dollars, right?
Yeah. So again, I'm sure you've heard this before. The state doesn't fully fund education. I learned that a long time ago when I moved here. So when we build new buildings, okay, those buildings are under warranty for a year. Some of the products that are in there, like the roof, the boilers, things that are major, come with their own separate warranties that can go 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, however they are. Once that building progresses in age, and definitely go back to this slide, it is up, after the 1-year warranty, it is up to that man sitting behind you, Mr. Anderson, and his team of maintenance professionals that have to keep that building upkept until which time it can be replaced, and or if there's another item that needs to be replaced in it, in our levy or a bond project, when we have to start replacing things down the road. Some of these buildings, as you can see, the lifespan, you know, OSPI says that a lifespan of a building is only 30 years. I stood in KLA when we opened that building up 2 years ago, and I told Mayor Ralph that I believe that this was a 70-year building or more. It's just the way that we're building them. So I'm looking at longevity when we're building buildings, and that's the process that we need to keep going, moving forward with.
And I was just going to thank Director Song for that question. It's not understood always by our community when we add square footage, whether that be a playground that's expanded or a building with more square footage. Each of the square footage needs to be maintained. If it is dirt, we need to make sure it can be played on, it's level, all those pieces. If it's grass, and I could go on and on. The same thing is true with the building where internal space, it also needs to be cleaned. And so we're always cognizant about, adding square footage, particularly for our custodians who are the ones who need to clean a lot of those spaces. So if we're adding those spaces, we need to always calculate that. The other piece I wanted to add, and this is kudos to our board, for some of the additional buildings we added, was storage that we did not have. Recall, we more than doubled our storage at, I think we've been there, if I'm not mistaken, with a couple of the board. Yeah, I think Director Song, you saw that space we were going to have as a gravel parking lot, which wouldn't have worked for us, particularly with COVID and some of the things we needed to do with curriculum materials that needed to be staged to get out to schools. And that too needs to be, quote, maintained. And so I appreciated your question because I wanted to add more to that, because you're right on. It's one thing building it and adding things, it's another maintaining it. And I believe our team does a great job of maintaining things beyond their life, so.
And I think maybe I didn't answer it, but I don't think I got the answer I was looking for. As I'm still learning all of this, when I'm considering what to advocate for, what to look out for, in terms of where that money is coming from to expand our maintenance, expanding our custodial team so that we don't burn them out as we're expanding, where specifically would those dollars be coming from? Is that levy, bond? Is that from property taxes that go into our general fund that pays for all of our staff that are non-union? Do you have like a brief 10-second breakdown of where that money would come from?
I think that's a broad
Oh,
question.
is that a big question?
No, that's a good question. I want Mr. Rarick to answer that, because I think that's where do school districts get their funding for those pieces that you just mentioned? I think he can give you a broad perspective and help. Mr. Rarick?
Good evening, Director Song.
Keep talking, I'll turn on.
Okay. All right, keep going.
So yeah, one helpful distinction to answer your question. I heard your question about where would the money come to hire maintenance and custodial staff to, am I tracking your question?
Yeah, expanding the workforce.
I just want to make sure I understood your question first.
How do we get more FTEs?
So there is a distinction here that's helpful between the capital projects fund and the general fund, which is responsible for pretty much all things considered maintenance. So the capital projects fund is the pot of fund that, well, we have a capital projects levy on the ballot, as I remember, I want to remind people, that will hopefully bring money into the district to either renovate or build the facilities that we're talking about, right? The staff that are necessary to maintain or to do repairs come completely from the general fund. Now, the state does have an allocation for the types of staff that you're talking about, custodians, et cetera. Not just in Kent, but almost every school district that I'm aware of is essentially forced to spend more, to hire more of those staff than the state funds. So that means the remaining amount necessary to do quality maintenance and repairs on facilities comes from our local general fund EP&O levies.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much.
If I could add, I believe that you asked about the field projects, potentially adding additional, or you were asking about how we're going to maintain the fields?
I guess yes and no. I was asking from the perspective of workforce. As we get new facilities, who's going to be the ones to maintain this? Not so much the product itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
I have a couple of
Farr?
questions. I'll go to your favorite slide. 90, from 90, portables to 19. Where are those 19 mostly located?
I do not have that, but I can get that to you. I'm
Please.
sorry, I do not have that.
Yes, okay.
I think I had that the last time, but I did not bring that
I
information.
mean, that's really amazing, right? Because I remember we were talking about this to reduce the portables, and we've done a great job. So I was just
I
curious.
would say most of them are elementary, middle. Almost no at high school right now. Again, we're leaving those for our CBOs and other things that we can put in there.
Right.
But it's mostly elementary, some elementary, some middle. Again, when we move sixth grade to middle school,
Right.
that's been our focus is big. That's the place that I think that we will grow unintentionally or intentionally since we moved sixth grade up.
Right.
That would be the item that we would be most available to have portables placed.
In the,
Just to
Yeah.
add to the portable question, yeah. We started the school year before the school year started, thinking that we were only going to be in 4 or 5. But as the school year starts and kids show up and principals regain control of their staff and students and spaces and all that kind of stuff, and people start to matriculate out to a portable, or there's a need to put someone in a portable, that happens. So I think, again, that's what you see there. You see growth in some areas. A majority of our portables, so, there's 19 that have classes in them. There are so many portables that are being used by our CBOs, a lot of portables being used for storage.
Yes.
Again, our goal will be to work our way back in from that 19 as much as we can, but as Dave said, most of those are in the elementary, and they're scattered around. It's not like 5 in one school. It's like 1 at this elementary, 1 at that elementary, 1 at that elementary. So, and if at all possible, we're trying to, if you need to access a portable, we're using it for like a band or choir or things like that, so kids transition into that space and transition out. So it's not a full-time first grade classroom, if at all possible.
Right.
And again, there are some that definitely are, but we try to stay away from that if we can.
Could you, continuing on this, and Vice President Ferris, I could interrupt on this one. The other 71, I hear that they're being used by CBOs and by storage. Do we have any idea, like, how many are just sitting empty that KSD still owns? How many of them have we decommissioned and sent on to the
Yeah.
heaven for?
Yeah, so
Portables.
our goal, I believe, and if Mr. Cook was here, he could verify this. I believe we have like 6 flat roof portables. They're the old flat roof portables. Our goal is to get rid of those. The only one I think is going to be a challenge is the one that's at KM, because that is heavily used, and maybe we can think about doing that at some point in time. Maybe Ben, you and I could talk about that, and since there's not a capital project for it. But we need to get those flat portables. They've been around for decades and decades, probably half a century. The other portables, yes, we will mothball them. I have given direction to Gordon and his team, along with Rick Hopkins, is that when we moved 6th grade to middle school, we pulled a lot of furniture out of our secondary portables and brought them into the middle school areas where, due to either COVID pull-out replacement, only every 6 feet, where did this go? There was broken equipment in some of the schools. What we did is we actually repurposed a lot of that furniture that we had already in the district, so we didn't have to go out and buy new furniture. We did have to buy some new furniture, but we didn't have to buy all new furniture to get that 6th grade move from elementary to middle school. So my goal was to set up the remaining fantastic portables by age, newest portable to oldest portable, get those set up as classrooms again. 30 chairs, 30 tables, 32 tables, desk and chairs, put things there, leave it, mothball it. Turn the the heat down to just minimal. There's no water in them. Keep them secure and don't use them for storage. We don't want pack rats. That's one thing we don't want. So we want to just keep those mothballed. I don't feel that we should get rid of portables at this time. I don't like getting rid of any infrastructure because my hope and pray is that our enrollment will come back at some time. And if we do, we're going to need them.
Gives flexible space.
The cost of getting rid of one, I think we paid about 13, 14,000 to haul one out, and a brand new one costs about 150 to get placed on without power or data.
Thank you.
Are we looking at like the, I guess, the health and safety aspect of the portables themselves and looking at like, if they're so old, like especially those ones that you spoke about, I would assume some of them are not, up to par as far as what we would expect to see.
Yes, so again, our maintenance teams are out there currently, even the ones that we do have, we focus those on a high priority first. But any portable that has classroom in it that's all day long, or one that gets used throughout the day, that's a priority, especially if we have a work order on it. But any of the other ones, again, it's going to go through conditions. There are some older portables out there that have been really taken care of and are in good shape. But there's a lot of the ones that have been out there for 20 plus years. Again, if we need them, we need them. If they do start to go bad, we don't have any except for the flat roofs that I believe we would get rid of at this time.
Okay. I was just curious about that. I do have a few questions. I don't know.
I think Director Ferris,
Okay.
finishing his, and then Tim will go back to you.
Okay, yeah, I have a couple of
Yeah.
questions. So I wanted to ask, let's assume in the future the community decides that allows us to build new buildings. And I'm looking at Meridian Elementary, built in 1938. What criteria do we use to make sure that if we're going to do a new building, do we start with the one that was built the oldest, or do we then find a property that we build a new building and then figure out how we can maintain that building?
That's a great question. Particularly to the Meridian Elementary School, just the first front of the building, that building was built in 38. Everything behind it was built in 92, 97. So they've been some more recent renovations. The criteria, I believe, for the Meridian Elementary, and I'm giggling only for myself, the walls are 13 inches thick. That thing's a fortress. We just put new windows in it. We just put a brand new HVAC system in it. Just had a roof put on it a few years ago. That's something that's not in our wheelhouse to even think about tearing that building down and starting over. I think we would re-gut it. I think we would come inside, and Israel can speak to this because he was a principal there. I think we would go inside to inside walls, work with our teaching and learning team and everybody else, and figure out how can we reconfigure that educational space to be more conducive of the students and the teaching styles that we produce right now. So with that in mind, that would probably not be the first one, even though it's the oldest one. It's the pine trees, it's the Lake Youngs, it's the ones that have been around since the 60s. It's Meridian Middle, who's been here since 1951, that have these large pipes going down the hallways. And again, to put an HVAC system in there would cost a lot of money. I want to go one step further. What do we do with the children in the buildings if we decide to build a school on site? When you talk about Grass Lake, Meridian Middle, Pine Tree or Lake Youngs, if you look at those spaces, it'd be very hard to build another school on the property while that school is under, build another school right on the property and still have school on site. A lot of districts in Auburn, our neighbor district, built a swing school right here on Lee Hill. And that was a K-8 building. So they could take kindergarten to 8th grade, they can move all the children, all the students and staff out of one building, put it in that building as a swing school, tear down this building, replace it, and then move students back into it again. There are a few spots that we could possibly build buildings on, but we would really want to get a third party involved in doing that. Brett and I and maintenance, we can go out and kind of give a thumbs up of what we've done in our past experiences, but it's really having that third party that would do that.
Great. Director.
Under projects, Meridian Middle, asphalt roof repairs. And if memory serves me correct, the bulk of that building is a flat roof, is that correct?
I'm glad to say one more time that Brett, prior to his position, was our district roofer for 5 years.
Yeah, so are you referring to the Meridian Middle on the project list for the levy?
Yes.
So
Yeah,
there was the Meridian Middle asphalt route repairs. Is that what you're referring to?
that's what I'm referring to.
Okay,
There's
yeah.
there's no money listed,
Route
first of all.
repairs. Yeah, the reason that would be in progress is because I've actually taken the route repairs and combined it with the north lot and south lot pavement project. So I'm running that project as one entire project at this point. And there wasn't a whole lot of money in there. I think it was a couple $1,000s. So I'm just combining them, and it's all one one big asphalt project, which we actually went out for a bid walk today. We had a really good turnout, and we're expecting some really good numbers to come back from that.
But my hangup is the repairs on that building have been going on as long as I've been in this district. Because of the nature of the type or style that that building was constructed. And the leakage problems with flat roofs, if I'm not mistaken, is just a
Oh.
constant.
Yes, if you're just referring to the asphalt roof product on that building, you are correct. I can't remember when it was last replaced. I think it was in like 2012.
Oh, really?
Or sometime before I came on board. But you're right, that flat roof does not have a lot of real adequate drainage, so you do end up with a lot of spots where you have ponding, and we all know that when you have ponding, eventually water will work its way through, regardless of how well it's seamed.
And I'm headed for Grass Lake tomorrow, and the odds are overwhelming that I'll get the same story there.
Grass Lake was just replaced in 2019.
Okay,
And that one went down to the deck. They put a Sopra vapor barrier on the deck, and then 2 layers of insulation, another base sheet, and then 2 cap sheets. So, and they actually they built up the roof to allow for drainage to push
okay,
to the drains.
that's what I want to hear, thank you.
You know that by heart.
Yes.
Well, I just remember the layers.
Good job, man.
They were building it, yeah.
I do have a couple questions that kind of go along, though, with some of these questions. I think that there was talking about Meridian. Is that orange section here is what we don't see as the orange dots as the major renovations? Because they haven't happened yet, but those look like the buildings that are outside of lifespan, maybe being built in the era that they were compared to buildings today, which the lifespan is a little bit longer, right? Do we have that plan of which one's next? When is that major thing coming through? Or can you kind of just talk me through like what the next step looks like for those orange buildings?
Yes. First of all, I want to go back, 2008, I just looked it up, was the last time the roof was replaced at Meridian Middle. It would have been really good once I got in Smartsheet, could have done it in 1 second, but I was going through a Word document. So yes, those major repairs, and those are bond-related items. We need bonds to pass to have major renovations. Levies are normally for deferred maintenance, and this levy that we're currently in were all the projects on the 2016 bond that got left off because there were more projects than we went out for money. So again, 2016 had a large list of projects which became the 2018 levy. Since then, we have the next list, 2024 levy, which is probably 4 times the amount of projects that are on that levy. And again, we're not specific, it's about buckets of money to do certain projects. But I can tell you right now, we could, Brett and I, and with our state and studies survey that we have in 2021, we could probably put, there'll never be enough money, never be enough money to build all the new buildings that we need and do the repairs that we need.
Well, I think we probably all feel that in our own houses, right?
We
There's
do.
never enough money to do
Yeah,
all the things that
and
we want to do.
And that's why it's priority, and that's why Brett has been really good about the levy priority money, and the bond will be done. So I think that's the real caveat, is when we come down to the levy, it's like, what is that priority? And Brett and team have done a really good job of putting that down by year and then by priority number.
Okay.
And just real quick on the bond, I mean, we talked about going back out in 2028 is probably the next time we'll go out for a bond.
Yep.
And we've talked about, based on our feedback from our bond survey and knowing that people were upset they didn't see buildings on there, that bond will be heavy buildings, specifically probably the 3 buildings that you just heard come out of Dave's mouth, specifically probably Meridian Middle School being number 1, and then our 2 elementaries of the 60s. But again, as we've said before, how much those schools cost. Middle school, you're running, close to 200 million, and elementary is over 100. And so, I mean, when you go out and ask for 495, which we failed in April, that covers 3.5 schools maybe, or 3 schools and some maintenance.
Yep.
So, something to think about.
Yeah,
Thank you.
River Ridge was $53 million combined, that's hard, soft, and soft cost. We own the land except for the 5 pieces of parcels that we bought. So keep that in mind, and when we go to buy land somewhere, tell me where you'd like to do it in our school district. All the land that we own, all the land that we own is all out east.
Yep.
So that's a major concern.
So if we're gonna build, we have to build a transition first, swing school first, then, okay.
That's our recommendation right now. That's a recommendation from third-party people from OAC when we were doing our bond surveys last year when Dr. Behringer and I were in that process. So yes, that is from a third party as well as ourselves. I think that's what we need to do.
We've seen it done differently at other districts that maybe it's not, I've seen an entire high school that was portables, the whole high school. So your entire high school career was spent walking between portables, and hopefully we don't.
Derringer High School and Bethel School District is all portables.
Yeah. My last question is about the makerspace at Seuss Creek. You said that is the model for going forward. Can you talk about what does that mean? So when we do what would mean that another school would get that same type of makerspace?
Yes, that's a good question. And to elaborate a little bit on the makerspace, we've been talking with teaching and learning and other avenues in the district to figure out exactly what kind of a program that looks like. It's very heavy on the STEAM side of things. It's very creative. It's a very fluid, creative space. So what we're doing at Seuss Creek specifically, we're taking where in the other schools that have that same layout, in the past, they've walled off 1/3 of the library and made it a computer lab. Well, computer labs no longer work. Everyone has laptops, and the creative space is a lot more in tune with the teaching style today. So what we're doing is we're taking 1/3 of the library and we're making it resilient rubber flooring, modular furniture that matches the furniture that is in the library. And the library already has mobile bookshelves, and then we added some storage and some millwork. And what we're doing is with that furniture that's in there and the layout in the space, they can either encroach with the library into the makerspace or allow the makerspace to encroach into the library, depending on how they want to use that space at the moment. So it's very open. We've added water and a wet area for cleaning and projects, and then also a lot of it has to do with the furniture-specific uses. And being that it's a pre-K through 5th school, there's also some challenges in finding furniture that works for all the grade levels. So some of it is interchangeable, and we're just kind of, we really collaborated on this one to make sure that it's going to work for the site, and it's really just kind of a prototype going forward.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Is it all right if I ask my questions and then get back to me later? Or should I just hold off and do that?
Sure, sorry, I thought that we got you when we came to you last time.
That's okay. One of the questions I had was, what is the cost of using smart sheets? Like what we're paying to use that? How much has been spent on the top building renovations and how much is still to be spent? As far as the asbestos remediation, how much did that cost? And are we completely finished with all of it across the entire district? I didn't see top anywhere listed in the documents provided here. I don't know if it's part of another, like another bucket of money or something, but I just was curious where that was. One of the questions that I've heard a lot of is the superintendent's wing remodel. I don't see it listed in here either, but as far as I understood, it was something that was already planned, and so I'm just curious where that was placed. I didn't see it in this as far as I could tell. And then that's really it. So, and then I can get those answers later.
Thank you. Okay, it is 6:01, and I'm sorry, I have, there we go. We are adjourning our work session. For our work session, sorry, started over. We're adjourning our work session to go into an executive session for approximately 30 minutes. The purpose of the executive session is to discuss the performance of a public employee, potential litigation, and the legal or financial risks of a course of action. We're adjourned. Good evening. It is 6:31, and I'm calling this regular meeting to order. Our first order of business is a roll call of the board members. I will say each of your names, and if you could please say present. Director Song,
Present?
Director Cook,
Present.
Director Clark,
Present.
Vice President Farah,
Present.
and myself. Director Clark, will you say the Pledge of Allegiance for us?
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening. We have a lot of faces in our audience today. We also welcome all of those that are online. This is a meeting of the Kent School District Board, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meetings Act. We welcome the public's participation in the board meeting and thank those of you who have come to this meeting and those who are viewing our live stream. The process for audience participation. The purpose of board meetings is for the board to conduct its business in public. During the meeting, the board will listen to, but not respond to, comments from visitors. Whether made verbally, in person, verbally, on video, or written, comments are limited to a total of one per person per regular board meeting. One additional comment per person may be submitted for a public hearing topic if there is a public hearing on the agenda. All forms of public comment are subject to Chapter 4256 RCW Public Records Act. The public may comment at regular board meetings in a manner authorized by state law. All comments must adhere to Policy 1420 and Procedure 1420P. If you wish to make a comment to the board, comment forms are available for completion prior to the meeting and must be turned in no later than the beginning of the legislative report. No forms will be accepted once this report has begun. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. The basket to turn those in is the blue basket right over here in front of Ms. Santello. Public comments will be heard after the opening, during preliminary communication from the audience, at specific agenda items, and during final communication from the audience. Students will be the first to speak on any topic. Please state your first and last name prior to beginning your testimony. Abusive public comments personally directed towards the board, staff, or students will not be tolerated. The use of specific names or personally identifiable information of board, staff, or students is not allowed. Board members or KSD staff members may interrupt or terminate an individual statement when not adhering to Procedure 1420P. All comments, whether verbal or written, must adhere to the standards of civility as defined in Policy 1400, Meeting Conduct, Order of Business, and Quorum. If you are seated in overflow room, there is a brief delay in the live stream audio. We will allow extra time for you to make your way to the boardroom after your name is called. Individuals with items for the board or superintendent must provide them directly to safety services staff who are located in the back underneath the clock. Approaching the dais during the board meeting is not allowed. Any items turned in will be provided to the board and superintendent following the meeting. We're on Section 1.06, Land Acknowledgement. Director Song, will you please read the land acknowledgement for us?
We acknowledge we are gathered upon the ancestral lands of the Muckleshoot Indian tribe, who historically lived throughout the area between the Cascade Mountains and the Puget Sound.
Thank you very much. Our agenda review, 1.07. Superintendent Vela, are there any changes to the agenda?
President Margell, changes to the agenda.
Great.
Would this be the point that I could add something to the agenda?
You can make a motion to add something.
I move to add rescinding 1669 to our agenda.
Second?
A motion has been made and seconded to add agenda item rescinding 1669 into the agenda. We are open for discussion.
So I think that it's very important that we look at what we did during our discussion with 1669 and decide what we want to do as a board. I believe that it's a problem for
So right now, we're not talking about the merits of it, we're just talking about adding it to the agenda.
Oh, okay.
And so, but if it gets added to the agenda, then the merits of it would be during that time.
Okay, well, I think it's very important that we at least add this to our agenda so that we have a chance to either vote up or down on the item. I don't believe that it's appropriate for us to just ignore it and move on. The issue that I have with that would be that it seems like we don't care about that issue, and it's something that's very important to me. I feel that it would be difficult to, just leave that alone the way that it is.
Okay, so I believe that we should vote this down for adding to the agenda item because it should not be brought in for how this is being presented. The item has been moved, seconded, discussed, and voted on, so the appropriate procedure for this would be for it to be reopened. And for that, to do that, the procedure for this would be to vote down this motion and then make a motion for the revote of 1669 to be reopened.
Okay. Sorry, I don't know all of the rules, so
Okay.
I'm happy to do that if that's the way that would be appropriate.
Okay, so
Am I able
then
to
is there
remove it?
further discussion on this so we could put this to an up or down vote to add rescinding 1669 to the agenda? Superintendent Vela?
Yeah, President Margell, I'd like to have Mr. Leonard just speak to the process for Robert's Rules. Mr.
Good evening to the board. You are right on in process. It would be appropriate at this point there's a motion to amend the agenda on the table. You can vote that up, and I'll defer to the president in terms of recrafting the motion, but you do have a previous motion that was adopted, and so it's a rescinding or a reopening of that vote that would be more appropriate than overturning the vote. And so you need to craft that motion a little bit more accurately, and if you vote this one down, you could present that as the amendment and go from there.
Thank you very much. Is
Thank
there
you,
further
Leonard.
discussion on the motion that's on the floor?
No.
Great. We have a motion on the floor of adding agenda item rescinding 1669. It has been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye. All those against, raise your right hand and say nay.
Nay.
The motion fails. Is there another motion?
I move that sorry, I don't know what the exact wording I should use is.
So reopen the vote.
Reopen the vote on Resolution 1669.
Okay, so reopening of the vote is a 2/3 vote, so this would require 4 people to ask to so since we have 5, 2/3, it doesn't really work with math. The best that we can do is 4 to 1 to reopen a vote since the decision has already been brought to the board, has been moved, seconded, discussed, and voted on. So to reopen this vote, there is a motion on the floor to do that. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we are open for discussion about reopening the vote for 1669. We're open for discussion to add that to the agenda.
I guess I would advocate for it just because I understand we went through the procedures on navigating the process of 1669, its introduction, and then implementation. But since then, I feel like we've had many voices and physical attendees present here speaking out against it and bringing forth a lot of really good questions. And for that purpose, I feel like it'd be great to kind of revisit 1669, see if was there any error in judgment that we made as a board? Are there amendments we can make to it? And so I think having an opportunity now, after having heard from our community, to have a second chance to reflect and take another look at it. If the votes turn out similarly to the first round, then that's the outcome. But given that there's been so much advocacy from this, I feel like at least morally, we have an obligation to adhere to the community and provide an opportunity to just take another look at this.
Any additional comments?
I'm just curious, when I hear community, I'm imagining we've done detailed work in surveys and things like that we know majority of our community, 25,000 kids, 25,000 or more families, how do we know what the community is? I'm just curious.
I guess my response to that would be, the first time we had this discussion, I asked if there were alternative methods or reasonings to navigate these conversations. And one of the things that, that was answered was, no, we didn't have a chance to, one, bring in all of the different union leaders. They were spoken on behalf of from a district representative, but we as a board didn't have a chance to actually hear from them. And then you also said we took surveys. Can you reference those surveys?
No, I'm just asking, when you said community, the community spoke
Yeah.
to us and really told us.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, like, how do you quantify
Yeah.
that those voices are representative of the entire district
Yeah.
community? I'm just curious.
I would say it's an overgeneralization to say that the voices who were present here represents the entirety of the Kent school body, and the communities. When I made my statement, I said the communities that were here and present. And for community members to take time out of their day to be involved in their legislative practices, reinforcing and engaging in their constitutional rights, I feel like we should adhere to that. I don't see any issues with opening up additional conversation. Like I said, if the vote happens again and we get the same results, then that's what happens. But to just, I guess, ignore the, I think, 3 weeks now of continuous public advocacy and to continuously just move past that, I don't feel that's right to the individuals who, again, invested their time and energy of physically being present here today.
No, I think that Director Farah brings up a really good point about community.
Right.
Because I've also had a big group of the community say, well, of course you would do that.
Okay.
Of course you would do that. It's on its face that you would do this.
Where are they?
And
I haven't heard any of those voices. And not to say that these voices don't exist. I can only base objectively off of the evidence and experiences I've had here. Now, if these are comments, it'd be really nice to get that objective point of view. And as representatives of our communities, we should be bringing them to the table. How come none of you guys have brought those communities and voices here today or in the past?
yeah, so not necessarily my role to bring.
I would just want to, when you say you guys, so kind of seems like
I'm representing you two, just responding to you two. Yeah.
it seems.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just curious because when I hear community, usually I'm imagining the community that I come across. And like President Margell said, those ones that are not here and told me many times that, of course, we would do that. And that's how I perceive. So we're probably not speaking to the parts of the community, right? Because there's pockets of communities in different parts of the district. So
Yeah, and I guess that's my question, though, is if there are these pockets and communities, how come we haven't heard a single voice? I haven't received a single email, whether individually or to the board, dissenting or, agreeing with the decision. I have heard an overwhelming amount of testimony against the decision. And when you said it's not your responsibility to gather the community, that's where I would disagree.
No, that's not what my words were. It's not it's the mom that's driving carpool today that, stopped me in the grocery store
Yeah.
that said, well, of course. And asked a question
Yeah.
about, so does it mean that, that the board member that's not part of the negotiations is not voting? No, they still get to vote. Okay, well then of course it makes sense. And it is the district employee
Yeah.
that sent a message that said, I can't believe how embarrassing it was that the adults spent so much time talking about adult issues and we didn't talk about kids. And that I 100% agree with this decision. So I am happy to share what those dissenting opinions are, and because I have them.
Well, I guess the way that I function and operate, is I don't like to speak on behalf of others, and I also don't like to bring in hearsay. Again, I'm objectively referencing the experiences and actions that actually took place here. And when you mention, the mom driving the minivan, I feel like that kind of disenfranchises a lot of the community members who had to halt their lives to be here, to sit through those days-long, hour-long meetings. And so to make that overgeneralization that none of our members here have anything else going on in their lives seems a little unfair to me.
Well, I think that you're actually taking my words completely out of context, and what I'm saying is that we represent the people who don't always get to be able to be here, and that hopefully we're doing that because there's those families that are working 2, 3 jobs. It's not going to make it here. And so it's our jobs to be representing all of those people, not just the people. Not saying that being here isn't incredibly important. I know I give my time here.
Yeah, no, that's a very fair point. I agree with that. I think those voices who can't be here should be represented. But as leaders, and especially as what we're wanting our future youth to understand and see as they navigate the world outside of high school, is that when you stand for something that you believe in and you make it out to these community forums, that a lot of those requests and the voices that are being shared with the group over multiple periods of meetings should also be respected. I guess for myself, as my board duty, I would like to acknowledge and stand in solidarity with the community that if this is something that they wanted to have additional conversations about, I don't see any problem with just reopening it and then having another vote.
I just wanted to add something to the community. I just want to add something. Our district is more than 72% people of color. Majority of those people of color are immigrants. Most immigrants really don't know how to participate in the system. So therefore, it is very difficult for them to come here and voice their opinion. So what I wanted also you to be mindful of is that when we're making decisions as the leaders of this district, we really have to be cognizant of those ones that don't speak for themselves, don't know how to navigate the system, because they are not from this system. They came from somewhere else where the system is different. So I just wanted you to really think about, a lot of times when I'm making decisions, Director Song, I think of those things because I have to also be able to speak those who are voiceless.
Let me then apply some of the wisdom you just shared with me. I think you gave great advice, and I'd love to apply it now. I think one thing that you said earlier was, did we take a survey of our community? This would give us that opportunity to survey and reach out to those voices who can't be here, to those immigrant voices. Let's actually reach out and gather objective data as opposed to me just hearing that you guys are talking to people. You mentioned, did we survey the community of 25,000 residents? No, we haven't. And I would like that opportunity. And I think reopening this can give us that option to truly capture the diverse voices and actually make this an equitable approach. Like you said, we need to reach out to those communities. We haven't done that, and that is not fair. So you're absolutely right. We should reach out to them. And let's open this up so we can do that.
We reached out. I know I spoke to them. And they told
But
me,
as a
of
board,
course.
we work as a board.
So therefore, for me, when I'm making decisions according to the people elected me to make that decision.
So why is your people and the conversations you've had, how does that trump the voices that are here with us today? Because what I'm hearing is, these are my communities, I spoke to them, therefore.
No, I'm just speaking on when you said the community, right? So
Yeah.
this conversation started from that.
So I'm advocating for you. I'm
anyway.
saying, let's open this up, let's go to the communities, and let's have a chance to reach those voices that you are saying are unheard and not spoken for. Because I believe you, I know you've talked to them, but as a board, we work together and we operate together. So as a board, let's survey those voices and bring those communities.
So, Director Song, I'm just trying to understand. So are you advocating for every decision that the board makes, that we go to our entire community and
That's
survey?
what Director Farah just suggested to me. He said, did we survey? Did we do any of this? No, and I think we should.
For every decision that we make?
For this one in particular, I can't speak for anything that hasn't happened. I don't have that foresight. But I do want to at least reference the days and hours long investments of communities that have made it here. And just like the two of you said, absolutely, we need to reach out to the voices that can't be here. So did we truly make a decision on a resolution when we weren't equitable by including those voices that you guys are referencing?
I know we made some decisions on light bulbs absolutely did not involve the community in those decisions.
Did we
There's-
have 3 meetings where we've had a packed room advocating against it?
We also know that there is, let me, give me just 1 second, I want to make sure I'm wording this correctly. What people are putting forward, there's untruths about what that contains. The idea that 1669 keeps any board member from their duty and their ability to vote.
So then
Does
why do we
not.
have it?
What?
Then why do we have it?
To make sure that there's a wall, and I think it's a very good question, so I appreciate it. The purpose of it is to make sure that there's a wall between a board director when there's a conflict of interest during the negotiation piece, to make sure that any information is, there is a wall between there and the information is not transferred between 2 parties. So then, when the contract is obtained, and trust that the other 4 directors are capable, diverse in opinion, diverse in who we are, that we have the capability, and by the way, elected by the same people, right? And that we have come with a contract that all 5 of us then have the ability to vote on. And so it's just making sure that for everybody within that negotiation and all of our other labor unions know that there's an equal amount of information that every party comes with.
So I guess that's the flaw that I keep seeing in this argument about the labor unions. I've asked to sit with every labor representative. That has been shut down multiple times. I don't understand. I guess please provide me with insight and clarity, because maybe I just don't have the comprehension for this. But why is it challenging for us to have that opportunity to sit with these union leaders that you guys are saying, or that we've also been told by district staff that have negative opinions or perspectives about a board member and their alleged conflict of interest? I'm being told constantly this is what the unions are saying, but I'm seeing the counter of that. And so I'm actually not seeing a lot of the words reflected by the 2 of you guys so far, based off of your comments tonight, shared tonight, as being accurate. We haven't had a chance to talk to the union leaders. You asked about community, and I acknowledge you're right. This is not the entirety of Kent School District. I haven't had a chance to hear those voices that couldn't be here. I couldn't reach out to those immigrant communities. And so just like you've had that opportunity, I would like that opportunity. And I think one way to do that is reopening this. So 1, we have this chance to talk to all these union leaders that I'm being told are against it, when I haven't heard a single one of them say that. And then also for us to be equitable. We are a very diverse district in a diverse city. We saw the data, 72%. I want to see those 72%. I want to be able to reach out to as many of them and actually capture their voices, just like you guys have advocated here tonight. And so I feel like we're actually standing on the same platform. I'm just not sure if you guys are also in alignment with your values that you've shared tonight.
I feel very strongly I am. And Superintendent Vela, could you comment about the labor union, the other labor unions?
Yeah, I think
In answering Director Song's question.
I think we discussed that in one of our meetings where not formal conversations, but conversations were had. And then we've also had audience participation claiming the same. So I don't believe formalized has happened, at least from my team.
I mean, it's common sense that what we're trying to, in my opinion, what we're trying to do is even protect the director so that he doesn't have to really face those questions at a later time. This resolution actually protects him. And the other thing that I'm trying to get a grasp of is there are 4 directors that are in this committee. If that is the case, does that mean those directors are not trustworthy to make those decisions?
No, I'm not.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
that's what I'm trying to really.
And let me
try-
clarify that. I'm not judging or making any kind of assumptions about one's moral characteristics. My statement, I guess, in advocacy is more so in alignment with equity. I don't feel like we've had all that information. Clearly, we have both been talking to different groups of people because I personally have not had a single person tell me this resolution was appropriate. But you guys are saying that you have heard this, and I would love that opportunity to hear some of those voices. I don't think it's fair for me to make a decision and to make a vote on a resolution that impacts the board, but also impacts our community and all of the participants who constantly are engaging in our meetings. And so for that reason, I just want to make sure that as a board, if we're making a decision, that it truly is well-informed. And just like Director Farah called out tonight, we haven't heard from those invisible voices. And you're right, as a product of an immigrant household, reflecting back to that, you're right. Nobody has reached out to my mom when I was growing up, going to school, while my mom was working 3 jobs. That is absolutely accurate. And for us to move forward with this decision without including those voices, especially with the amount of advocacy against this, to just maintain the board's current stance and not giving the community, at least the representative community that actively have participated in this, I just don't think that's morally fair, morally right. And then the other thing is, because this conversation has been happening on a continuous basis, there have been ample opportunities for the, I guess, approving voices of those communities to be here. But not once in the past 3 to 4 weeks have I heard anybody come out and say, yes, we agree with Resolution 1669, after hearing all of the public testimony. And so I guess I just need to vote and follow my moral compass. And mine's telling me to reopen this, allowing our voters and community members to see that we are listening and that their advocacy truly does matter. We have lots of kids in here. I want all the participants to know that if they're gonna take their time and be here and be present with us, that we're gonna take their voices seriously. And again, I'm not saying let's overturn this completely. I said let's reopen it so that we can have a dialogue after we've had this opportunity to hear from the community, because that is what the community has asked for.
Dr. Clark?
I, for one, have heard from other members of the community that didn't.
I'm going to interrupt. I'm sorry. I honestly don't want to hear hearsay. That's all I've heard is my community, my community. Again, if we're going down that route, this is a standstill because it's he said, she said. What I can do is advocate for our voices here tonight. These people are here. They showed up. They've been here for weeks and weeks. We get emails. We get text messages. We get letters.
Director Song, I appreciate, but I have recognized Director Clark, so I'm going to let him
Yes.
finish. Thank you.
We are simply reliving this and stalling us from doing the business of this board. You asked the question, should we in fact bring it up for reconsideration? We can put it to a vote and move on.
Okay. I do believe that we had an hour-and-a-half discussion on this the other day. Is there any other opinions that you would like to bring in, or did you have something?
I'd like to say something.
Of course.
Madam President, may I address the lawyer here?
Oh, of course.
So I just had a question. When this was voted on, discussion was not closed appropriately. Discussion did not have a vote. Our president closed out debate without actually asking anyone. Would that hinder our ability to keep that in place? And I wonder whether or not that is that it is appropriate for us to not take it back up, considering we didn't follow proper procedure in this case.
Thank you for your question, Director Cook. I am here in my first capacity as Acting General Counsel for the district, and so I can only speak to my experience. I was not at the board meeting in question. My understanding is there was discussion on this issue and a vote taken. Your question is maybe a different question, which is, in your assessment, the discussion was not complete. Is that correct?
That's correct. I had asked to continue discussion, and I was not allowed to, and we did not take a vote
So there was no vote.
to end discussion.
Oh,
To
end
debate.
discussion.
Yes.
But the vote was taken, is that correct?
Yes, after it was summarily closed without a vote of our board to end debate, which is required according to Robert's rules in 1620 through 1628 or so.
I understand. And the vote itself passed on a 3-2, is that correct?
That is correct. And I was
Okay.
part of the, negatives side of that.
So I don't know if I have an opinion as to whether or not that invalidates the vote. I don't think I'm prepared to answer that right now. I do know that the vote carried, and that there was a record of conversation and discussion that happened. So I might be ill-prepared to answer that specific question for you, Director Cook. I apologize, but I do know that the vote was taken. I do know that. And so at this point, I would say that it is a valid vote unless I hear evidence otherwise.
And so normally, what would be the procedure for us to handle that sort of situation? Obviously, I was unaware of the rules at the time.
Sure.
So I did not know that there needed to be a two-thirds vote made by this board. And so I did not press it at the time. But had I known, I would
Certainly.
have.
Yeah, I would say it is, Robert's rules, we try to be an expert in them, but at times there are situations that arise that we are unaware of. I would say in that circumstance, any individual that wants to vote no on it should vote no on it. And if the motion didn't carry, discussion would continue.
Well, if the motion didn't carry, why would discussion continue?
Or it could be brought at a future date for discussion.
Okay, so as far as that goes, though, that would be my recourse typically, would be just to say
vote it
we
down.
need to have a vote to end debate. Like, I need to bring that up. It doesn't matter that it is a rule, it just has to be said by me.
I'm not sure, Director Cook, if I have an immediate answer to that question. I don't know if I've seen that circumstance and I wasn't there. I would just say in that circumstance, I would advise that board members vote on the issue, and if they vote it down, the issue would
But
cease.
you can't vote on the issue until you've voted to end debate. And the president can't end debate on their own. As far as I'm aware, everything I've read in Robert's rules states that it is a decision made by the board of a two-thirds majority to end debate.
I understand. I wasn't at the meeting, but I will open it up to any board members related to that conversation about discussion and about how that went down.
I would say that's at least accurate to my recollection.
Okay.
Is we didn't have a formalized vote to end discussion. We did have our president end it unilaterally and then move it towards a vote. And so had there been discussion ongoing, I'm not sure if that would have changed the outcome. And so for that purposes, I guess I'm just trying to rephrase or kind of, I guess, reiterate what I hear Director Clark or Cook stating.
Yes, there was not a formalized vote to end debate, and nor have we, I don't believe we've ever done that before. I do hear that when a point of question is, the question is called, that does require a two-thirds vote. That is something that we can move forward with. At the time, there was not a vote taken on that. However, I do agree with you, Director Song, that I don't believe that after the hour-and-a-half discussion that we had, that anybody would have changed.
So are you telling me that your opinion couldn't have changed?
I'm saying that based off of the RCWs of Washington, based on my fiduciary responsibility for all of our unions, no, it would not have changed because despite what some may or may not like, it really is my responsibility to make sure that we have equal playing ground for all of our unions. And so that will not change.
Yeah. Again, I just kind of reiterate it one last time. I understand that the other voting board members up here have opinions and they have the facts that they're relying on to inform their judgments on the decision that they made. My ask is simply having another opportunity to reflect to our community that we are listening. Again, there shouldn't be any issue if you guys are going to maintain your votes, but at least following the procedures and showing that we are actively including the voices of those who attend our meetings. For that, at least for that purpose, I would like to have another opportunity to engage in this conversation so that we can bring our updates back to the community. Perhaps things may change, perhaps things may not, but to make that decision for the audience and for the community, that I don't think is right.
And I absolutely hear you, and my answer to that would be, I believe that I have. And thank you. I think it is very important. Any other discussion?
I would just like to say, I think rules are important. I think the fact that we didn't follow them is important. I think when we go forward, we should be trying to follow all the rules, whether we know them or not. And we should try to correct ourselves when we do make mistakes. And if we aren't willing to answer to that, if we're not willing to look at something and say, hey, you know what, we missed that, we missed this piece, and we should have done it, and even if we just go back to that one point, because that can happen, and we can literally just vote on that one piece, and then once the 2/3 have voted, it's done. But I don't know, to me, that is an important thing. If we're not willing to accept the rules as they are stated, and we're just going to run our meetings however we see fit instead of following the rules so that we have some structure and have a way to know what to expect of our meetings, I feel like that procedure is important. And if we don't follow that, it seems exceedingly difficult for us to continue moving forward, because how am I supposed to know what the rules are if they change based on the whims of a member of this board? And that's very difficult.
You know,
I do think that you make a good point, though, that we should follow rules. But the idea, I think what you said was follow rules that we know and don't know. I'm not quite sure how you follow rules you don't know. And so while I get that Robert's Rules of Orders are published and that we are all trying to perfect them, we did have a parliamentarian in the room that didn't stop us either. So while I'm not going to shift blame on that, I will take full responsibility as the board chair that was something that I did not know, that was a 2/3 vote. Again, I go back to, we had an hour and a half of discussion. And so this wasn't as if we were shutting down discussion without really having a fully discussed piece, so.
And I understand that, I really do. I think that the reason that there is a 2/3 vote is not due to the fact that we are trying to end run around someone. The purpose of it, written in Robert's Rules, is that when you have a group within any legislative body, or in our case, a board, and there's more than 1/3 of that group that does not agree with what the other part of the group is doing, there are some guardrails put in. It doesn't stop debate entirely, and all it does is creates a little bit of benefit to the other side so that they can try to get their point across as best that they can, and that's the purpose of it. And you know, if the shoe were on the other foot, if somehow I were to be the president of this board, every time I found out that there was a rule that I didn't follow, I would want to rectify that situation in the most equitable and, you know, appropriate manner possible. And I feel that going into this and going back and discussing it again, it does, like I said, it doesn't mean that it's going to continue for 3 hours or something, because there are rules. It's 10 minutes per person twice. That's all it is. And once that's done, that's it. So the very most on my side, if it were me and say one other person, it would be a total of 40 minutes. And I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen. I'm just saying that's what Robert's Rules says. And so it's not like we're just saying we're going to continue forever. I feel like that's a very important point. And obviously I'm not the only person on this board. So if the other board members feel that it's more important to move along instead of making sure that we follow the rules in a way that makes sure everyone's voice is heard, and that we all can have that knowledge going into every meeting that we do have rules and we will follow them, and when we do make mistakes, that we're going to go back and correct those mistakes as quickly and equitably as possible.
And I appreciate that. There is a policy within our board docs that say once a decision is made by the board, that as a board, we will go ahead and we will support that as if the whole board made it. I'm paraphrasing. So what I'm asking here today is if we reopen this, and so that would require 4 of the 5 of us to say to reopen it, and we do an up and down vote on this, and we end on the same result, will you then, so we're rectifying what felt like was an inappropriate ending of conversation, you will continue to follow the other board policies, which is supporting decisions made by the board?
I feel that I have. I mean, have I shown up at any of the meetings that you guys have had? I haven't.
No, that's not my question.
Okay. So I don't know. Have I proven that otherwise?
I don't know, but we're not in this situation.
My answer would be yes. Yes.
Perfect.
I would
Thank you.
I will support whatever our board decides, whether it's in congruence with what I want to do or not.
Yeah.
And I would expect the same of all of us.
Of course. I mean, I think that's what we have all side down, so I appreciate that. Thank you. Is there additional discussion on adding reopening of 1669 to the agenda?
I have none.
Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor to reopen, what was it, proposal? What was it called? Resolution. Thank you. Thank you. We have a proposal, we have a motion on the floor to reopen Resolution 1669 into the agenda for tonight. All those in favor, raise your right hand and say aye. Aye.
Can I ask for a roll call vote on this one?
Yes.
Thank you.
Director Song?
Aye.
Director Cook?
Aye.
Director Clark?
No.
Director Farah?
Aye.
Director Margell? Aye. It passes 4-1. We are adding reopening of Resolution 1669 to tonight's agenda. Give me just a moment to get the agenda item number on there. We're going to put it before the consent agenda.
601.
So let's put it after the legislative update.
I'll ask Ms. Santello if she can come up and just be clear on the number.
Thank you.
Ms. Santello. For the record,
Maybe 5.2, 5.02.
we'll get it.
Or it becomes.
Good evening, President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry. Currently, we do not have a discussion and approval topic, agenda topic.
Yeah.
We would add that. That would become the new 6.0. 6.01 would become this new agenda item recently added, and that would shift everything in consent agenda to 7.0 onward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Antello. Give me just one moment, audience, please, as I try to reopen, or renumber these. Sorry, reopens on the brain now. 0. Right. Anybody need additional time? Great. Are there any other items for the agenda?
Yes. I would like to, I move to adopt resolution number to be determined, a resolution of Kent School District number 415 relating to school board proceedings, creating a policy for the provision of independent legal counsel for the current and future boards of directors of the district, the resolution and/or policy.
Is there a second?
Second.
We are open for discussion.
So this resolution is for the board to retain counsel ourselves. I feel that it's important that we do so, and this is to protect all of us, not myself independently, but each of us individually, as well as us as a collective, so that we can ask questions of our counsel that relate directly to whether or not things will impact us independently or as a board, as opposed to things that are going to be discussed based on the district as a whole. I feel that that's important, especially given 1669, what happened with that, and the difficulties that have shown so far. I think it's important that we look at that and say that we're able to get guidance that is separate from the district. I think that is important.
Having not discussed resolution so far not named, I cannot be able to look at this. It sounds like it would be something that we would discuss in executive session.
Yeah, could we table this and have further conversations in executive session about this? I would just like to hear more.
You can do a motion to move to committee.
I would prefer, I mean, tabling a motion is an intervening motion. It's not preferred in Robert's rules. There's nothing that prevents you from, you're voting on the amendment. At this point, you're not voting on the actual substance of the matter. So you can vote up and down on the issue. Nothing would prevent you from bringing it back if you want to discuss it further. I prefer that rather than an intervening tabling motion. You always have the ability to bring it back.
So we can bring this to executive session and talk about it, just not put it onto the agenda tonight since we haven't had any time to look at it.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
That sounds appropriate.
Are we good to move to a vote? Yes. All those in favor of moving, can I call this resolution
1675, I don't know.
All those in favor of adding Resolution X onto tonight's agenda, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye. Oh, I'm lying. I'll take that back.
How about we start this vote again?
Sorry.
Appropriate? Would that be appropriate? Can I start the vote again?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
President Morgan.
All those in favor of moving Resolution X onto the agenda for tonight's discussion, please raise your right hand and say aye. All those against, raise your right hand and say aye. Nay?
Nay.
Nay. The motion fails 0-5. Okay.
President Margell, just as to summarize and reminder, 601 now is rescinding the reopening 1669.
Correct.
And then we will be moving consent starting with 7.01 and on down.
Correct. Yes, I have that so marked.
Madam President, point of privilege.
Yes.
Can we take a break for like 5 minutes? I just have a very bad migraine and I need to go take some medication. Oh, I'm sorry.
We will continue on with the discussion, but please take care of your needs as necessary. Are there any additional items for the agenda?
Move approval of the agenda as amended.
Is there a second?
Second.
There is a motion to approve the agenda with the amended items, and it has been seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your right hand, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It passes 4-0. Okay, so we have our agenda set. Superintendent, could you please give us the superintendent's report?
I believe we are at proclamation.
Oh, did I miss it?
Recognition,
Oh, thank you for,
3.01.
I'm so sorry about that. Okay. Proclamations, 2.01, National Public School Volunteer Week. We're going to go ahead and move that to, we're going to have somebody else read that.
Should I just?
Yeah, just go ahead.
Would you mind, Director Song, reading 2.01, National Public School Volunteer Week?
Kent School District Proclamation, National Public School Volunteer Week. Whereas public school volunteers contribute unselfishly to the success of students, teachers, and support staff. And whereas school volunteers reflect the highest values of our democratic society by representing people of all ages and all walks of life. And whereas school volunteers stretch school and district resources to ensure that every student receives help and encouragement according to need. And whereas school volunteers exhibit care, model the best in citizenship, and create a climate that fosters learning and love of education. And whereas Public School Volunteer Week provides a yearly opportunity for schools and families to honor and highlight the powerful contributions parents and caregivers provide at schools and home to support student success. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Kent School District recognizes April 22nd through the 26th, 2024 as Public School Volunteer Week in Kent School District and urges all citizens to join us in remembering the dedication and hard work of local volunteers in preparing today's students for tomorrow's world. Signed this 27th of March 2024 by the Kent Board of Directors and Secretary to the Board, Superintendent Israel Villa.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all of those in our audience and our live stream that do volunteer in our schools. It is much appreciated. Item number 2.02, Proclamation Autism Awareness Month. Director Farah.
Oh, thank you. This proclamation is Kent School District Autism Awareness Month, whereas autism spectrum disorder is a neurological and developmental disorder that affects communication and behavior, and whereas the Center for Disease Control and Prevention reports that approximately 1 in 54 school-aged children has been identified with autism spectrum disorder, and whereas the symptoms of autism can result in a significant lifelong impairment of an individual's ability to learn, develop healthy interactive behaviors, and understand verbal and nonverbal communication. And whereas applied behavior analysis has become widely accepted among healthcare professionals and used as a treatment to improve a variety of skills, and whereas all individuals with autism should be included as valued members of our community, provided with opportunities and supports to live, learn, work, and play as independently as possible. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Kent School District Board Directors proclaims April 2023 as Autism Awareness Month, 2024, encourages all citizens to take time to learn about autism, how individuals with autism can make a difference in the community. Signed this 27th day of March 2024 by Kent School Board Directors and Secretary of the Board, Israel Vella.
Thank you very much, Director Farah. And then our last proclamation, 2.03, Occupational Therapy Month, which I have the privilege of reading. National Occupation Therapy Month. Whereas the American Occupational Therapy Association has declared the month of April to be known as National Occupational Therapy Month, and whereas the profession of occupational therapy makes valuable contributions in helping people live life to its fullest after an illness or injury, and whereas the services of occupational therapy are available to citizens of Kent through hospitals, home health agencies, schools, clinics, and nursing homes, and whereas the health and productivity of our citizens depend upon the effective use of healthcare resources, including the important services of occupational therapists and occupational therapy assistants. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Kent School District Board of Directors does hereby proclaim the month of April 2024 as Occupational Therapy Month and calls upon all citizens to recognize the achievements and contributions of these valued health professionals. Signed this 27th day of March 2024 by the Board of Directors of Kent School District and Israel Vella, Secretary to the Board. We now move on to Section 3.0, preliminary comments, communication from the audience.
Thank you, President Margell. Ms. Santello, I believe we have students starting first.
Good evening once again, President Margell, members of the board, and Superintendent Vella. We have comment cards submitted for this evening, as well as 3 videos. The students who are here this evening, I spoke with them directly. Despite that most comments are agenda item specific, they've elected to speak in the first 30 minutes so we can be respectful of their time so they can get home and do the important things they need to do as students. So we'll go ahead and I'll offer this to you. I'll also provide a stack of preliminary and final non-specific agenda item comments. Comments for 7.04 Outdoor Schools Grant, which also I've noted there is one video comment. Comment for 7.06 Security Camera Hardware. One comment specifically listed for 6.09 indicated that the topic is on the agenda with 2 video comments.
Would that be 7.09? Yes. Thank you. Okay, our first student speaker, or student comment is from Sydney Larson.
Hello, board directors of the district. I am Sydney Larson. I am the president of the drama department and troop 5587 at Kentwood High School.
I'm River Welch. I'm the tech representative at Kentwood.
Hello, my name is Isaac, and I am the vice president representative.
On the 14th through the 16th of March, our troop went to Central Washington University to represent Kentwood and the Kent School District. We competed in the show cutting category, which consisted of us doing a 50-minute play. We won an excellent rating, and out of bronze, silver, gold, we won Gold Honor Troop, the highest award you can win at state.
It is a year-long process documenting every activity and community service project to give back to our community and learn about theater.
Also, we would like to expand an invitation to our upcoming spring musical, You're a Good Man, Charlie Brown, opening on May 9th and continuing on to May 18th. And our tickets will be available on Kentwood's GoFan site on April 1st. Again, it's on Kentwood GoFan site on April 1st.
We would like to thank Mr. Taylor, our drama teacher, for pushing us to be great and supporting us in all that we do, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Wait, Lisa, I'm sorry. I know, I want to do it too, but it's not fair for one group and not for the other, and I really want to just have, so if we could just silently cheer for them, and I'm going to silently cheer. Okay. Tatiana Orell? Am I saying this? Maybe O'Neill?
Oxil.
I'm so sorry for that. I'm sure it's my eyes, not your writing.
Yeah. All right. Good evening, honored board meeting members. President Margell, Vice President Farrell, and Superintendent Vela and Ms. Curry. Hello, my name is Katiana Oxil. I am a 17-year-old I-Grad student. This is my first year at I-Grad. The community here is very nice, and the teachers are very helpful. There's way more opportunities here than at my last high school, which was Kentwood High. However, there are not enough teachers here to help more of the students here, and that brings me to the point that we shouldn't move to a smaller building. I feel like sometimes my needs are not met already due to not enough staffing. A smaller building will make me feel like I don't belong, and even us moving to that smaller building. I feel like I-Grad students are just at the bottom of the barrel to Kent School District. Why should I-Grad be the only school to downgrade? I understand budgeting. I'm trying to save money too, but is saving money really going to help us? The students who need I-Grad? No. This will make it even harder for the kids to attend because smaller spaces means less students, and some students will have to compromise to come to school and may not even meet the hour requirement for I-Grad. I understand that you have to budget because the current building we are in is more expensive than the smaller building that we're moving into next year. Just keep in mind that most students are not going to like this because it will be too crowded, and we won't be able to have all the same activities we had before, and the students won't get the one-on-one to support they need. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Our next student speaker is Joseph Jared. I'm sorry, Mayula? I apologize if I mispronounced that.
Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Joseph Moyuela. To preface my speech, I am a student of Kentwood High School. I come as a representative of my school and all of those whose faith is needed to be garnered by the board. 4 weeks ago, I attended most of a school board meeting on February 28th. I attended with the expectation that I'd see real leaders at work, paragons and role models, people who we can see as righteous examples of how to act in academic and non-academic environments, people who exemplified community service, leaders who congregated to fight for the greater good, fight for the people who need it. I attended with the intent to speak to you all about my experience with being bullied. It is safe to say that I honestly left that meeting feeling disconcerted. Upon entering the building, I was taken aback by the courthouse-like prestigious facade, a long table seated in front of a gallery filled with supportive people who are all attending, who I'm very thankful for. People dressed in proper iron suits, striding towards their seats, lowering themselves into the seats. But even as they lowered themselves into their seats, they still exuded this aura of power. Humble and powerful is what a leader should be. Unfortunately, I was taken aback also by the sudden outbursts of demeaning words, the inefficacious arguments that broke out amidst incoherent audience chatter. Our leadership teachers showed us at February 14th board meeting what all of the arguments happening in that meeting. We honestly made jokes about the arguments, and they attested to the heuristic nature of the arguments at the board. In all honesty, I had taken the statements as initially hyperbolic until I came here myself to observe the actions of the people at this board. Now, I do not blame any specific group or individuals at this board meeting, nor am I criticizing you as individuals. Rather, I would like to give my perspective as a student and my perspective to your statements at the meeting. All I'm saying is your students and even your own staff are jarred at the lack of decorum within the words spoken. Again, it's not the fault of any one person or a group. It's our responsibility collectively as the audience and as the board to have an environment that is more conducive to healthy discussions and sets a better example to the teachers and the staff, and most importantly, the students who you all say you wish to serve. Please take my speech into consideration. And although I know it was said earlier that you're not allowed to reply, I would happily encourage a reply to this. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sandalina Keith and Riley Ferguson.
My name is Riley Ferguson. Good evening, President Markle, board members, Superintendent Vell, and Ms. Curry. The Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s, I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm a little nervous. The Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "If you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, you keep moving forward." I-Grad allows students like me to keep moving in the best direction for us. We have a structured program with flexibility in dealing with the challenges each of us face every single day. By helping me stay motivated and focused on my goals, I-Grad has a positive impact on my life. The school provides ongoing guidance and support, and understanding students and helping us reach the goals that we have set in mind. Alongside this progress and positive impact is an increase in student numbers. I-Grad provides support to those who may not have the same advantages others have to help them reach their potential. We should strive to push for a bigger space that meets the needs of growing numbers of students. The much smaller space that we are being moved to will make it much difficult for I-Grad to succeed and for staff to meet our unique needs. Please reconsider moving the I-Grad program to a smaller space. We need more, not less. A space to make a difference, a place where we can fly. Thank you for your time. Sorry. That was really bad.
And I think is it Fartoon Mohammed or Furton Mohammed? Fartoon, my apologies.
Assalamu alaikum, may peace be upon you all. Good evening, Board STEM members, President Marjo, President Farah, where you go? Superintendent Bella, and Ms. Curry. Langston Hughes said, "Hold fast to dreams, for if dreams die, life is a broken wing that cannot fly." Without I-Grad, I was a bird who lost his limbs, not just a wing, but a heart that kept my dream alive. But the teachers at I-Grad helped me bring back my hope. They reinvented my spirit. Every student and teacher in that building holds a degree to a new generation of empowerment. We as humans all make bad decisions in life, some far more than others. And I'll admit that's why we are where we are right now. But to be given that second chance of elevation and hope is different. And to strip that away from volunteerable students is reckless and a burden to our hearts. Even if it's just half of us. I want all of you guys to take a look at every staff and student that's come to fight for I-Grad, a building, a community that we all call our pathway to success. It's Ramadan, I'm beyond dehydrated because I'm fasting, but I'll do whatever I can to save a community I love, even if it's just saying a few words to you at this meeting in hopes that the district won't take away the hopes and dreams of potential grad students by putting us in a much smaller building. I'm even preparing myself to graduate this year, so there's no reason why I'd be here right now, but for what I-Grad did for me. And in hopes that everyone who's lost hope gets to experience that, not just a few that can fit in a small building. I also wanted to invite you guys to our building to come see more of what we're all about and have an opportunity to talk with students about their ambitions and see the passion of our teachers that they give us each and every day before making final decisions to move us to a smaller building. Ma'asalam, assalamu alaikum, may peace be upon you all. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Our next speakers are Chloe and Ashley, Chloe Murphy and Ashley Delaney.
Hello, President Margol, Kent School District Board of Directors, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry, and Vice President Farah. My name is Chloe Murphy. I am 16 and I am a student at I-Grad. Today I am here to talk about its impact along with a fellow peer who is not fully comfortable speaking in front of you all, but I will be reading for. I started going to I-Grad about a month ago, and in that short time, I have experienced better teaching and a better student-teacher ratio than anywhere else in my entire education. Issues at other schools I've gone to included bullying, trouble learning in busy environments such as large classrooms, social anxiety affecting my relationships with my peers, and many different health issues affecting how often I'm feeling well enough to wake up at 5 in the morning, eat, shower, help with my siblings, and get ready to catch the 6:35 bus. I-Grad is able to help with so many of these struggles that make regular school difficult for myself and many other students. With an average of about 4 to 6 students per classroom, quiet classes, and teachers that understand that everybody learns differently, and the flexibility of the hours makes it easy for me and other students to get the 9 hours of sleep a learning brain should be getting and work around life, work, and family schedules. That flexibility allows students to meet at home and personal needs when situations aren't the best. My fellow classmate would like to add the following. I think moving I-Grad is a good idea, but I do not think that moving I-Grad to smaller building is for us. We need a bigger building that accommodates all students' needs. Another thing is at I-Grad, there are limited lunch options, and a lot of the students at I-Grad have that we need more lunch options. We also need a lunchroom to eat in. Us students currently eat in our classrooms or outside in the limited outside areas allowed during school hours with little covered areas that we won't be loitering in. Moving I-Grad from the other building limits how many students can be there, and a lot of students can only be there at certain times, which would make moving to a smaller building harder. Not only that, but the rooms would also be packed, and there are some kids who have anxiety and cannot handle crowded areas. Lastly, we would both like to address the plans to move I-Grad to a different building. which I would first like to say is understandable and needed due to the expenses of the two buildings. I would like to point out as well that the current building we are being planned to move into is much smaller than our current one, and although most days the building is able to accommodate the number of students, sometimes the building we have can get crowded, and this is a difficult learning environment for people I-Grad is supposed to be helping. We would like to stress that I-Grad is growing due to its ability to help many students finish work that otherwise seems impossible, so that it can continue to provide educational support to those who struggle with school. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. And the last student speaker that I have a card for right now is Raphael G. and Diego P.
Good evening, Board President Margot, Kent School District Board of Directors, Superintendent Vela, and Ms. Curry. I'm Diego.
And I'm Rafael.
Before finding my way to I-Grad, I felt lost. Lacking purpose in life, my motivation was at all-time low. Even though I knew I had lots of potential, sadly, that didn't make a difference because I was in an environment that would not allow me to grow. But I stumbled across I-Grad, an alternative program near Kent Meridian. I am truly grateful for the endless opportunities I-Grad has given me, offering not just an education, but a safe haven. Traditional schools demand an overwhelming amount of time in the classrooms. I-Grad allows for a reasonable balance between academics and pursuing our passions. Thanks to this flexibility, my partner and I have been able to build and sustain our car detailing business alongside our studies.
What truly sets I-Grad apart is its unparalleled support system. I've experienced support in ways that I couldn't have imagined, from personalized one-on-one time with mentors to invaluable job resources. I-Grad has consistently gone above and beyond to ensure our success. In essence, I-Grad isn't just a school. It's a lifeline for students like me who crave a supportive environment to thrive academically and personally. The district's decision to relocate I-Grad to a smaller space will significantly jeopardize my success. I fear that the support and flexibility crucial to my academic and personal growth may not be readily available in the new environment. I am honored to stand before the school board today representing the countless students whose lives have been transformed by the unwavering support of I-Grad. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all of our student speakers that came in and visited today and those students that came with them to support them. We now move on to non-student speakers for the remainder of our time during our preliminary comments. Our first one that I have is Chad Taylor.
Good evening, Kent School Board. I would like to first and foremost introduce myself. My name is Chad Taylor. I am the new drama teacher at Kentwood High School for the past 4 years. I would like to publicly thank Lori Paxton and Melanie Sell for all of their support and their hard work in our CTE program and supporting my students at Kentwood High School. I would also like to point out that March is Theater in the Classroom Month, and 44 states require districts or schools to offer arts institutions at the elementary, middle, and high school level, but only 32 states define the arts in statute or code as a core academic subject. High school students who earn multiple art credits are 5 times more likely to graduate than students with low involvement in the arts. Today also happens to be World Theater Day. Today is a celebration for those who cannot see the value and importance of the arts of theater. Today also serves as a wake-up call for government, politicians, and educational institutions which have not yet recognized its value. We are here at this board meeting to show you the potential that the theater and the arts have for our students. As my students spoke, on March 14th through the 16th, we competed at the State Drama Festival and Competition. We had a WIAA representative who challenged teachers and artists to stand before their school boards and petition for the same fair and equitable representation that our athletes receive as they are competing to represent their schools and districts at a state level. I was bitten by the bug, the acting bug, at age 6. Yesterday was my 45th birthday. I love my core classes, my English, science, languages, and math. But the reason I went to school was drama, choir, band, ballroom dance, debate, yearbook, and student government. My passions in school became my profession in life. I implore the Kent School District to be on the forefront of putting arts education in our classes, not after-school activities, and on an equal playing field with the support that my students see given as basketball, football, or any sport day in and day out as buses pick them up to and from their competitions, while my students have to scrape together to find a way to represent our school and, more importantly, our district. Thank you so much for the support, and we look forward to seeing you at our spring musical.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor, and happy belated birthday. Our next speaker is Patricia Wheeler. We'll give a moment just in case she happens to be in our auxiliary room, if we have anybody seated in the auxiliary room. We will slowly pass. Okay. Dulce Henry? Dulce Henry?
So my name is pronounced Dulce, but as many of my students know me as Dolce because it's easier to pronounce. Good evening, President Markle, Vice President Farah, is that right? Okay. Board members Clark, Cook, and Song, and hi, Superintendent Vela. I work in the Kent School District. My name is Dulce Henry, and thank you for providing me an opportunity to speak with you tonight. I am truly grateful to have the opportunity to do this. I work at the I-Grad Academy as an MLE paraeducator. So my focus is multilingual high school students in an alternative learning environment. And I absolutely love it. I love it. The staff and students at I-Grad have become my family. It's my family. And I'm here for them today. This is my 25th year as a paraeducator. I've seen a variety of things, some moments I wish I could forget, but some moments that I'll carry with me forever, because it reminds me that despite all of the challenges of our times, there is hope for the future. A lot of it sitting behind me. Hope may have tattoos, multiple piercings, and more facial hair than I ever thought possible for a teenager to grow. Hope comes in many forms. From what I understand, the board is going to be voting on some things that directly impact the future of I-Grad. And my request for you is please come visit me and my I-Grad family before you vote on these things. My students and I are officially inviting you to come see what our version of an alternative learning environment looks like. We're asking you to come meet us, walk our sidewalks, walk our hallways, pick up a laptop, grab a chair, sit down at the table, peer really close because you're old, even though their eyes are really good. Please come meet us, spend some time with us so that you can better know us. The better you know us, the more informed decision you can make on behalf of our future. And our students are the future. What happens with them ripples out into our community and beyond. The educational opportunities provided for them will have an impact on our community one way or the other. Please make the time in your busy schedules to come learn more about us so that you can make more informed decisions that affect our future. And then I have invitations for each of you created by a student. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I didn't give quite enough time for Patricia to get here from the auxiliary room, so I'm going to ask for Patricia Wheeler again.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry, Ms. Andello, and our amazing community. A quote from Eleanor Roosevelt: great minds discuss ideas, average minds discuss events, small minds discuss people. We are the Kent School District. We can come together and bring our strengths and ideas to the table to have open and respectful discussions about what we want to see for our students in the district. I am grateful to be a part of this district, of this community, and I stand here in full support of this capital and technology levy. When I imagine what the daily life of a student in the Kent School District looks like, one word that comes to me is technology. Throughout the years, I have interpreted for hundreds of families within the Kent School District, and one thing I can always vividly remember is the parents' faces as the teachers talk about the amount of progress their student has made within their subjects, like reading, writing, math. This feeling of pride I see cover the parents' faces largely is thanks to the programs and technology that the Kent School District provides. We have over 20,000 plus students within our district. Saying this number aloud does not sound like much until you imagine each and every student attending school each day to further their education. And the Kent School District supplies each and every one with access to a laptop. One of the first schools that got the one-to-one laptop program was Neely O'Brien. I distinctly remember the smiles in the students' face when the laptop they got didn't reset in the middle of a test or die in the middle of the day. Is anyone familiar with that? Students having access to this technology provided in the Kent School District is something that many may never get to experience, and often something we overlook and take for granted. With every tax dollar that you have contributed throughout the years, each one of you, all our students will continue to benefit from the best technology. Your dollars are working. I have seen it. And I encourage you to vote yes for this capital levy. It's for our students, for each one of our children. Let's give them that opportunity. And thank you really for paying taxes. It has made a difference. And my student has a laptop, so thank you.
Our next speaker is Cedra Wanley.
Good evening, Board President Margell, Vice President Farah, Superintendent Vela, and Ms. Curry. Imagine for a moment that you have only 10 seconds to gather your belongings and move out of the home you've lived in for the past decade. The clock is ticking and there's no room for deliberation or sentimentality. This sudden change, this lack of choice, is the reality facing many of our students at I-Grad. As an I-Grad graduate and mentor to students, I stand before you today with a plea that is rooted in urgency and empathy. Our students, often coming from backgrounds of adversity and instability, rely on the sanctuary of I-Grad for more than just an education. It is a lifeline, a safe haven, where they receive the personalized support and flexibility they need to succeed. The increasing demand for I-Grad services is not a coincidence. It's a testament to the critical role this institution plays in the lives of our students. Many among them are grappling with anxiety and mental health challenges, finding refuge and empowerment within these walls. To downsize now, to shrink the very space that provides solace and opportunity, is to betray the trust and hopes of these students. Every student at I-Grad has a unique story, a journey filled with obstacles and dreams. Moving I-Grad to a smaller building next year threatens to derail those dreams, to extinguish the light of hope that so many have found here. We cannot allow this to happen. I urge you to reconsider this proposal with compassion and foresight. Let us not be the architects of barriers, but the builders of bridges towards a brighter future for our students. Let us stand together in support of these aspirations, ensuring that I-Grad remains a beacon of possibility and promise. Thank you.
Thank you. Two minutes. Let's go ahead and sneak one in. Yeah. Ron DeLay.
Now, I was looking for the fellow to pass these out.
Oh, he's sitting in the corner.
Madam President,
Yes.
as far as Robert's rules goes, we have to vote to extend the time. Just
As long as we start before the 30 minutes, we should be fine.
okay.
But I am going to, also, by the way, I'm going to take a quick break after the speaker here.
No, your name is on it.
Oh, names are on it. Okay.
They'll be actually passed out after the end of the meeting.
Actually, you want to follow along.
Unfortunately, based off of our protocol, they'll be handed out at the end of the meeting.
Okay. That's unfortunate. But what I have there basically is my testimony tonight and also exhibits, because this is part of the homework that I requested that you follow and do before you make any decision on I-Grad. So please listen carefully then. My name is Ron DeLay. Oh, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ron DeLay. I'm a teacher at I-Grad Academy. As you are aware from my 2 previous visits, I'm concerned regarding the reallocation of I-Grad this coming school year as proposed location with the addition of a portable is approximately 3,200 square feet smaller than existing lease space of 8,000 square feet. The reallocation will likely result in a reduced capacity to serve students by the nature of probably at least 100, okay, which translates into about $1 million lost to save the $200,000 from rent. Notice this, and this is very important because I don't know that you recall this. At the regular board meeting of March 22nd, 2023, the Kent School Board passed Resolution 1639-2016, Bond Fund Reallocation, which you would have seen Exhibit A had you held on to those things that I just handed out. Anyway, and approved the reallocation of $5.6 million. One of the items to be paid for with these funds was the acquisition, in quotes, the acquisition of property to house the outreach program, Kent Virtual Academy, and I-Grad program, Exhibit B, Section 2G, which you would love to see. Anyway, on page 3 of the PowerPoint presented at that time, interestingly by the same person who wants to decimate the program now. Anyway, PowerPoint presented at the time under the heading Reallocation Rationale, Exhibit C, student program growth for I-Grad, KVA, TOP, and fiscal responsibility are listed. So, relocating I-Grad to a smaller facility, thereby decreasing the number of students served and enrollment revenue dropping because of that to the district, directly contradicts what you are now proposing, okay? And this was, of course, the proposing that none of the stakeholders were invited to, and we still haven't been invited to. It's nice that we have I-Grad up there. Unfortunately, we're not treated the same way. Anyway, reallocating I-Grad to a smaller location is going to cause some problems. I'm running out of time, so I'll basically say that this is a formal request. We would like to meet with the board either in executive session or in a work session with the stakeholders that have not been invited to participate at all at this point, which we feel was very unfortunate and very disrespectful. So please have us at an executive session so we can present all of the details, fiscal and otherwise.
Thank you very much. Since we started this meeting about 2 hours ago, I'm going to give all of us a 5-minute recess so we can have a moment to stand up and stretch our legs. Let's go to It is 8:05, 8:09 based off of that clock. And we are going to move on to the next section of our agenda. We're at 4.01, Superintendent Report. Superintendent Vela.
Thank you, President Margell. Spring is a time of new growth, rebirth, and inspiration. And as an educator, I know that spring signifies a number of things besides yard work, in the classroom especially, and in a central office, from testing and evaluations to budget forecasting and summer school planning. I'm pleased to announce that summer school planning is underway with the leadership of Ms. Carol Cleveland and Dr. Rebecca Kim. We are offering summer school opportunities for our students who need additional learning supports to reach their educational goals. This summer, there will be a district-sponsored teaching and learning literacy program for some incoming 4th, 6th, and 9th graders, along with individual school programming that may include themes such as leadership, STEM, enrichment, credit recovery, college and career readiness, career technical education, and social emotional learning. Equity in education requires us to acknowledge that students come to us from various backgrounds with different strengths and varying degrees of readiness, and may need individualized learning support. We will continue to meet the needs of our students and provide opportunities for growth and success. As you know, Kent School District is facing a budget challenge with expiring ESSER funds, rising inflation, and not enough funding from the state to fully provide a world-class education that our students deserve. From teachers who are equipped with the latest teaching tools, practices, technology, we are continuing to monitor our financial situation and will take appropriate steps as needed to secure the financial stability of our district in order to support our students. As always, we remain committed to providing an excellent education with equity embedded at its core. I was pleased to hear about the joint meeting with the City of Covington leadership. I'd like to extend a special thank you to Dr. Wade Behringer for serving as my designee for this meeting. I also want to thank our entire KSD team that made this meeting a success. It was exciting to learn about the new Founders Park and an update on the road construction on 272nd Street. It is through partnerships with local city governments that we serve our entire community together. We also participated in a joint meeting with the City of Kent just last night, where we announced a partnership to address the flooding issue at Mill Creek Middle School. I'm glad to see that the work is moving forward, not only for our students and staff at Mill Creek, but for the entire community living or driving through that area after heavy rainfall. As we continue working with the City of Kent and the various other organizations involved in this project, we will keep you informed of our progress. I am proud of our students and educators for providing opportunities for unified activities across our district, from Kent Ridge hosting the district's unified basketball team, to Sunrise Elementary for providing an opportunity every Monday morning for students to learn new dance moves together, to Carriage Crest for offering a unified walking club during recess, and Martin Sortune for supporting a unified fitness club where students work together on new and exciting fitness activities. Student equity is achieved in a variety of ways. It is a privilege to serve in the Kent School District where equity, excellence, and community are valued. Every student, every voice, every day. I once again remind everyone about our capital projects and technology replacement levy coming up soon in April. Ballots for this election will be mailed next Wednesday, April 3rd. You should see your ballot in the mail by the end of next week. This levy supports teacher and staff professional development, such as the following: project-based learning to provide engagement with real-world applications, extra service time for educators to participate in the Innovative Leaders Cohort, AI training to learn about AI advancements and best practices, digital and media literacy training to equip educators for responsible digital navigation, I encourage everyone to be an informed voter and vote on April 23rd. Again, look for your ballot in the mail next week, and for more information, please visit ksdlevy.org. Due to our spring break, April 8th through the 12th, we will have one regular board meeting this next month on April 24th. I thank the board for the opportunity to serve our students, staff, families, and community together. Together, we are continuing to build bridges with every school visit, conversation, and relationship, with the goal of preparing all students for their futures. Thank you for your attention this evening, and thank you for your continued partnership. This concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Vela. We are now moving on to section 5.0, which is our legislative update. This is also where our public comment submission is closed. So I'm going to take a quick drink of my water bottle here and then ask for section 5.01, our legislative update from our legislative rep, Director Clark.
Fortunately, it'll be very short. Clearly, we're now simply awaiting the outcome of the November elections, and that new seated state legislature obviously will be working on a new biennial budget, which will be the mainstay for the following 2 years. However, WASDA, naturally, as a School Directors Association, does study and rework their legislative agenda, and if new board members want to, or old board members want to review the resolutions that form the platform for WASDA, you might want to amend them, you might want to get rid of them because they're too old, or you might want to bring them back. Now, eventually, we will bring them. I will be asking you your positions on a couple, because in the end, that's what it takes, all of us, to actually make a decision on what we want to do. The superintendent reminds me that the Superintendents Association has narrowed what they want to do in approaching the legislature for lobbying, and they're only taking 3 positions so that every school district is basically saying the same thing. I don't think any of us would have any difficulty saying that we agree with them that number 1 on the list should be full funding for a prototypical school model, because that's what they require by law. Okay, that's it.
Wonderful, thank you very much. We now move on to item 6.0, which is our agenda that we vote on. Discussion and approval, there we go. And item number 6.01, is there a motion?
I move to, I guess, what is it? Approve Resolution 1669, labor policy, sorry, I don't know.
I'm sorry, reopen.
Oh, reopen. 1669.
There's a motion to item 6.01 to reopen Resolution 1669. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded. We are now open for discussion.
Okay, so as far as that goes, you know, we discussed this at length before, and you know, I felt like we did discuss most of the issues, but I feel like it's still, maybe I didn't explain it well. I feel that it's a dangerous precedent for us to set as a board, and the reason I say that is the resolution removes me from the discussion of how to set parameters for our union discussions. That to me is important. It's not, granted, it's not voting, you know, but it does stop me from being involved in that discussion at all. And I feel that, you know, even though there might be someone that has similar views as me in the room, you know, my views, I think, are important to be had. It doesn't mean that I'm going to, you know, make any, I don't even know. I don't know what it is that is the concern, about me being in the room for that. As far as I can tell, everyone that I've spoken with, which includes, lawyers at multiple different locations, my own as well as at WASDA and OSPI, when I asked about the fact that this was being done as a way to mitigate my conflict of interest with the other unions than what my wife is a part of, all of them said that that was not necessary. They said they hadn't ever heard of it. It's something that I feel like it's going far beyond what is needed. And it's also taking away the choice of a board member. When you are making a choice as to whether or not something is a conflict of interest, it is a choice of that board member. It is something that they need to determine for themselves. And it's the same way for all of us. If we have anything that might come up, and as you've said yourself, there was someone that you have as a relation to you in some way, that you felt the need to recuse yourself from that. But the reason you do that is because you felt that either it could cause a problem, or you felt that it did cause you a problem in making sound judgments, correct? And whether or not you felt that you couldn't make a sound judgment, I don't know. But as far as that goes, that's a choice that the board member makes. Even when, obviously, I will be able to vote, but the fact that I'm not in the discussion of how to set these things and being able to discuss how we're going to do that, I feel like it puts me at a disadvantage when I am voting, because I do not believe that I have a conflict of interest in these situations. I don't believe that I do. I know that maybe others apparently do, but that isn't the bar that we have to go off of. It's not a decision for anyone else. It's something that you decide yourself. And granted, there are parameters. I cannot vote on my wife's contract. That is a specific law written in. They made this exception because of the need for people to be able to come and work in this space. And I can't see how our legislature would have created that exception and then also taken away the ability of those same people to go and do the work of the district. It seems like a reach, and honestly, there have been other boards that have had multiple board members that have spouses that work within the district, and they've not had these problems. It seems like a solution in search of a problem. I feel like we didn't really discuss this, at least not in public, over time and giving people the chance to speak. Director Song had said, we didn't hear from our union leaders. We didn't hear from the unions in general, other than the people that came to speak in favor of voting down this resolution. And I feel that it's important that we do listen to both our labor partners as well as our public, and if they have comments, they have things they want to say about it, that we open that up and we have a discussion. We could do a working session to discuss these things and see where the concerns are. If the unions that are concerned about my being in the room, if we bring them in, we can discuss that with them and see what it is that their concerns are in regards to, so that maybe we can put their minds at ease. It just seems like we jumped the gun a bit on this. We just decided to go ahead and remove a duly elected board member from the conversation without even really talking to the public and seeing what their opinions are. And I know you've had your own interactions, as well as others here on this board. with the public that have been in favor of passing this. And I want to hear from them too. Like, I want to have them in the room. I want them to come in and discuss what their concerns are, so that maybe I can, talk about it and figure out what it is that they're worried about, so that I can address that. And if it is truly something that, they feel so strongly about, and I end up agreeing with them, then maybe we do pass it. But I feel like it's just not, we haven't given people the chance to speak to it in a setting that isn't, them saying something at the podium and then we ignore them. And I don't mean ignore. I mean that we don't answer them because of our procedures, which is appropriate. But, a working session would be different. They would be able to ask questions. They would be able to say, these are my concerns, and I would be able to answer to those concerns, if whatever they might be. I just feel like I'm being, tossed in with this, saying that it's a problem because I'm not able to make a determination of whether or not it's a conflict of interest. I feel like I should be at least given the chance to hear those concerns, so that I can then address them possibly.
Director Song, did you have any discussion?
Yeah, I guess my approach is going to be a little different than Director Cook's, because from our discussion so far, it's obvious that a approach to appeal to the board's pathos is not a likely pathway for me to kind of express some of this. So maybe if we use some logic, then this might help propel the conversations forward. I'm personally tired about this conversation. I've had multiple, messages and letters sent to me, both on social media and then also just through public means of talking about individuals wanting to pursue litigation against the board. This is exhausting. When we look, I want to reference some of the things, right? One of the arguments was, this is, a sentiment that's shared by union leaders, that there's a lot of dissent from the union leaders, that they feel like this is unfair and unjust. Let us hear that, as opposed to just saying, this is what they're saying. I want to hear it. The second part of it is also talking about fiduciary duty. In the event that things do start to move forward in terms of litigation, how much are we willing to spend in terms of legal costs? We're talking about reducing very important programs like I-Grad, and how much of that can go to products, programs, supports for that program that's now being redirected to this unnecessary legal battle. So when you talk about fiduciary duty, let's take that into consideration. Let's look at those numbers and let's truly see, does this resolution fulfill the objective that was initially presented to us, which was to have an appeal to the public that we as a board are taking steps to ensure that there's not a conflict of interest. We have heard the complete opposite of that. We've actually heard more testimony asking the board to rescind and strike down Resolution 6069. And earlier when we had this conversation, both President Margell, Vice President Farah mentioned, well, in the communities and people that I've talked to. I want to reference back to the first time we had this conversation, and I mentioned that. Director Farah said, no, we serve all communities. Every community is connected. And so I just want to make sure that there's not any conflict with what was said prior to what you then said tonight, Director Farah, where you said, well, my community and the people I talk to. No, it's all of our communities. These are all of our voters. These are all of our parents and students. And just like what was mentioned, we haven't taken a vote. We haven't taken a survey. We haven't had voices heard.
I didn't say my community.
You said the people that you have spoken to.
I didn't say my community.
Okay. Well, I'm going to clear it up and say this. I'm speaking on behalf of all of our community, where I say transparency is something that I think is highly favored, and I would implore any challenges to community members who don't feel like transparency is something that we should uphold. And so, again, I don't understand why it's so difficult to reopen this as a conversation now that we've had an overwhelming number of people come and testify. And so for us to give back and for us to stick with, I guess my morals are different, is that I want to respect the voices of the people who took their time to come and express their concerns. The only response that I've heard so far is the people I've talked to, the union leader said, but again, there's no tangible or objective evidence or proof of this. And I personally would like to make an informed decision based off of objective information that we all have. And I don't think it's fair that you guys have spoken to people who may have expressed otherwise about this resolution. I would also love to hear those.
Director Clark?
First of all, I would like to acknowledge that Director Cook, when this was brought up, recognized that there was a conflict of interest being discussed. I disagree with your comment that you personally make the decision of whether that's a conflict of interest. That's a matter of public opinion when they are laid out with basic facts and arrive at a conclusion. And if they so see it as a matter of conflict of interest, that's what it becomes, because it's the public perception. Now, the reality is, when we went forward trying to resolve how to deal with that, we sought legal advice, and we're told this would stand up in terms of creating a process that would basically make it a stable negotiation climate. And to go back and relive this now, I find is dragging out a process when in fact we need to get down to the very basis of what has to happen this spring, and that's to negotiate.
Director Farah? Director Cook, did you have a second comment?
Yeah, so as to the conflict of interest, the remedy that the public has is recall. If they feel that I am not living up to the standards that they expect, they can and should look into recalling me at that point. And for us to decide for our voters that this is what we're going to tell you we're going to do, that we're not going to let you make that choice on your own. And the vote that you made to put this person in office, it doesn't, we are going to move on beyond that, because we want to make sure that you don't have any qualms whatsoever. And that to me, it's, you know, if you think about it from your own perspective and say there's something, it doesn't matter whether it's in a conflict of interest or any other issue, if we were to, because at this point now we've created precedent. We've created a situation where if we want to remove a board member, now we can do it, because we've already checked with the lawyers, and the lawyers said it's okay for us to do so.
I'm sorry, just clarifying remove.
So remove from a portion of my duties as a board member. All of you are required to do these jobs, right? You are required to be there as a board member to go in and set the parameters, right? That's something that the board has to do. It is not something that is delegated to anyone else. And so now you're creating a group that is not the board. It is now a committee of 4 board members instead of the entirety of the board, where the voters have chosen who they wanted to represent them. And now we're saying, we don't care that you voted to have this person represent you. We're going to decide who actually represents you. And we're going to take this person out and put just these other 4 that, yes, you also voted for, but even if you voted for the other person, we're going to take them out. And that really concerns me, because it does seem like that could lead to other issues where if we decide later on that we're going to remove either myself or any other board member from any part of the duties and responsibilities of being a board member of the Kent School District, it is, I feel very important that we don't set that kind of precedent, because if we do, just imagine the situations that could arise. And I'm not saying that they will, but they certainly could. And we've now allowed that to be something that can happen. And that is difficult. I feel like that is something that I wouldn't want for any of you. I want all of your voices every single time for every part of what you're supposed to be doing here as board directors of the Kent School District. I also can understand, you know, Director Song's concerns regarding the cost here. You know, so far we haven't had an accounting of how much has been spent on this so far, but if we don't rescind this, if we don't decide to get rid of this altogether, it is very likely that we end up spending more money. And it's already an exorbitant amount, and we don't have an answer as far as how far that could go. You know, it could just end up at the Superior Court of King County. It could end up at the Supreme Court of the state. If it does, I can't imagine it stopping anywhere without going well above $100,000 or more if we had to defend this action all the way up to the Supreme Court. And that seems wildly irresponsible to me. And that's another concern.
And I want to piggyback on that. Just the same way that this resolution is forecasting a possibility of something happening, similarly to Director Cook, I feel like it's a fair argument to also say that's plausible that this could be challenged and continuously litigated, costing the district more and more money. I don't want my tax dollars from like the taxes that we might pass with this levy to go towards additional legal costs where I feel like this whole action is just absurd. The thing is, he can vote anyways. He's not at the table, he's not going to be at the meetings, but he still votes. And truly, if there's a conflict of interest, he's just going to vote in favor of the spouse. And then I guess the clarification that I'm still missing is, how is this situation any different than reports that I've received about past board members having a conflict of interest where money from the school district was going to that spouse's agency? So I guess for me, I'm lacking the clarity in this, in the rationality of how those two things are distinctively different. We're talking about pots of money. We're talking about public perception. We've had board members, spouses receive money through other avenues as well from the district. Whereas in this case, and then also similarly across all of Washington, we've had plenty of board members who've had spouses who worked in school district, and yet this is the first precedent of its kind of having the 1669. So it baffles me that up until this point, the past 100 years of education in Washington, that this conflict has never caused an issue, but it's causing an issue now based off of an assumption or a what-if scenario. And so to make a decision on that, to me, seems wrong.
There was a number of statements in there that I wholeheartedly believe that they were either partial truths, not truths. And so,
please clarify them.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't want to speak incorrectly.
Sure. So hundreds of years of not using committees to do this.
I said 1669, so for this purpose.
The committees through the legislature, through the RCWs have been set up.
I didn't say committees. I meant creating a separate committee because of a board member's potential conflict of interest married to a spouse of a district. That has not happened.
That I cannot comment on.
We have a written statement from the president of WASDA if you need that reference. But anyways, I'll let you clarify some of my questions.
So the president of WASDA knows every single district and every single ins and outs of all of them. I have read comments from the what I have read.
Can we defer to our legal and see if there's been any other resolution like this that's been passed in other school districts?
So I can speak to that, Director Song. So I represent about 50 school districts in the state of Washington. And so I can only speak from my personal experience. I have seen board members that have spouses on the board. That has happened before. It's existing in the state of Washington. And I would tell you that while I can't speak specifically to a resolution like this, in my experience, I do advise that board directors that have spouses do not participate in preparation meetings for bargaining, including setting parameters. That's been consistent advice that I've provided to my clients because it does create an apparent conflict of interest. And so while the resolution itself, I can't really speak to the specifics related to the construction of the resolution. I'm deferring to counsel that was hired and provided. I can consistently state my advice would be that the board should recuse, that Director Cook would recuse himself from any setting of parameters in meetings in which discussions about parameters are being discussed in relation to bargaining. And that could potentially create either an apparent conflict or an actual conflict.
Thank you. So this a resolution like this has never happened.
I can't speak to that.
Based off of your experience.
Based on my experience, I have not drafted or supported a resolution like this.
Thank you. So we've had two highly experienced individuals in the realm of education make statements similar to this tonight, that a resolution like this, what's drafted by this board, has not been adopted. I'm not saying that that encaptures everything in history and time. I'm saying that with two very seasoned individuals who've navigated multiple environments, multiple districts, that this has not been heard of. And so for that reason, I'm still sticking with not just my moral judgment, but then also with the facts that unless anybody here, since you guys are advocates of the resolution, if you can point me to a resolution that's similar or at least closely identical to what you guys are presenting, then I'll rest my case. But for you to put the burden of proof on me when you're the one initiating this, that's where I have my issues.
And I'd like to clarify my advice, because my advice might be you made a statement that potentially because I haven't seen a resolution like this that I wouldn't be in support of it. I want to make sure my advice is clear.
Oh no, I wasn't saying you're not supporting.
But I would just state this. I did not draft the resolution. It was drafted prior to my involvement here, and so I've only reviewed it and I provided advice to the board related to it. My position is I do not disagree with anything in the resolution. And so I have not heard a lot of substance about what in the resolution, with the exception of Director Cook commenting that he would like to participate in the setting of parameters. And I want to go on the record to state that as counsel, I would advise against that. I think that does potentially create a potential conflict. And so for my assessment, whether the resolution is adopted or not, I think is somewhat immaterial to the fact that the content of the resolution and the recommendations therein, I think, are good. And given, I will say this, I again have stated that I've advised boards in many districts in which there was a potential conflict that could arise because of a spouse. I've never had a situation in which there was questions about it like this, in which an individual said, well, I want to attend this meeting. And so in those cases, we felt like we potentially wouldn't need a resolution because the board member wasn't attempting to attend a meeting for setting of parameters. But in this case, let me just finish really quickly. In this case, I do believe that there are unanswered questions. And like Director Clark specifically referenced previously, having a resolution would provide guidance to the board in order to protect the board, in order to make sure that there's clarity around expectations. And I think that while I am not saying you have to adopt a resolution and that it's legally required, I would say I can understand the necessity to have clarity for all parties to avoid any future legal issues. You referenced legal fees. Certainly, if we have a conflict of interest on our hands, we could have legal fees incurred as a result of that as well. There could be challenges on both sides.
Thank you. We'll take your advice into consideration.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question? Just a follow-up question, sir? Sorry. I assume you've read through the entirety of this?
I again will have to comment as to some of my restrictions in terms of, I'm coming to this after not drafting the resolution or providing the initial advice. It was provided by counsel prior. So I have reviewed documents, and my advice has been, I agree with the conclusions. I did not do the research myself or draft the resolution, or, this was retained by outside counsel. We retained outside counsel.
So my question on that is, I've already stated that I would not be involved in the discussions nor voting on my wife's contract with the union. So with her union, that is already laid to rest. There's no question there, I assume. No one has a question on that, correct?
Correct.
It is different than what you stated earlier about wanting to be part of the discussion, but I hear you.
Well, okay, so as far as being part of the discussion, all I meant by that is that I would be able to see it. I would have no input whatsoever, and if there was some sort of parameters I could set so that I was not involved in any way that could be construed as me putting any sort of weight towards one direction or the other, that would be beneficial. The only reason I wanted to see it is so that I can make sure that there aren't any problems going on that I could see. And I don't anticipate there being any, and I would just essentially be a fly on the wall. If that is the concern, I'm happy to remove myself from that entirely regarding the contract with KEA. Now, there are 10 other unions that are within the Kent School District, and those unions are then also, because they're part of this as well. So all 10 other unions are the ones that I'm mostly concerned about, because I don't believe that there is a conflict of interest when we're talking about, Teamsters, or we're talking about the administrative staff's contract. It seems like quite a stretch to say that because there's someone employed here that I am now, tainted to every single union there is. It seems if that's as far as we go, those of us with children in this district shouldn't be involved with discussions because we might try to push towards things that are better for our kids. I mean, it seems like we give ourselves some leeway to try to say, I can understand my kid is in this school, but I am going to ignore that when making decisions. Because none of us are, I assume, going to recuse ourselves when we have a child in the district, right? Like, you're not gonna say that you aren't gonna be involved in discussions on whether or not, I'm not sure what schools your kids are going to, and I'm not gonna say because I don't want that out there. But we wouldn't want to say that you're going to recuse yourself because your kid happens to go to one of the elementary schools and we're voting on whether or not that school is going to get additional funding for X, Y, and Z. I trust that you're going to make that decision without taking your child into consideration whatsoever. And I feel like this is in the same vein as a, like, far-reaching out from the actual conflict of interest, which is my wife's union. And, if that's the concern, I'm happy to amend this in a way that would make it so that I'm not able to be in any discussions with KEA whatsoever. I mean, if that's the true concern, I'm happy to be out of there. I was hoping to be able to provide at least some amount of understanding if I'm watching it, but I wouldn't provide any input. Like, that wasn't my plan at all. So I guess I don't, to that extent, like, it seems those 10 unions, and honestly, even if you take it from the perspective of these 10 unions have problems with me, say they do, like, you're allowing them to choose who is in the conversation. Like, that seems crazy. Like, if that's the case, if they say, well, Tim, we saw you on city council and we saw you over, working with Green River, and now we're worried that you're not going to be able to make a decision appropriately, so we want you out of the room. And, 8 of the unions decide that. And then someone else says, oh, well, Awali, we don't want him in the room because of X, Y, and Z. And now we're letting, like, other people choose for us who is going to be in the room and who isn't. I mean, that seems like quite a stretch to me.
I guess on that topic, President Margill and other members of the board, if there's any conflicts of interest where your personal lives would gain from the betterment of engaging in conversations around Kent School District matters, would you guys be open to creating a separate resolution that is similar to Director Cook, but specifically for you guys? I personally will also step forward, and if there are conflicts that the public deems that I might have interest in, I will sign up for that resolution. But I also invite the rest of my board to get your opinion on whether or not that's the case, because I don't have children, but I can speak from how my mom spoke about me, and she would always say that education is an investment. Investment does not always have to mean monetary outcome. You have children in the district, President Margell. Would it be fair to say that any discussions around funding, maintaining teachers, improvements in schools that your children went to, currently go to, or will go to could be a benefit from you sitting at the table and engaging in those conversations?
I would say by the betterment of our district, the entire community is made better, is actually through having well-funded, good schools, that we have vibrant communities. And so one of the best things that you can do is having fully funded schools to make sure that we have great communities, great housing prices. So I absolutely believe that all of us are impacted by all of our decisions, because we all live in the community. And so the vibrancy of the community in which we live is very much on the health of our children and the health of the school district.
So does that
If
not
I could
apply
jump in
to
really
the-
quick, I do want to clarify, because there is a whole set of legal guidelines in regards to conflict of interest. This is not hypothetical. This has been handled by legislature, and it's in RCW. Voting on a resolution that would provide additional funding for your student is not a conflict of interest. It is not addressed in law. Specifically, what we're talking about is conflict of interest where a spouse who's employed in the school district is receiving benefit by result of a vote in favor of the household. For example, the more traditional example would be if a contract is coming up and your husband is on the contractor, is the contractor for a company, and you award the bid to that individual, and therefore you're enriched. That's the type of conflict we're really talking about, in which there is actually a tangible asset or some sort of increase to the family. Okay, that's really what these laws are meant to protect. I understand, Director Cook, what you're talking about. I'm thinking about the idea of all labor, because I think that's a fair question that we have to consider, which is, you're talking about if you vote yes on the KEA contract and it provides a double-digit increase, you are going to receive a benefit of that, right? I see you're nodding yes. That could very well be an apparent or actual conflict of interest. The question becomes, and it's a very good one, Director Cook, is voting on all labor contracts, does that somehow enrich you? And I think the question that the board is wrestling with is it potentially could. With finite resources, with one labor policy, and figuring out if voting on another contract impacts KEA and is there any sort of relationship there, is a question that needs to be answered by the board, okay? Director Cook believes no. That's a fair conclusion. You've retained counsel that gave you advice that says potentially there could be an apparent conflict. They have no stake in this game. They're not looking to make a political argument. They're trying to give you legal advice. My only advice was that you have advice of counsel that labor policy, Director Cook weighing in on the parameters of other groups potentially could impact the parameters for KEA, and that inherent in there could be a conflict. It is a fair legal question, and it is one that you're wrestling with, and you're wrestling with fairly.
I think one of my concerns there is, yes, we received this guidance from the lawyers here at the district who are being paid by this district and do have a conflict of interest in that, in and of itself. I'm not saying that it's something that they did or didn't do. I reached out to OSPI, I reached out to WASDA, I also reached out to the AG. I reached out in every possible way that I could to whoever I thought might have a definitive way of saying it. And of course, as lawyers, they all said the same thing, where I can't give you legal advice because I am not your lawyer. But they all said that they couldn't see how that fit, that conflict of interest necessity like the contract with KEA does. And they all said that they didn't see that that was anything but a remote interest. And so, I don't know. I can't say that, one group of lawyers is better or more important than the other. But we didn't ask them as a group. I asked them myself because I wanted to know. And if they had said yes, if I had heard from, OSPI and WASDA, both the president as well as, I didn't just talk to the president, I also talked to the head of legal there. and asked these same questions. And all of them agreed that it was a remote interest. It was not something that was needing addressing as far as they could tell me. And so to me, it's like we're giving more weight to the people that we're paying to give us information than we are the people that have literally zero interest whatsoever in whether or not we pass or don't pass this resolution. And all of them that I reached out to said that it was a remote interest. And so I don't know, and we could reach out to them. Again, as a board, we could reach out to WASDA and ask them for their guidance on this. When I did ask them, they said, well, we already have guidance. It's already in WASDA's documentation, which is what our policies already have. We already have policies that address this very situation with saying that I wouldn't be involved in those discussions for my wife's contract as far as providing input. And that is true. And so I don't know how you make that leap beyond there. And I understand that our lawyers did, but I don't know how we can say that their opinion is more important and higher, so to say, than the opinion of WASDA, who is over all of the school boards in the entire state. And I'm not saying that they gave me legal advice. They didn't. That just as he is saying he didn't write this, so he can't say definitively one way or the other. But all of them saying the same thing seems strange to me. And I would implore any of you to reach out to these same organizations so that it's not coming from me as hearsay, so that you can determine for yourselves if what they're saying makes sense to you. If what they're saying is you should pass this, then yeah, go for it. I'm not gonna fight you on that aspect if we hear from those groups. But everything I've heard has been the opposite of what we chose to do here.
I want to ask council for clarity. You said the legal ramifications would be on Director Cook voting. And we heard tonight that this resolution does not stop him from voting. So what does this resolution do?
So to correct my statement, to stop him from voting, it was more participating in the conversations in relation to setting parameters, is believe what I stated.
Can you give me an example of how his participation could be a conflict of interest?
So again, I would say if he's setting parameters for, let's just say KEA, and he sets the parameters how much money is going to be spent on the budget or what the raise would be. And many times when we discuss parameters, the actual percentage increase that would spend on raises would be discussed and agreed upon in meetings with the board.
Can a single board member unilaterally make that decision?
They're certainly in that conversation. I mean,
okay.
They're certainly in the conversation. It's an exempt meeting because it's conversations. It's not subjected to the OPMA. It's exempt. So certainly we don't vote, but there's consensus taken among the board. And I, in all cases, if I have a board member that has a spouse, I would advise that they not participate in those meetings. And I've been pretty consistent in that.
So Director Cook, even if he was at the conversation, he can't.
Not with KEA,
he can't make those decisions, like you said. He can't set those parameters because it comes to a group vote, right?
The parameters
So
don't
how
get
does he
voted.
set parameters?
They don't get voted on. It's an exempt session, so there's not a vote per se.
Okay, so then what's the issue again?
So again, the issue is that his participation there is an actual conflict because he's participating in the conversation and setting labor policy that eventually can enrich him.
Isn't setting the labor policy when it comes to a vote, not during a discussion? If I had a discussion with you about something, are we setting something?
I would say that as a bargainer for the school district, we participate and take advice of the board, and we would want consensus. And I take every board member's opinion seriously as I go back to the table and I negotiate. And that's every board member. And so if I had a board member telling me one thing and another one telling me another, I would take in consideration both, because at some point I need to take that in consideration because I want their support on it.
Now you spoke to KEA specifically. Now, I would prefer that you don't use them as an example because they are not on the table. That is not something that I'm going to be involved in. It is not something I'm going to vote on. Obviously, it's against the law. I don't intend to be involved in their discussions whatsoever. So would you say the same thing for every board in this state, that they all, if they have a board member that has a spouse that is part of a union, regardless of which union it is, that they should be removed from discussions on all the other unions. And on top of that, we're saying, because you cannot remove my ability to vote, right? And so you can't remove any of the board members' ability to vote. And the vote is where that comes down to, right? So I have to make the determination of whether or not I believe that I have a conflict of interest. And at that point, I would recuse myself, which is the way that it has to be done. I even have to recuse myself from voting on KEA. It is not a foregone conclusion. It is not something that you get to remove me from. I have to remove myself. And so we are given that leeway to make that determination, are we not?
I would agree that ultimately it's the board director's responsibility. Correct.
And the correct way to fix that sort of situation, if the public believes that I or any board member were to be conflicted out of any sort of situation that was not drawn up in law, that their answer to that would be for them to go and do a recall, correct?
That is a possibility, but I don't believe that's the only avenue. I would believe that all board members should have the responsibility as taking an oath of office to make sure that we adhere to the principles of conflict of interest. And that as council, I have a responsibility to make sure that that happens as well.
From your experiences working with multiple boards for numerous years, have you come across any boards that had spouses that would benefit from union bargaining?
Yes, I have.
Have any of those boards ever passed a resolution like this?
I've probably come up the issue. It's been a while, to be honest, Director Song. It has come up in the state. It's been a number of years. I would have to check to see if a resolution, but I will go on the record and say I've never drafted a resolution. Whether or not there was a resolution in place prior to me being there, I can't speak to that. It's only come up probably, I would say, 4 times in my career.
Okay,
but I can't speak to drafting a resolution. I've been very clear on that.
Okay, so just
have any of them been on the executive board of the union?
That I can't speak to.
Okay, so you've worked with many boards, many years doing this, and at this moment you have no recollection of drafting resolutions like this. If this is as severe and sincere as it's being presented by our board, why? I mean, even now, why has this not been brought forth by multiple attorneys who represent school boards as just a standard of practice?
It doesn't come up a lot, to be honest. It really doesn't. So there's 295 school districts in the state. It's a very novel legal issue. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we have lots of laws where there's not a lot of those occurrences that happen, and yet we still have policies to address them. Why can't this be? I'm digressing. I admit that. But the point is, we've had many extensive leaders in this field also say they've never drafted this, they've never seen this, a resolution like 1669. And so I guess I just want to bring back, why do you guys feel like your level of insight and foresight is that of greater than past boards and experiences where we haven't had on record any issues where, where a conflict of interest arose?
I believe that the state legislature sets up the ability to make committees such as this for some of those unseen circumstances. This one being one of those novelty novelty is the wrong word, infrequent, better. It is through the abundance of caution for the protection of all of our board members, our board, and all of our bargaining units, that this puts up no questions. Again, our esteemed community has chosen all of us on the dais here. Absolutely, all of us need to adhere to the rules that we have given forth to us for conflict of interest. Please don't interrupt me. You asked me a question. Let me have time to finish.
Sorry, I didn't know if that was a pause or an end.
No, that was a pause. And so, as we, sorry, that lost my train of thought. We must have, we have to decide for ourselves what that conflict of interest is. Now, that doesn't hold us against the community being up in arms if they don't like what the decision is, right? That still can happen, and we all make decisions that that we have to go with what we feel is in the best interest of the responsibility of our role. And so with all of those things weighed, and to look at the importance of negotiations with all of our unions and our union leaders, this is a good balance to me of still having the input, because as we've just seen today, we have a robust discussion on this dais. What it just keeps is any of those conversations that go into the parameters of union negotiations without somebody who's closely related. And so for me, to remove that and make sure that there isn't a question there, and that we can bring forth good contracts for us to be able to then vote on after negotiations with our unions, that fills, that puts our district in the best possible situation. And so for that decision, whether it has been done in the past, I don't know those particular situations, neither does our attorney here, but looking at the tools given and the situation at hand, that seems to be the best response.
And I apologize, that was snarky, that was not respectful, so I do take that back. Thank you. I do value your words, and I get it. I see where you guys are coming from. My perspective is just like, if it ain't broke, leave it. And I don't feel like anything has happened. We have a statement already that he's not going to engage, not going to vote. I think one of the reasons why I feel like I'm passionate is because I've been in a lot of spaces where I was a minority voice, and I felt like I've been boxed out many times. And for me, this appears very similar to those spaces. And I've advocated and said during my campaign for this that I would speak for those minority voices. Yeah. And so I just want to make sure that if this dies out and this conversation doesn't continue, that at least somebody on this board is advocating and also speaking up for the minority voice. But again, going back to just the logic and history and how things have been operating, I guess my opinions, until it's proven otherwise through facts, my statements are still based off of facts and evidence of, I've heard many community members come and advocate against it. I haven't seen this happen anywhere else. We've had board members with spouses who could potentially have a conflict of interest, and yet those boards didn't do this. And so for me, when I look at just the objective nature of this entirety, it's hard for me to make that decision without saying that I'm voting from a subjective place. And I feel like as somebody who is in a position of power, that's something that should be broken down, in that we make decisions based off of facts and based off of objectivity. And now if there are voices where they truly do agree with this resolution, again, I would implore all of us to engage in those dialogues, but that's something that hasn't happened yet. Neither with the community nor with the representatives from the other unions. So that's the position I'm stuck with, is why we can't have that.
Wait, yeah, I would follow on that. You know, we do working sessions with all kinds of things, and like we haven't done any sort of working session on this. You know, I think it would be great if we could hear from the unions their concerns directly, as opposed to, you know, hearing it through a third party. There were a couple of things I had for our lawyer here. To me, it seems like the fact that I would still be able to vote, the voting issue to me seems like a bigger conflict of interest, potentially, than the fact that I would be in a discussion. Is that correct? Am I reading that wrong?
So I'm not, I understand where you're coming from. I have not researched that opinion of legal counsel, to be honest, and I'm not prepared to speak to that. Okay. I mean, I've seen how it's been crafted in the guidance from the attorney. I've not done the research myself, so I'm not prepared to answer that question right now.
And then the other question I had, our president brought up the exec board of KEA, the union that my wife is a part of. She happens to be on the executive board for the union, and she had mentioned that in asking whether or not that made a difference. In your legal opinion, is there any difference between whether she's a union member, an exec board member, or even the president themselves? Is there any difference as far as that goes regarding my place here?
I don't necessarily think so. If there's a conflict of interest, the argument of enriching you and your household would be the same, independent of whether it's
Okay.
an executive officer, a president, or not. So.
It's all the same as far as like my conflict.
I mean, the apparent conflict of interest would probably be the same.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure we had settled that to some extent.
Again, I mean, my opinions here, again, I haven't had the benefit of conducting all the research. I know we've paid attorneys, hours and hours to do research, and I'm stepping in here midstream to just provide guidance. So I've not done the research on all of it.
Would this board be open to allowing him to do the research and come back to us with better information and letting us know? And we could, I know you don't like tabling. I don't know what the answer would be if we didn't table it, but allowing him to both come back as well as giving us a chance to have a working session to meet with the labor partners that we do have so that we can hear from them directly, as Director Song had suggested. Is that something this board is open to?
I have a motion on the floor that has been seconded. We have gone through this. We've already voted once. We have discussed it at a number of hours. We have had many meetings about this. We have had internal counsel, external counsel, now a second external counsel.
But the external counsel here is saying he can't give us an answer without having researched it, and we're not going to allow him to do so if we're going to rely on his testimony here?
Could you clarify?
I will say this, Director Cook. I have not done the hours upon hours of research into the conflict of law. I've not written a memo that we retain counsel to do. So in all fairness, I've not done the research into every legal issue presented here. But I have reviewed the advice of counsel, and I have advised the board that the advice is sound, that I believe that the advice that you've hired is sound advice, although I did not do the work myself. So I'm not in a position to defend the work because I've not done the research, but I have reviewed in about the week that I've been retained in order to represent the board on this in that amount of time.
Director Cook, if you needed surgery and your surgeon said, I haven't studied this extensively, but I watched a YouTube video and I agree with this procedure, would you move forward with that?
Probably not.
I don't know if that was the
Yeah, right. I think
kindest comment.
Yeah. I was snarking about. So, but let me say this. That's your opinion, right? So, let me say this. The outside counsel that we approached had done 40 years of municipal law. That's who we went. First, we went to our counsel. Second, we went to outside counsel that had that extensive experience. So when you talk about I don't want to repeat it, but it is about experience and understanding what the law is and understanding what the procedures are.
And when we asked them if this was something they suggested, they wouldn't even admit that. Like, they wouldn't even stand behind it in the way that says, yeah, this is the right way to go. They said this is a way to go. I mean, that's not a strong sentiment as far as I'm concerned. Like, if I come in here and say, yeah, it's something you can do, that's not a great way to put it. Like, if we're asking for someone's legal opinion and they come to us with that, like, to me that's just a wishy-washy sort of like, yeah, we can write whatever you want if this is the way you want to do it. And when we asked for other options as far as that goes, like, there were no other options provided. We had no additional option whatsoever. It was just, this is it, this is what we've been asked to create, and that's all. When we asked if there was another option that we could do, they said, oh yeah, there are other things we could probably do, but we didn't even entertain that. And I know, I understand, President Margell, that we are taking a lot of time on this. I do, I really do. But, I take every part of this job very seriously. And I also take each of your duties as board members very seriously. And so when I say that I would never want to remove you from a discussion, I mean that. I do have one more question for the lawyer, if that's okay.
I just want to comment, and we don't have to go into details, that there were, again, a number of statements made during that I either disagree with, find incorrect, or find to not fully tell the truth.
Okay. Can you enumerate?
We fully discussed options. We fully discussed the resolution.
And what was the other option? Can you explain that one? Because I don't remember it. And maybe I wasn't there, or I don't remember it.
You did choose to not attend all of the meetings that were available to you.
I don't remember them either.
You also chose not to attend all the meetings available to you.
I feel like I've been at the ones where we talked about this.
So you're saying that it was discussed in the one meeting that he and I weren't part of, and then we weren't made aware of it?
There were a number of meetings.
But no, there was only one that we didn't attend. Yes, Tim.
If I
The board
can.
recognizes. Director Clark.
I was in the room when Steve DiGiulio did talk about what we might do, and I did not hear it as wishy-washy. So it's a difference of opinion of what you heard from a lawyer that was advising us.
Well, I mean, there's record of him saying that right here. I mean, we can go and look it up if we want to. It's exactly what he said. And there's no discussion as to what he said, because that was said here in front of the public. But as far as that goes, though, the one question, is it all right if I ask a question of our lawyer?
The board
here?
recognizes Director Cook.
So my other question that I had was, oh, now I've forgotten what it was. I'm sorry. I'll let, yeah, I think, I feel like this is not appropriate. It seems it's causing issues with our public. It's causing issues with like a multitude of different people with information. I don't know. I understand that we've taken too much time or what have you, but you know, doing a working session is not taking more time of our regular board meetings. It would be separate, you know. I feel like that would be beneficial so that we could get more information, allowing the lawyer that we have here today. I don't know why we didn't invite Mr. DiGiulio back. I mean, he was the one that crafted this, yet we have this gentleman here instead, and we're not gonna allow him the time to go and do the additional research necessary. So I don't, what was the reasoning that we chose to go to this group instead of using the existing?
Do you have a question for the lawyer?
Sorry, I forgot what my question was. If I remember it, I will come back. I apologize.
A lot's been said. Here's what I'll say. I've been brought in to help represent the board as board counsel. I don't necessarily do extensive conflict of interest issues. You hired outside counsel to do that. I generally don't like to second guess attorney advice and recreate the wheel unless I feel like we need to. And I've not felt like that's something I've had to do. Certainly if at the board's discretion, if that's something you want to do. But I always, you know, when you're shopping for legal advice, I'm always wary when I get that second call of saying, hey, I want you to second guess somebody else's work. That's not always the best spot for an attorney to be in either. So I'm just stating from my perspective, I've not been brought in to advise the board extensively on conflict of interest. You've retained counsel to do that. Whether you follow counsel or not is up to the board.
Would we be able to, instead of asking you to critique someone else's work, have you create a resolution that does match with the findings that you have in your own research?
I will certainly serve at the leisure of the board, at the pleasure of the board.
And
I mean,
just
if that is something that you would like help on, I've not been asked to do that, but if you would like help on that, I serve at the pleasure of the board.
Sorry, I must have misheard. Did you say that conflict of interest wasn't within your scope of specialty?
No, it is within the scope. I advise districts generally on it, but I have not been retained to prep litigation or prepare, you know, in the same way that the outside firm that was. So I can't speak to that right now. Is my point.
So you don't have experience doing this in the past.
That is not what I said.
Oh, okay.
Because a lot of times when attorneys do the work, they do the research and they do the work on a particular matter. I was not retained to do so. I have general knowledge of this based on my past dealings, but the facts are different. I've not done the work. I've not been paid to do the work, quite honestly, that is required in order to come and before you and defend somebody else's work. And I haven't watched a YouTube channel about it either, so.
No, that's fair. I actually like the idea of providing our counsel an opportunity to draft something. I mean, I guess personally speaking, like as a clinician, if I was brought in to consult on a case, perhaps medical and mental health ethics are a little bit different, but if there's something that I'm being consulted on, I would do my research. I actually ask multiple clinicians and colleagues on particular cases if I feel like I just need a second opinion. And to me, it's just interesting that in this case, that process is a little bit different.
Again, this is not a second opinion. This would be a third opinion because we've already had inside counsel, outside counsel, and then somebody else again. And remember, today's vote is about something that's already been decided on. And so it would be reopening something that has already been researched and talked about and discussed. And so that there is a difference.
But we've already reopened, like, we've already done that. That part
Well,
of
no, that's what this vote is.
Well, no, this vote is to vote for or against this, no?
No, no.
This vote is to reopen it.
Open it.
We already voted.
No, that was to put it onto the agenda. That was to reopen this.
I see. Okay. Sure.
I think
I have no further
we've
comments.
discussed this extensively for the past maybe 6 weeks. We've been at it now for about hour and 5 minutes.
No,
Longer than that, probably. So I'm just curious, how long are we going to continue discussing this matter?
Let me add another 42 seconds to that. I guess my question is, from both of you, from everybody at this table, what is your hesitation with us having an opportunity to talk to the union leaders? I've asked this as an option because, you know, the biggest discussion about this was this doesn't look good for the union leaders. They all don't like this. They don't like that Donald Cook is able to be a part of these discussions. So when I asked to have an opportunity to have the board meet with those union leaders, that was declined. I would just like an answer of why.
My best answer on this one, for me, is as a board, that we are making decisions in what is right for the board and what the view is of, same thing that you would do with a recusal, is it's for the view that there's not even the chance of impropriety. And so for that, we want to set ourselves up for a higher standard. And just because it is possible of somebody saying, I'm fine with it now, that does not mean after the negotiations that that's still there. Again, want to set it up in the best possible way for the district to go into the negotiations where we can say, hey, everybody's on equal playing ground, and we're going to go into this because we value our labor partners, we value the negotiation, we want to make sure that we're going into there fairly and equitably. And so with that, I have to say, when I even heard it, I said, whoa, well, yeah, like my instant reaction was, well, then you would have to not be part of all of that. And so that would be, if I'm having that reaction as on the board, I feel like that I need to make sure that that's taken care of. And so it's not even an issue on when we go into the negotiations, that we look like we're going in, not look like, we are going in and there's no question.
May I ask a question? So you had said at one point that you had recused yourself due to a conflict of interest that you saw with someone that you were either related to or something in a past point, not with this board here.
Correct.
And is that person still working in the district?
Honestly, I don't know. I think so. It is my husband's aunt's stepson that I've met twice. So we're not close. I hope that he still is because it's a great district to work in, but no, I don't know if he is. So very honestly, I don't.
But you felt that it was close enough to you that you recused yourself.
Because his name was mentioned specifically in an item.
And so
It was his contract specifically or something having to do with it.
okay, so you had your own situation like this in a way, right? And if he's still working here, would this not apply to you?
It in no way affects, well, one, obviously I can tell you we don't have much communication between each other because, I'm so sorry, hopefully I see him at Christmas, that we don't talk to each other very often, one, and two, that there's no impact to my family, or I can't imagine anybody from the community coming and saying, or anybody on the board saying that there's an issue with that. If you do have it, let's absolutely talk about it when that comes up, but no.
But I mean, you felt that it was necessary for you to recuse yourself, no?
On that specific item, and
I
with this
would
direct.
do the same for a contract with my wife's union, just as yours with that union, right? And so you're saying I can't be in any discussions with any other unions. How does that not apply to you then?
Again, I think that has been questioned and answered.
I don't see how those are different. If you felt, not saying that they are exactly the same, obviously they are not. But if you felt the need to recuse yourself, that means that you saw the need to do so because of impropriety of some sort, whether it's just the visibility of it or whatever that might be. And that's the same as me recusing myself in this case, because I am also doing the same thing. And yet here I am with the other unions, which I have no one in any of those unions to my knowledge whatsoever. And I'm not given the opportunity to do as you're doing.
Yep. And remember again that this is about not being part of the negotiation and being for setting the parameters of the contract negotiations. And so two very different things.
I don't see that they are, but okay.
So just to clarify here, the statute specifically mentions spouses. That's specifically called out. Now, there is a higher standard in which anyone a board member that they believe have a conflict of interest in any matter, whether so the black letter talks about a spouse. It does not talk about another family member or someone outside of the household. That's not spoken to.
Yeah.
But certainly any board member at any point, if you feel like you have a conflict of interest, you are to recuse yourself independent of whether it's a spouse or anyone else.
And
if you feel like you have a conflict that would prevent you from voting fairly.
I understand that. How is it any different? Is the fact that you are choosing to recuse yourself based on your conflict of interest, does the conflict of interest type matter?
I would only state that the statute specifically talks about spouses.
Oh, and I've
So
already, as of
it's
my first
clear.
meeting here, I said that I would not be involved in those discussions, and I would also not vote on my wife's contract. So that's not even on
Understood.
something that we would be discussing whatsoever. But if I were to have not that case, right, and I were somehow to feel that I needed to recuse myself because a cousin of mine worked here, and so I was like, I'm going to recuse myself. How is that any different as far as a conflict of interest goes, other than, granted, legally it is different, but outside of that, are they not the same? As a conflict of interest is a conflict of interest is a conflict of interest?
All I can state, I don't know if that's a distinction without difference, but I will state one is called out in statute and recognized as in all cases it would be a conflict of the interest, and one is based on impression.
Well, and I would be charged with a crime if I chose to vote.
I don't know if it's
contract.
criminal in nature.
It is.
Okay.
As far as I understand it, it is legally. I am legally barred. Well, okay. It's like if I were to go and jaywalk. Obviously, I can go and jaywalk. No one disagrees. If I choose to, I can be charged with a crime. Same thing here. If I choose to go and vote for my wife's contract, which would be insane, but if I chose to, I can do so. I don't have to recuse myself. It is something that I should do. And in doing so, it removes the ability of me, it removes me from that criminal liability or even any sort of liability regarding that. And so I just, the point that I'm getting at on that is I don't see how any conflict of interest is any different, other than obviously this is a legal issue. I cannot do it without having legal consequences for doing so. But outside of that, like the other unions, I have no conflict of interest with, other than, I guess, a tertiary one, because my wife works for another union in the district. You know, someone had brought up that there was a, one of our negotiators for the union contracts has a spouse that works in the district. And this is an employee, obviously, so it's a little bit different than the board. But that seems like that's a problem too, and we're not addressing that. You know, there are a multitude of issues across the district as far as that goes. There are spouses that work in different places. And this is the one that we've keyed in on. And we haven't actually heard from any of the aggrieved parties so far, other than to just hear, you know, hearsay information, but they haven't actually spoken for themselves. And we're not willing to wait and actually hear from them and see what they have to say for themselves without, you know, saying that they said this and we're just gonna, you know, agree to that. Like, is that the reason why we're doing this? Is it, or is there some other reason? Like, what's the purpose of this other than, you know, because the point was that the unions brought it to us saying that this was a problem. Well, if that's the case, why aren't we hearing from them? Like, why we never spent that time? And granted, yeah, we've spent a lot of time talking, right? But we haven't spent any time talking to anyone else or even inviting them to discuss it with us or any of those things. So that seems like a missed opportunity to get that information from the source and say, what is your concern? Let's hear it, and let's see if we can address it. And if we can't, then sure, then maybe we do go through with this resolution. But what is the argument for not hearing from them, other than, you know, we've spent far too much time talking about it, I guess, but we haven't talked to them. So like, is that, do we not want to hear from them? Is it, are we choosing not to hear from them because what is the reason why we shouldn't hear from them?
The unions can have an issue even if it's not stated up front. That can continue on through till the negotiations. And so again, it puts us in a position that we are preempting any issue where we are going in with the utmost concern of our partners, that we are being as making sure that everybody's on this equal playing field to show the respect for the negotiation process that we have with our labor partners. And so again, I feel like that question's been answered.
But we don't, well, because you're saying that they, you know, we want to work towards benefiting our labor partners and being equal with all of them, but we don't want to hear from them. Like, we don't want to actually hear their own opinions on it. Whether, I mean, it seems like that would be important to hear from them. Like, I don't know. That seems like if that's the reason that we're doing this is because we're worried about equity and we're worried about the, you know, how this is going to impact those labor partners, and yet we're not going to go and ask them to provide their own opinions on the matter. Like, that seems weird to me. Like, I mean, I guess if that's the direction this board wants to go, it seems kind of disingenuous that we're saying we're doing this because of you, but we're not going to listen to you.
Again, the labor partners can still have an issue even if they choose not to talk about it up front. So being able to go into the negotiations without even the question of that being there is,
but what if they feel the opposite?
It's not starting the fire.
What if they feel by us doing this that they feel disadvantaged?
So you don't want to give them the opportunity, President Margell? Because right now you're saying they can change their mind even if we heard them. Later on down the road, they can dissent or have a different opinion. I'm not sure that's living up to the Kent values of equity and justice when we preemptively make a decision for a group of individuals without even providing an opportunity to give them a platform to voice their statements and opinions. But again, like I have a grim outlook on this conversation. I already feel like the decision has been made, so I'm okay moving forward with a vote on this. I just at least want it on the record that if we do move forward with a vote, that I'm understanding clearly that you're making this decision for these groups because there's a chance that they could change their opinions, so therefore, why even engage in this conversation? And if that's inaccurate, please clarify.
I am stating for the record, too, that just as we would recuse ourselves without going and asking everybody who could potentially be a stakeholder if it would possibly be, you do it because it's the right thing to do. And again, I truly believe that this is the right thing for the district to do, to make sure that as we stand, as the board, that we are going into negotiations equally and fairly with all of our partners. And so that's where I stand. And again, I respect that you have a different opinion, and we are not silencing our labor partners. In fact, we asked all of them to robustly come to the negotiation table and work with the district, but we need to make sure that we're also going forward with our best foot, and I believe that this is just the position that we need to put ourselves so we have no questions.
This just terrifies me because when we look at past leadership throughout history of every nation, when we have leaders that say, well, I'm going to make this decision because, and that we're making statements that we're including voices, but then when presented with the opportunity, not taking them, I'm just saying we haven't seen a positive outlook in history with leaders who've made statements similar to the ones you've made. So I'm just making a comment that this is actually terrifying to me.
I thought of my question for, I don't know why I can't remember his name. Mr. Leonard. So this is just a procedural question, I suppose. So as far as I understand how school boards work, the board members, even though they may delegate their authority to a committee, that committee serves at the behest of the board, correct?
Sure, yes, I would say yes.
Okay, and so let's say, and this is crazy, let's say I just walked into these meetings and I decided to ignore that entirely. Is that within my right as a board member to go and review what's going on within my district so that I can make sure that things are happening in the way that they are supposed to? In other words, am I allowed to delegate my authority completely in any realm?
So the question would be, if you, let's just say the resolution was in place and you violated the resolution.
Yes.
And would that then be a potential conflict of interest, or would it violate board protocols?
Not the conflict of interest.
You're talking about the delegation of the authority.
Yes.
As to the legal question as to whether or not you still have authority on an issue where you have a conflict of interest, I don't know if I have an answer for you. I do know the penalties associated with a conflict of interest include civil and criminal, and also forfeiture from your office.
Now that's assuming that they were able to, that anyone was able to prove that I had a conflict of interest, that the judge decided that I acted in a way that was a conflict of interest, correct?
I would assume, yes, that at some point
they would have to find intent that I was trying to benefit myself by doing so.
In my 20 years of advising school districts, I've never had a board director ask me that question, so I don't know if I have an answer to it. I do know that in my experience, most board directors want to err on the side of avoiding conflict of interest as much as possible. I've not had it posed that way, so I don't have an answer for you.
Okay.
Director Cook, I just want clarity. Are you asking these because of possibilities, or is it because these are just hypothetical questions?
Well, no,
you're
when I,
presenting to us?
so well, it's a hypothetical altogether. I'm not doing this. So just let me throw that out there right off the bat. The reason, yes, for one, I don't have any knowledge as to when they are, so how would I ever do that? But on the other hand, from all of my reading regarding the laws of Washington State regarding board members, you cannot delegate your authority. You cannot give it up. It's not an option. You have that authority no matter what. And so you cannot go and say, I'm abdicating my responsibility. I don't want to make this decision. I'm going to give it to a committee. And the committee will decide, and I'm just going to sit back, and that way I don't have to answer for it later, because then the public is going to be mad that I ended up taking a stance on it. And it's a hot button issue, so I can't, I'm going to give it a committee that authority instead. You can't do that. It is against the law, as far as I can tell, for any of us to abdicate our responsibility. So if I were to remove myself from these meetings, I am abdicating my responsibility because I'm giving it up to the people that are chosen as part of the committee. And I'm not able to provide the oversight that I've been elected to provide in that way. And so that would be my concern, is that if I just don't take any interest and I just say, okay, yeah, go ahead, do whatever you guys want, then I am abdicating my responsibility to this district. To whether we like it or not, that's exactly what I have to do to be able to go along with this resolution, is to abdicate my responsibility as a board member of the Kent School District. So that to me seems like a difficult question for me. And, you know, obviously even asking the lawyer who's worked in this space for a very long time, and he can't answer that question. And granted, I understand that no one has asked him the question before, so I get that. But if I understand the law right, I mean, that it seems like by me abdicating my responsibility, I'm actually going against what the public has said I am here to do.
So one, that was a very odd question. And two, the abdication, again, your authority comes with the voting of the contract.
Well, no, you can't just send off to committee any item you don't want to discuss and then go and vote for whatever the committee comes back to you on. That's not something you can do, and the reason for that is because you are an elected official. And as an elected official, you are responsible whether you like it or not. Even if we create a committee that goes and does something and you don't want to be a part of it, too bad. It's under your responsibility. It is under your authority that they are able to do it, regardless. And so by you removing yourself, you now are abdicating your responsibility. So for me to just say, sure, we're going to leave it be, I mean, I guess, but I don't know what the answer to that is. And that would be my concern as an elected official, is I am not doing as the population of our district have put me here to do by just saying, sure, we'll create a committee that I am not going to oversee, and I have no ability to oversee, even if I wanted to, because I'm not involved in that discussion, and I'm not able to be involved in that discussion. And so that, to me, seems like that seems like a problem. Now, I can't answer that, and apparently the lawyer we've brought in can't either, and that may be the question that gets answered by the courts, in which case we've spent additional money on this stuff that I think is probably going to cause us more problems than it's worth. I mean, it seems like it's already, I mean, we've wasted so much time on this. We have so many things that are so much more important than this to deal with. But, you know, this speaks to each of our responsibility as an elected official. You aren't elected here to just hang out and do whatever. You're elected here to do a job. And if you take away your ability to do that job, even if I want to give it away, now I am not part of that, but that's not what the public sent me here for. They didn't send me here to abdicate my responsibility to committees. They sent me here to oversee the district. And so if I'm not overseeing the district, what am I doing? And there are parameters, right? Like there obviously is a parameter where my wife's contract I can't vote on. or, well, technically I can, but there's a problem with that because I would end up getting drugged before a judge, right? And so, I can't just abdicate any part of my responsibilities. Same with all of you. Like, you can't just abdicate it to someone else and say they're going to make the decision, and then I'm just going to sit back and not have to deal with it. And that's where I feel like we're really treading into space that could be problematic. If we're making that decision, I don't know. It sounds dangerous to me. That is one of my concerns with that, is that it certainly could go that direction, and I don't know. And maybe I'm wrong, but if I'm right, that's going to be very problematic for this board.
Any additional questions or comments?
No, that's all.
Director Song, any additional comments?
No.
Director Clark?
Nope.
Dr. Farah? Okay, seeing that we have, the discussion is now closed. We have, thank you for the reminder, Superintendent Vela. So we're closing discussion. We are moving on to comments. No, we have comments specifically on this one.
Okay.
Yes, so we have public comment. We have 3 of them. And so the first one, Rose McAvoy.
I'm going to step away for a moment. I just need to use the restroom.
Night. My name is Rose McAvoy, and I could stand here and give you the receipts for all of the reasons why you should listen to me, but I'm not going to do that because I also trust that you are going to give me the dignity of honoring what I have to say, so it doesn't matter, even though I do assure you I have the receipts. But that leads into what I wanted to say. My favorite word right now is dignity. Dignity is deserving of honor and respect. I believe that you should repeal 1669 because it denies dignity to the community by removing the opportunity for equal representation by an elected member of the board. I believe that 1669 denies dignity to labor partners by denying them an opportunity to speak on their own behalf rather than assuming what they will or won't say now or in the future. I believe 1669 denies dignity to unionized employees by excluding a pro-labor voice from participating on their behalf. I believe that 1669 denies the dignity of your fellow and future board members by demonstrating a mistrust of what they might or might not do. All of the members of the board, all of the people in this room have a vested interest in what happens with all of those contracts because we are all personally involved in what happens in this district. If you're not, you shouldn't be here. You wouldn't be here. This meeting has gone on for a long time. So I believe that you should repeal 1669 on the grounds that it treats this whole system with a lack of dignity. And I believe that you owe that to the community to show some good faith in restoring dignity with the community. You need us, just like we need you. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine Padilla? Oh, sorry, Christy.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
When I'm in trouble, I get called Christy.
I will call you Christy.
Yeah, I feel like that's a lot. Okay. President Margot, Superintendent Vela, Board of Directors, and Ms. Curry. I've come tonight to speak about 1669. Director Song, I do have information. I have literally spoken to every president of the 11 labor groups, and I know how they feel about 1669. The exception is the Principals Association. When I was able to talk to the other labor presidents, the president of the Principals Union was at 6th grade camp. However, I will have the opportunity because he's on the district bargaining team bargaining against KEA right now. His wife is a member of my bargaining unit, so I feel very fortunate that having him on the opposite side of us, I'm expecting great things to come from the KSD bargaining team because he and his wife stand to gain from this negotiation, his family, because, he's a spouse. So with that being said, the labor partners will be coming to you and speaking to you at the next school board meeting, which is after the levy. We want to make sure that our focus is on the levy and getting this passed. It's important to our students. So I'm hoping that you'll have the opportunity to hear from them. I will say that they are feeling hurt by this board and by our district leadership. This resolution is a betrayal against labor. We were in a situation 2 years ago where the director of labor and the lead negotiator for labor unions were married, and it caused a conflict, enough so that 4 labor unions ended up in mediation, which was costly, as well as a strike by the teachers. Our labor partners watched in horror as 2 of our current board members voted to file an injunction against teachers and essentially could have sent them to jail. So we know who's pro-labor and we know who's not pro-labor, and we are thankful that Director Song and Director Cook are the voice of labor. There's hurt in our community. I've pointed that out to district administration. They didn't answer me. I'm not surprised by that, but it's a betrayal. Harm has been done, and instead of berating us for being hurt by that, I hope at some time you can offer an apology to your labor partners and your community, because you owe that to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Greta Nelson.
Good evening, school board, Superintendent Vila, and the community. My name is Greta Nelson. I am a parent of a student within the Kent School District, and I'm a homeowner and taxpayer living within the boundaries of District 2. I am here tonight to speak on Resolution 1669, which was voted on and approved at the February 28 board meeting. With this public comment, and as indicated in multiple ways to you by me, since the February 28 board meeting in which Resolution 1669 was enacted, I intend to prevent the district and its board from delegating taxpayer authority that is provided to an elected board member to elected and unelected municipal officers of the Labor Policy Committee of the Kent School District, which is the committee created by Resolution 1669. As stated in this district's notice of intent and purpose for Resolution 1669, the resolution and policy is not legally required by law, yet it delegates taxpayer authority that is provided by law to a duly elected board member. Resolution 1669 is directly in conflict with Washington law and public policy. As I mentioned in my last public comment on March 13th, as well as in my March 7 and March 19 emails to the board and superintendent, Resolution 1669 provides broad powers, and the Labor Policy Committee is authorized and directed to take such actions as in their judgment may be necessary or desirable to effectuate the provisions of the resolution, thereby removing authority from current and future board members and delegating that authority to unelected municipal officers. The resolution goes further to state that all actions taken prior to the effective date of the resolution in conflict with the provisions of the resolution are, to the extent of the conflict, superseded and have no further force or effect. That statement is curious to me, and I would like to learn more about the impact that will have on this district and the members of this community. In order to do so, it will need to involve judicial review. This is notice to the district and this board to preserve any and all records and things, including all drafts and versions thereof, that relate in any way to the development and later enactment of Resolution 1669 and the creation of the Labor Policy Committee for the Kent School District. Per public policy, the people have the right to expect from their elected representatives at all levels of government the utmost of integrity, honesty, and fairness in their dealings. Resolution 1669 is anything but these expected qualities regarding the performance of our elected officials. As I mentioned in my public comment on March 13 and through other means, I am an electorate and aggrieved by Resolution 1669. Given that it seems apparent that this resolution will not be suspended, I will be filing a challenge in Superior Court by March 29th. Thank you.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm getting comments for the remainder of the items that we have, but there are no more comments specifically on this item. So we are now to a vote. I'm looking for the attorney and there you are.
There it is.
Great. I just want to make sure that.
I did not leave. I'm still here.
Okay, perfect. And I believe that we are at a vote.
Correct.
And that this is a 2/3 vote because it's a reopening of an item that has been already discussed. I just want to, great, okay.
It requires a 2/3 majority, which would be 4 votes.
Great, thank you. Okay, so the item on the motion that is open is item 6.01, reopening of Resolution 1669. All those in favor of the reopening of the resolution?
A roll call vote again.
Roll call vote, yep. All those in favor, it will be aye. Actually, let's start, Director Song.
Aye.
Director Cook.
Aye.
Director Clark.
No.
Vice President Farah.
No.
And mine is no. The motion fails. We are on to item 7.0. So we are, before we start that, we do have a couple items, and we are going to do all of the comments for all of the consent items if that's acceptable, and then we will go through and pull items as necessary. Perfect, okay. So our first one is Alicia Gray. We're going to start with item 7.04 and just do all the comments in order. And the first one for 7.04, Alicia Gray.
All right, hello. I am here as a 5th grade teacher and parent at Sunrise Elementary. I'm here to talk about 5th grade camp and the teachers' complete dissatisfaction with the 5th grade camp process, its lack of communication, leadership, and accountability. We are going to camp next week only because our committed Sunrise community stepped up with literally 1 day's notice to secure an additional 9 chaperones. This is because the people at the district who are in charge of running 5th grade camp failed to actually get high school students to chaperone the camp. Because we are a school that has a lot of involved parents, we were able to secure it so that we can go, Springbrook can go, and Kent Elementary can go. However, many of the schools in Kent School District have had to switch from an overnight experience to an extended day experience because they are Title I schools and don't have families that are available to drop their jobs, their kids, and their responsibilities with a day's notice. This goes against our district's core values of equity and excellence. So I ask that when you vote to approve the funds that I believe you are voting for tonight for 5th grade camp, that you put people in leadership that can actually secure chaperones and do their job so that our most disenfranchised students don't miss out on the experience that was promised to them. And I would also like to thank the Sunrise community for stepping up and doing this for our 5th graders with literally a day's notice. Also, do what you need to do for those I-Grad students. Do the right thing for those kids.
We do have a video comment for item 7.04.
My name is Valerie Hitch, and I am the parent of a 5th grader. I am speaking tonight about Agenda Item 6.04, the Outdoor Schools Washington Grant. Outdoor Ed is a unique and valuable experience, and I would like to request that the board approve Item 6.04. However, before you rubber stamp it, you need to ask the superintendent how this year's camp is going. The board approved the proposal for this year in June. The cost was $775,000 for all 5th graders to be able to attend outdoor camp. The district was to primarily be responsible for recruiting the necessary high school volunteers. However, I'll be going to camp next week. The problem is that I only found out about it today because the entire process led by the district has been an absolute disaster. The communications to parents about camp have been abysmal, but don't worry, I get all the levy reminders. Other parents have stated that the communications to the high school volunteers have been even worse. The dates were not thoughtfully planned, conflicts with major holidays and high school finals. The expectations were not set clearly with high schoolers nor their teachers, so even those who want to help are being told they will have consequences for missing class or sports practices, so they understandably cancel from outdoor camp. Today we learned that many of our high school volunteers canceled next week. Both my husband and I have dropped everything to be able to chaperone camp for Sunrise, Springbrook, and Kent Elementary. We are doing this because these kids don't deserve to be disappointed. We are stepping up where the district has fallen down, and I need you, directors, to ask about it. This may be our first year with Osprey, but it's far from the first year that trips have been canceled due to poor planning. Ask them how many trips have been canceled and how many kids didn't get to go. Ask them which schools were impacted. Were they the lower income schools, or has it failed equitably across the district? Ask them how many overnight sessions turned into day trips. Ask them how much money has been wasted on trips not taken. Ask them how many high schoolers volunteered versus how many they needed. Ask them most especially what they've done to mitigate the issues this year and what they'll do differently next year. Hold the district accountable. It's what you were elected to do. But by the time this video is played, we should know if the community rallied to get enough volunteers for next week. But let me be very clear. If we get to go, it was due to the parents, the community, the schools, and most especially the amazing 5th grade teachers who have worked so hard to make it a reality for these kids. It is certainly not because of the administration. Thank you.
Okay. And actually, my apologies, there was one more. Mr. Holmquist, I'm sorry.
I didn't know what the order was.
Oh,
so
no.
I was not offended.
Okay. Mr. Christopher Holmquist.
First of all, Director Cook and Director Song, I appreciate hearing from you and the fact that you are all about transparency and communication and cooperation, which is what Camp Osprey is all about and what we are trying to teach the kids to do. So I appreciate that. I wanted to start with that first. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Vela. My name is Chris Holmquist. I'm a 5th grade Odyssey teacher at Ridgewood Elementary. In case you're wondering, I had President Margell's children, both of them, one of them for 2 years. I'm hoping, by the way, one of them will be able to attend Camp Osprey when we go. I remember that as a part of the bargaining we had 2 years ago, that KSD agreed to improve the social emotional well-being of students in KSD. That was a part of the bargain. When it was announced that all 5th graders would be going to camp and that high school leaders would be involved, I was pleased. I figured KSD is doing their part to adhere to the agreement because this camp can help provide some great social emotional well-being for both the 5th graders and the high school students that would be supervising them. The Osprey Outdoor Camp in its 2024 version is a version of the Waskowitz program that the Highline School District started back in the 70s. I was fortunate enough to attend this camp as a student teacher 40 years ago, and my fortune continued when my principal 37 years ago let me develop the program for Ridgewood back in 1988. I have a great deal of experience and expertise where this program and its benefits are concerned. The purpose of the program is to teach students science skills and social emotional skills. The benefit of the program, as I said before, is for the fifth graders and the high school leaders. They don't serve as just babysitters. Substituting them with parents to just fill in the cabins as babysitters is not, it's going to be a severe detriment to the program. It won't do what it's supposed to do if you do that. And we at Ridgewood are discussing whether to go to camp if we have to rely mainly on parents. Not that parents aren't great, but kids relate better to high school kids, people their own age. When we started camp way back, at one point we went to Federal Way, went to Thunderbird, which was the Federal Way School District decided they wanted to send their entire district. And boom, they got the program going, and it went for numerous years. We were the very first school to go with 3 Federal Way schools, the inaugural week, and it went off without a hitch, and every week was smooth. Federal Way figured out how to make it work and get the counselors. Highline figured it out. I figured it out along with a couple of teacher teammates way back when. It can be done, it should be done. Voters will be watching this, and if they figure the board can't and the school district can't get this taken care of, how can they be trusted to spend their money?
Thank you,
that could
Mr.
have an
Holmquist.
impact on the vote.
Our next item that we have in-person comments for is item 7.06. And is it Janine Weber? Janie Weber? Janine.
I think it would be better if Ms. Melvin went first, if that's okay.
If, I'm sorry,
Can Ms. Melvin go first and then I'll follow?
I only have one for item 7.06.
Or 6 points.
It was 6.06, now it's 7.06. The only other in-person one I have is for 7.09. Is it in as a general comment?
No, it was in to be part of I-Grad.
Carolyn Tolis?
Barb Melvin.
I don't have a Barb Melvin, I'm sorry.
I did a form, yes.
And one of these sheets was turned into the blue box?
Yes.
Sorry. Right here. It's marked 7.09. I-Grad.
Oh,
Barb Melvin.
that should be the one I'm talking about, too.
Okay, so you're not, it's written down as 7.06 or 7.6.
Okay.
So it is for I-Grad?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if, that is fine. Barb Melvin, we will move to 7.09. And we will, is there? 2 videos for that one. Okay, so we have 2 in person. Barb, if you would like to go first, you're welcome to.
Good evening, Board Member, President Margol, Kent School Board, District Board of Directors, Superintendent Vela, and Ms. Curie. My name is Barb Melvin, and I am the Work-Based Learning and Academic Recovery Teacher at I-Grad Academy. The need for I-Grad and Open Doors programming is at an all-time high, as demonstrated by our increasing enrollment over the past 2 years. Please see Exhibit A. So I've provided you a packet. Our enrollment at I-Grad currently is 377 students. Based on data we reviewed at the recent staff meeting, there are 329 Kent School District students currently attending our comprehensive high schools and KVA that are eligible to attend I-Grad, as defined by the outdoors eligibility requirements located in Exhibit B, as well as in the WAC 392-700. In addition to prioritizing KSD students, Open Door schools can enroll students from outside the district, which has allowed for increased enrollment and programs fiscal self-sufficiency over the past 2 years. We can also re-enroll students through age 21 that have disengaged from education altogether. As a result of our program and the addition of GED testing this school year, students are demonstrating a considerable increase in indicators of academic progress, such as course completion and other IAPs that result in credit retrieval and recovery. Please see Exhibit C that I've given you. Regardless of where we are located next year, I-Grad staff are resilient and resourceful and will do whatever it takes to serve students that need an Open Doors program. In a recent youth voice discussion with students, they have identified needs that we currently don't address due to limited space and increased enrollment, such as daycare, job preparedness, skills training, full nutritional services, classroom space to access CTE courses, and grad pathways. These are just a few that would help them be successfully prepared for their future. I greatly appreciate the challenges of our elected and appointed officials are faced with, especially regarding budget and serving the many needs of our students. As we address the growing needs of our students and community, please consider the following. Please approve consent agenda item 6.09. This location needs to be ready for any student or program that's housed there this fall. While the decision has been made by the district officials to relocate I-Grad to a smaller location, please consider inviting I-Grad to the table to discuss this further, as we believe there is a potential for growth and a better decision that will lead to wins for the district, the community, and most importantly, for our students. If you haven't already been to visit our program, you are welcome anytime. We've made a lot of changes, and we'd love to welcome you there. Please work collaboratively with us and the district officials to find I-Grad a suitable location to address our growing population and needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Weber?
Thank you. Good evening. Hope you're still awake to hear this. Board President Margell and directors and Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry, thanks for giving us this chance to address you. My name is Janine Weber. I'm a counselor at I-Grad Academy, and I'm here today to express my concerns about our program being moved to the smaller location. I do understand that we have budget constraints, and the district will save about $250,000 a year in rent by moving us to a district-owned facility. But reducing our capacity at a time when a historically unprecedented number of students need re-engagement programs like ours seems contrary to our mission and our core values. As district enrollment continues to decrease, I-Grad enrollment continues to rise, which is reflecting a large and increasing number of students who are not being successful at our comprehensive high schools. You've heard the numbers. As a reminder, students have to be at least 25% behind to be eligible for our program. So that's a lot of students, a lot behind, that are still out there that aren't even in our higher numbers. So post-COVID, student needs have increased, but they've also changed. And our I-Grad body, student body, consists of 70% low-income students, 81% of our students are students of color, and 49% are served in MLE and special education programs. So any reduction in our capacity is going to most negatively affect those students who already experience the most barriers. We need to expand our I-Grad resources and capacity, at least temporarily, to meet this need and not reduce capacity. Now, we were told as a staff that there will be less demand for our services because the comprehensive high schools are going to develop new programs and strategies to better address student needs, which is wonderful. But those programs are not in place yet. And the alternative options are very extremely limited in our district. The virtual academy does not accept students who are more than 2 credits behind. And the lab academy will, however, they are much more limited and they're more restrictive in the number of credits that can be behind than we are at I-Grad, and they only accept students at certain points of the year, and they have a lottery system. You can't just refer your students who need to be there. So the options are limited. And frankly, I-Grad is not that expensive. For comparison, the Lab Academy serves 286 students, and they have 29 certificated staff members in a new multi-million-dollar building. And compared that to I-Grad, we serve 91 more students than they do, 377 currently, with only 17 certificated staff members, and we generate revenue. I will wrap it up. So anyway, that brings up equity issues. And the core values, I think if you could please reconsider this decision in terms of core values. What is it equitable to, does all students preparing for the future mean all, or just who can fit in that building that's smaller? Who's all? And excellence, the needs are growing, we need to respond to that. And community, we've graduated 550 students since I-Grad started that would not have graduated. And we need to keep doing that. I think our community expects.
Thank you, Ms. Weber.
Thank you.
Thank you. We do have 2 video comments.
Good evening, board members. My name is Allison Riley, and I'm a KSD parent. I'm here tonight to discuss agenda item 6.09, new I-Grad building updates. Over the last year, I have communicated many questions and concerns around the property purchased or properties purchased with money from last March's reallocation vote from the 2016 bond. Tonight, the district is asking for $800,000 while discussing I-Grad's move. To them, it's a done deal, yet this is the first time the district is presenting to the board and the public. The rebound building is not an appropriate building for I-Grad. The move will have negative impacts on students and the program. I want to share a portion of the email I sent you all on Monday. Tonight, I am asking the board to 1, table this vote because you do not understand the plan for I-Grad or the impact of this decision. 2, require the district to present a comprehensive plan for the future of I-Grad. Where is it going? How much will it cost? What are the enrollment implications and student impacts? What alternatives exist? 3, if the rebound building is an appropriate location, then require the district to provide the bids it got for the engineers, as well as the detailed plans that created the $800,000 ask they are going after tonight. 4, provide a specific dollar amount for both the 2016 bond contingency fund and what is left of the 2018 levy fund balance. What projects from the 2018 levy fall below the line with this funding being moved? 5, ask and require a real answer from an expert. Is the green rebound building really worth $2.5 million? That's the purchase cost plus the $800,000. Or would other plans make the building more usable for an appropriate location or appropriate program for this location? If so, the budget for that should be known. The public is doing a lot of research, asking hard questions, offering ideas and questions, and paths forward, all in an effort to properly and smartly use taxpayer dollars, promote a relationship between the district and community, increase transparency, and advocate for a very important program, I-Grad. The public has been called toxic. We're often ignored, or we're told we're part of the problem. Yet we are still here. We are standing up with and for our students. These questions and efforts are based on a true desire to affect change and move our district forward. Please do the right thing tonight. Table this vote and require accountability around I-Grad's future. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. In the capital update slides from the work session earlier, I noticed that it officially states that I-Grad will be relocating to the Green Rebound building. This has been commented on before, but this is the first I've seen it as the official plan. I-Grad is currently located in Kent Hill Plaza across 3 suites. Suite 19, aka I-Grad West, is currently listed at just over 4,000 square feet for a hair under $100,000 per year. Suites 21 and 22 are combined, aka I-Grad East, and are currently listed at just under 4,500 square feet total, and also for a hair under $100,000 per year. According to the King County Parcel Viewer, the Green Rebound Building is listed with a total gross square footage at just under 4,000 square feet. This is less than half of the currently leased I-Grad space, and less than either of the two individual units being leased. How is it possible that I-Grad can make this move without any impact to the program? If you can operate in such a small area, you could save half the cost of the lease by just operating out of a single suite instead of two. Why should we invest $800,000 in a building versus paying $100,000 per year for a space of equal size? Nothing about this plan makes sense to me. I'm asking the board to take the following actions. 1. Require the district to renew the current I-Grad lease to prevent any negative impact to the program. The district is requesting $800,000 to fix up the rebound building for use by I-Grad, which would cover 4 years of the current I-Grad lease. There is no immediate need to break the I-Grad lease, as the money you are spending per year there pales in comparison to the money you've already spent attempting to acquire and use a new property. 2. Table the vote to approve $800,000 for renovations to the Green Rebound Building. You do not have any information on the impact of this decision, and even if the district provided that information in the capital planning update, that gives you very little time to actually contemplate it. You need time to ensure that you agree with the plan before you approve this spending. 3. Require the district to provide you with a full plan for the future of I-Grad. This should not be a single plan, but rather a list of options that the board can choose from. What does it look like to keep it in its current location? What does it look like to move to the rebound building? What options does the district have going forward? What are the student impacts of the various plans? What are the costs? And what are the risks? I expect the district to push for this vote to happen immediately. They will likely say the sky is falling and caution the board that even waiting a week could have drastic implications for I-Grad. Do not accept this. The I-Grad lease should not be abandoned until the district has a concrete plan for replacing the space without impacting the program, and the board needs to step in and ensure that I-Grad is protected. You are in charge, not the district. You have to choose how to proceed, and whatever ends up happening with this vote tonight, you will be responsible for the outcome and impact to I-Grad. Thank you.
I believe that is all of our comments for any of our consent agenda items. So now I ask, is there any items that any of our board members would like to pull?
718.
Could you repeat that, Director Clark?
718.
718.
18.
Thank you.
I'd also like to pull, let's see, 7.09 and sorry, bear
Director
with me.
Cook, could you, is it 720?
709.
709, sorry.
Sorry. I think that, also 720. I think,
Okay, Dr. Cook. Director Cook.
The personnel report?
You want to take a break? Do you want to
Yeah,
take a break?
maybe.
Take a break.
I'll go ahead with 718.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead. It is 10:21 on the clock up there. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. At 10:26. It is 10:27 by that clock and 10:23 by my watch clock, and we are coming back to order. The items that I have currently pulled are items number 7.04, the Outdoor Schools Washington Grant Application, 709, new I-Grad Building Upgrades 2018 Capital Levy Added Project, and 718, Gifts, Donations, and/or Memorials Acceptance. Are there any other items?
Nothing.
No, okay.
Move approval of 701 through 720 minus 709 and 718.
And 704?
And 704, sorry.
I second that.
And 720, sorry.
And 720, don't forget the other. 720.
Oh, and 720?
720.
Could we restate the motion, please?
Move approval of 701 to 719 evidently, minus 718, 709,
20.
720, and there's one more.
704.
704.
Is there a second?
I second that.
The motion on the floor is approval of consent agenda items 7.01 through 720, with the exception of 704, 709, 718, and 720. The motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda items with less the items pulled for discussion, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes 5-0. Is there a motion on the floor?
You pulled motions.
Sorry. I move to approve 7.04 Outdoor Schools Washington Grant Application.
Second.
Motion on the floor is for approval of item number 7.04, Outdoor Schools Washington Grant Application. It's been made and seconded. We are open for discussion.
Sorry, just a second. Let me pull it up real quick.
Can I give you a moment? Do you mind if I ask some questions?
Yeah, sure.
Great. I do have questions. First, let me say that I really love sixth grade camp, and I'm old enough, it was sixth grade when I was there. And I know that this is something that we've been talking about as a board since this came up, and are super excited about it for our kids to participate in district-wide. And that was one of the things that we really talked about was that everybody got to participate. So I would just like to make sure that we clearly understand first, where are we at this year? Who has participated, who hasn't, who is still to participate? Because I believe that there might have been some movement of weeks depending on different scheduling. What have we learned from this year, right? We had a number of years, and the world has seemed to change quite a bit since COVID and what that looks like. So what have we learned? And then what are those things that we're looking to update and change for future years?
Definitely, no, thank you for the question, President Margell. I'll have Mr. Heath come up to the podium. Might have to repeat a couple of those.
I appreciate, I'm sorry, that was a very encompassing question.
No, I think I got most of them.
Okay.
Good evening, President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry. Thank you for the opportunity to ask those questions. Yes, I did give a report to the board in the weekly a couple weeks ago, kind of giving the status of where we were at with this. No one was more excited to try to bring this opportunity to all of our fifth graders in Kent than myself. I had experienced it as someone who was a big part of it down in a previous district. When I came to the district, I was excited to find out that we had outdoor school happening. I was a little sad to understand that it was only happening for some of our schools and not all of our schools. And so that was one of the things that, you know, was always in the back of the mind to try to address if we came to a place where we could address that. And that opportunity kind of came to fruition to try to address that coming out of the pandemic when we had to actually cancel a number of years of overnight camp. We had the opportunity, the state of Washington valued the fact that the legislature valued what outdoor education could bring. They infused a whole bunch of more money into the system to especially try to get districts and schools that had not previously gone to outdoor school before, and that's why they prioritized the grant money for those schools with higher free and reduced lunch rates than others, and so that was the case here. We decided, when I first approached Washington, schools out Washington, and I think this still rings true, that we're the only large district who has attempted to try to bring their entire district to outdoor school through this process here. And so we knew it was a big undertaking. And then one of the things that we wanted to try to address that we were hearing were some of the problems from before when schools were doing this work themselves was it was totally a school effort. It was an effort by the PTAs. It was an effort by the teachers themselves. They had to fundraise. There was no funds for any of this. They had to find a site themselves. They had to do the curriculum, and they had to figure out how they were going to supervise the cabins and that. So one of the reasons when we took bids from different outdoor school centers, first off, we had to find a place that could accommodate all schools from Kent. So like Waskowitz wasn't an option. Their dates were full with Highline and such. And so one of the things that really appealed to us about Osprey was this idea of the use of high school mentors and this really robust high school training program that they had. And so we really identified from the very beginning one of our biggest challenges this year when starting up a program with all schools was to be able to attract enough high school students to come and be those mentors. And so we put a number of things in place to try to address that because we figured out a way to offer CTE credit, not just volunteer. We thought would be a good draw for a lot of kids and a good recognition for the work that they're putting in. And then heavy recruiting during the fall. So I think there's a narrative out there that we just started recruiting right before camp started. That is not the case at all. Osprey camp staff were in the high schools and in the cafeterias. They were talking to kids. The CTE specialists in each of the schools were working, trying to recruit kids, get them there. But then we had to remember as we were going through this is these high school kids did not have high school camp experiences when they were sixth grade. None of them. Or maybe just our seniors. A few of them had. And so we were trying to recruit them to come and do something that they're like, what is this? Why are you asking me to do this? I'm going and staying overnight. I'm going to be in charge of a bunch of fifth graders. And so it really was a sell job. And then, we tried a number of recruiting things. And one of the things that we found actually worked best was when we were reaching out to the schools and the schools, the teachers, the principals, the other staff were reaching out to their families directly. We did some mass district communications. But as Faith Sicily over there can share, people read school communications much more than they read district communications. So we really, we tried to get that messaging out to schools, to send that out. Maybe they have older siblings, and that did help increase the number of kids that were coming. The other thing was we were seeing there was a barrier to an overnight training up at Camp Osprey. Saturday to Sunday, they're basically giving up their whole weekend. And so then we started trying to do these one-day trainings in district right here, a long day from like 7:30 in the morning to 7:30 at night, because there's a lot of stuff to pack in to be ready to greet a bunch of fifth grade students. And that worked better as well. The other thing, we started getting some, we hear some things about, well, we planned it on spring breaks and we planned it on this. We actually planned it on a whole bunch of different things to try to find something that worked for each kid, because not all families go out of town for spring break. Not all families go these places. And so for them, that's a better option in terms of, I don't have to go to school all week and then go to a training. I can go on one of those things. So we really did try to really spread it out. The reality is that we've already had 13 schools go and have the full experience this year. We've had 5 schools that pivoted to an extended day experience instead. And what that looks like is they leave in the morning, they stay till later in the evening, do the campfire type of scenario, and then the buses pick them up around 7. They arrive back here in Kent around 8:30. So it's a full day with a lot of the learning. It's not the same as an overnight experience. I don't want to make it sound like it was, but it was better than nothing. And I will tell you, it was a collaboration with the principals making those decisions. And so, you know, we meet with Emily, my assistant, and myself. We meet with all principals about 4 weeks out from camp. We kind of talk about the situation. If we look like there's some mentors that we're not fully true, then we start saying, okay, there's a training come up on this day. By the way, a plug. One last training for high school kids, if anyone's listening, is the application date is next Wednesday, and the training date is the Friday, the 12th. So, and it's right here in town at Kent Laboratory Academy. So, if you know any high school kids who want this opportunity to get the word out, we'll get them signed up. But we talk about what that situation, and then we talk about, hey, we're a little short, we should start recruiting families and parents. And so that is what has been occurring largely as parents have been starting to be asked. As a backup, we prefer having the student scenarios, but if it means not going to camp, then we would rather have parents helping out and doing that as well. And we're so thankful that parents have rallied and come and done that for us. And so, and yeah, there was, when we met on Monday, we were still short a few chaperones. And so there was a last minute call in the Sunrise, Kent Elementary and Springbrook community to try to rally some more adults to try to make this happen, because all three principals were super committed, said along with their staff, that we got to make this work for our kids to go overnight. So, and they really came through on that. And so that was great. And so that happened. And so, you know, there was a couple weeks that we had a cancellation earlier on. We've rescheduled those. And so we're hoping to continue to do, we've got 5 more weeks of outdoor school to happen. We hope to run all of them as the full overnight experiences. You know, once again, we had our 4-week meeting with a couple principals this morning, really kind of going over the situation, telling them, over-recruit your parents, and if we don't need them at the last minute, go ahead and let them go. Like I said, we knew this was going to be our challenge. Next year, we're going to have, you know, a large number of high school kids already trained. So we're not going to have to try to recruit 400 high school kids like we were trying to do this year. We will be trying to recruit a lot less. And so the other thing that's going to help next year is we'll be able to spread it out over the entire year and not hit some of the weeks like we're hitting this year in terms of, you know, having some weeks like having camp on a finals week, when that makes it hard for high school kids to come and do that. So that was not an original date that we had planned to. We had originally planned to start in the fall, but because we had not been able to recruit enough high school kids, we deviated and moved it all to the second semester. So we're learning a lot along the way. We've gotten a lot of feedback along the way that we like, whether it's feedback saying these are the things that went well, or feedback telling us, yeah, this didn't work so well. I will tell you, the Camp Osprey camp staff, we meet weekly with them. They've been super open to any kind of concerns that are brought and trying to problem solve with us. They have come out and added additional trainings. They'll go out to any high school and talk to any group of high school kids that they want. We feel confident that we get through this year, we learn a lot, and then we embark on a different plan for next year. But tonight, we're not really committing to anything other than this resolution allows us to actually apply for the money. So we will come back again when we get if we get the award, we'll come back and say, can we accept this money? And by that time, all of our schools will have gone through the outdoor school. We will get some feedback back from the schools as to, are we are we ready to go again, or are we not ready to go again? You know, we've not entered into a contract with Osprey for next year yet. So, you know, that's also an option as well. So this is really just allowing us to ask for money.
To follow up, if the rest of the board doesn't mind, I have some follow-up questions.
Yeah.
They will not be as long for you, sorry. That was really big questions I asked before. We have 29 elementary schools, and I'm sorry if I missed this. I heard 13 of them went to the full week. 5 of them opted for just the day. The other 11, how did that?
They're all being covered in the next weeks to come.
They're all going, and they would all be going for the full 5 days?
Panther Lake is the only one that had earlier had their, they had this area where they weren't able to go earlier, and they opted to try to do a one-day one later on instead of trying to get it scheduled into a multi-day one.
Okay, and so the other 17 will be doing the full?
That is the plan, and so you know, the schools that are going are still recruiting and trying to get chaperones and high school kids actually to come to that training.
I guess I remember 6th grade. Did anybody else do 6th grade camp? I'm the only one in my family that did it too.
You know what? My wife went to, I don't remember which school she went to, but she did it when she was in 6th grade, and we were both in 6th grade at the same time in Kent. I was at Covington, and I didn't get to go. I feel very hurt by that.
Well, my husband says he's too old. They didn't have it. He was the last year before they had it. And I got to go, and we had parents. And so I think that that's interesting that we could get, actually, as parents, and it was teachers also. So are teachers part of that? Is that still a thing?
The teachers are up there, but they don't stay in the cabins with the kids overnight. They're up there, you know, during the day working with them and as a support. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, and going to the campfire and doing the square dancing with them at night and stuff. So
I got to see a 6th grade teacher who was at archery. So okay. So I also heard you say over the entire year. Is the plan that we're still going to be? I mean, in the middle of the winter too?
Oh, no. So what we're able to do, if we're actually able to start in the fall, is get a good number, a group of kids done in October, fully utilize October, and then maybe the first week into November, and then we'll take a pause and start probably back up again in late February, probably after midwinter break would be when we would look to start back up again. So we're not so hampered by the coldest, darkest months.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And then the feedback that you're getting, it sounds like there's a lot of training that's going on. The feedback from the youth counselors, the high school counselors, are you getting feedback that they would likely return next year?
Yeah, and in fact, some of our high school mentors have already gone to more than one of the sessions already. And, you know, that's checking with their teachers and making sure they're good to go so that they're not falling behind. But yes, absolutely. We're already identifying some counselors that we're going to put into kind of like a senior role next year in which they can help train and recruit other high school students and you know, kids listening to kids and trying to recruit other kids is a great model to go by. And so.
Thank you. And then my last question is about the grant specifically.
Yeah.
So we got a grant last year.
Yes.
And my understanding is that it does not fully cover all of the costs, that there is some district cost on this one. So maybe this is, does not apply, but if we have the 5 schools that did not do the full amount, is there a certain amount that does that affect the grant that we got? And are we potentially liable for returning money or anything with that?
No, Outdoor Schools Washington recognizes that launching a large-scale project like this is actually very difficult. And from the feedback we're hearing, we're not the only district that may be struggling a little bit in this implementation. Everybody coming out of what we did not really understand is that a lot of our high school kids have actually never gone away and stayed overnight outside of the home. So, you know, that's not like, you know, my age group, that wasn't the case, but that is actually kind of, and so we're dealing with some of that as well. And so So the question is no. They've recognized that we are intent. We tried to make it work. Everybody's trying to do what's there, and so they're keeping the funding where we're at, and we're able to compensate Osprey in a way because they've got expenses. They hired new staff and everything that goes along with it too. So, who's to say in future years if things don't improve, they probably would start saying, no, you can't do that. But right now, they're working with us. And yes, it does not fully fund because it is based on the free and reduced lunch rate. And we can't apply just as a district. So when we apply to this grant, we're actually applying for each school separately. And the award amounts that come back are in different amounts. And this year, since it was the first year, we didn't fully understand how that all would play out in terms of that. And so we did have to go to some other sources to try to get some money. We got a couple other grants from OSPI, and then we got another grant from our Kent Schools Foundation, which we were very thankful for. And then we were able to carve together some Title IV money, which is for purposes like the well-rounded education, to supplement that. And so most likely, if some of the schools that have not so high free and reduced lunch rates know that up front, then some of the fundraising that used to occur can start up, early on, and then they can hopefully, cover some of those costs themselves.
Thank you. I asked a lot of questions. I appreciate your full answers.
Absolutely.
Any other questions from the board?
I had one question. So on the schools that have gone, so you had 13 of them that went.
Yeah.
What number of them had this sort of situation like Sunrise where they, and the other schools, Kent and such, that they had to scramble last minute, right? Because I was actually involved in this because my daughter goes to Sunrise and will be going to camp next week. Yeah. And so it was quite the task for us to get that done. How many schools had that same situation happen so far?
There's only actually been 2 of the weeks, I think it was 2 of the weeks that we've been fully able to cover just with mentors. Now, we had 3 schools going this week, which increased the numbers exponentially as to the number of mentors we needed. And so that was one of the things. We actually had a number of high school kids signed up to the training this previous week that we were hoping were going to help cover with that. And then we had a large number of no-shows at the weekend training. And so, once again, somebody's out reaching out to all those kids again, trying to get them signed up for this one that's coming up. But we were hoping to gather some more high school kids there. And so when that didn't materialize, we quickly pulled together the principals for this one. And that was when, hey, we think we can go out. We think we can find some more people. We're not ready to cancel. And so, we made that decision today. We came back together again and said, yes, we can make it work.
Are we looking at basically contingency planning instead? Because it's hard for parents to take time off like a week ahead of time, right? That is an extremely big ask of people. And so are we able to just say, hey, parents, by the way, in case we end up needing you, can you prepare for that?
I will say about 2 weeks ago, that message was sent out to every principal that still had to go and said, now is the time to recruit parents. It'll be easier to tell them when we get closer, hey, we don't need you, than to try to get people at the last minute. Okay. So that message has been out for at least 2 weeks to all the principals.
Okay, maybe we should try and get it a little bit more in front of them, to let the parents know that, by the way, if this doesn't happen, they won't be able to do an overnight. And to the extent of making sure that the parent, because I know, even though I had already planned on going, because I had set it all up weeks and weeks ago, it was still very much a last minute thing for us. And I don't blame you or the principals, but if we had gotten out and said, hey, this is going to be a major problem, I think parents might have been a little bit more apt to plan for it.
Yeah, no, I agree. And so if anything anybody can do with the messaging out there, if their kids haven't gone yet, we need parents. And I will say we especially need male parents because we have more female high school mentors than we have male high school mentors.
And the reason that we planned for the fall was also due to things like Ramadan, right?
Yes, absolutely. This was not we weren't didn't originally plan to have outdoor school on these months.
Yeah.
These weeks.
That's
Yeah.
good.
Yep.
Any other questions or?
I just want to make another, really a thank you and for the board to know this was a first time at it after many years of not doing this. And my team's done a great job. There are a lot of things that we're learning going back, but I wanted to thank Mr. Heath, who also spent time out there overnight. I think he went at least one night.
Yes, I have.
And that makes a difference. I know I've done that as a principal, and there's no other way you can tell how to get better unless you go out, especially if you're going to a new camp, which it is. And most of the camps that we'd had on the docket in years past, that was a relationship that schools had regularly. And it was kind of clicking, and the advertising was the kids and the parents. And yeah, we had parents already lined up that wanted to go, especially those whose children had gone in the past. So I just wanted to say again, thank you, and thank you to the board for your continued support.
Yeah, thank you. I know my kids wish that they would have made it in, but maybe as a volunteer, all right, in the high school. So great. Thank you. If we're good, can we move this to a vote? Great. All those in favor of approving item 7.04, Outdoor Schools Washington Grant Application, please raise your right hand, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes 5-0. Is there a motion for item number 7.09?
I move to approve item 7.09, new I-Grad building upgrades, 2018 capital levy added project.
Second.
The motion for 7.09 has been made and seconded. We are open for discussion.
I move to table this until we get a chance to hear a little bit more about what the implications are and how this is going to impact the students at I-Grad. I feel like we maybe haven't had enough information, or at least the public certainly feels that we haven't received enough information yet. I don't know that we necessarily.
Can we get a second on the motion
yeah,
before
sorry.
we
Go
go
ahead.
to discussion? So a motion on the floor now is to table item 7.09. Is there a second?
Second.
We're now open for discussion on the tabling of 7.09.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, I jumped right in there. I just think it's important that we maybe take a minute. You know, I'm not saying that we're not going to approve this. You know, if the $800,000 comes back and that's going to take care of all of the concerns that the public has brought, as well as the teachers and the students, then great. You know, if it turns out that, you know, we find out that it's not quite going to match what we want and we maybe want to go a different route, then we can do that. But at least we've also given some extra time for the public to come back with some more questions or what have you.
Director Clark?
I'd like to ask Dr. Barringer to help fill in the plan that went in to create the space that we're now currently working on. Can I have a sense of that?
Dr. Barringer?
Sure. Director Clark. President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry. Yeah, let's talk I-Grad. So putting this aside, let's talk a little bit about what I can speak to what everyone heard this evening, because that answers some of the questions that are being asked and will hopefully help you guys make the decision, whatever that is you need to make this evening. So first and foremost, I want everyone to understand on the board and the community that this is not like fundamentally changing I-Grad. This is not diminishing I-Grad. It's not taking I-Grad away. It's not saying we don't value I-Grad. I-Grad has an absolute place in the Kent School District for the students that they serve. There's no doubt about that. We started having a conversation last spring about needing to find a different space for I-Grad, one that we actually owned and not one that we were paying $250,000 a year on in the lease, which has amounted to $2.4 million since 2012. And so now that we have property, we're in a position to be able to create space for I-Grad. Now, to answer some of the questions that were brought up both in comment here, comment on the floor by students and staff, and again, it's extremely important that we have staff and students coming and sharing their perspectives and their feelings. I have no problem with that, and I value everything that they shared, and I value their experiences they've had, whether they're staff or students at I-Grad, and the impact the programs had on them. No doubt about that. Like I said, I-Grad is a valued school in our district, and it has a place for kids in KSD that are trying to find a place that works for them. There's no doubt about that. This space is smaller. I've shared a fairly long, lengthy weekly board update reports with the board 2 weeks ago, and then sent an email out this afternoon responding to I think 10 questions that were asked, some of them asked here on the videos, and others asked by one of our board directors. And so just to make sure everyone understands, because there was some information shared this evening that's not accurate, and so I just want to clear all that up with the facts. So the current I-Grad space, the entire footprint, yeah, it's 8,000 square feet. The actual usable space for classrooms and office space is 6,126 square feet. So not 8,000. So when we want to be able to compare apples to apples and not just use big, large numbers. So 6,126 square feet of classroom and office space in their current location. The green building, in its current state right now, as it sits, is 2,932 square feet. Yes, that is over half the size, half as small as the size they're currently in. So we're not debating whether it's smaller or not. We do plan on adding at least one portable to that site, and that site allows us to basically gut it down to the actual ground. There's no load-bearing walls in there that we have to keep that force us into a structure. Dave Buzzard and Brett Scribner have been meeting with Mike Williams, principal of I-Grad, over the last few weeks and starting these conversations around what this looks like. In fact, Mike has sent that planning team a long list of the needs of the program. So understanding that, okay, if we're moving to this building, here's everything that I-Grad currently has that we'd like to see replicated in this space. And so we're working with that list of expectations, whether it be the number of staff, the classroom spaces that are needed for students. All those pieces are being taken into consideration. We have had an initial conversation with an architect to draw up a rough plan, which actually will be shared at the very next meeting that Dave and Brett have with Mike. And so that's coming shortly. Again, adding the portable to that space would take it up to just shy of 4,000 square feet at 3,860 square feet. Again, not saying that's not 2,300 square feet smaller than they currently are. But one thing that we need to consider when we're talking about I-Grad, some things that were stated a little bit earlier about comparing KLA's student enrollment of 281 students and having 29 certificated staff and a brand new big gigantic building and all that kind of stuff versus I-Grad having 377 students and that being 91 students more, and they have a smaller space, or will propose to have a smaller space. One thing we need to take into consideration and understand is that we don't have 377 students at I-Grad at any one given time. The beauty of I-Grad, it is exactly what our students have shared with us this evening, and that is what works for them, is because it is flexible, very flexible in the schedule. In fact, I-Grad's schedule, Monday and Tuesday, is 8 to 7, so 8 a.m. to 7 p.m., depending on the program students are engaged in. So there's 11 hours of potential access there. And then on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we're at 8 to 4 p.m. So there's a lot of hours, and that's the beauty of I-Grad, is it does create opportunities for students to access work, family responsibilities, a lot of things, and still be able to access support from teachers, paraeducators, and various other support staff in I-Grad. There is a state requirement in open doors schools that requires students who are receiving funding to spend no less than 2 hours a month in person at the location of I-Grad in this particular case. 2 hours a month. Just let that sink in. Our kids that go to comprehensive schools, they go for 6.5 hours a day, 5 days a week. You know, they're at 32.5 hours a week that they spend at a school. I-Grad has higher expectations than the state WAC of 2 hours a week. Their expectation is 10 hours a week, which great. Yes, we obviously, we want to meet the needs of our students. It's hard to meet the needs of our students' academic struggles or challenges or their interest in being successful if we only see them 2 hours a month. So the fact that I-Grad has an expectation of 10 hours a week, I commend that. Now, you think about 10 hours a week and you think about 377 students and how many kids are actually there and when they have opportunities to go, you only need to go, in theory, 2 hours a day. Well, if you're open 11 hours a day on most days, 8 hours a day on the other 3 days, you can vary your time. And you're not required to be at I-Grad for 2 hours every single day. It's 10 hours in a week. So it could be 3 hours one day, 15 minutes one day, 4 hours one day, none one day. So again, it meets the needs of the students and their various lifestyles and things they have going on in their lives, which is why they're a part of I-Grad in that community. So all that being said is, there is no one given time in looking at the data, which I have looked at very carefully for the last couple months since having an in-depth conversation with Mr. Williams in January. There's no one time that I need to worry about having every single day 100 students there at one time in the exact same space. On average, there's 100 students that check in and out at I-Grad every single day, on average. That ranges from the highest being 158 down to the lowest being 28. But on average, about 100 students a day check in or out of I-Grad. That could be for 1 minute, that could be for 8 hours. But when you want to break that down to how many students are actually at I-Grad at any one given a time, when you start breaking down the hour blocks, you're looking at roughly between 30 and 50 students on average that are there at the exact same time at I-Grad. So when we talk about capacity, we're not talking about building a facility that'll house 377 students every day. We're not even talking about building a facility that'll house 200 students. And venture, I say, even 180 students. We're talking about building a facility that will house the staff and the classroom space appropriate for, I would say, no less than 100 students at any one given time. This facility that we're going to build and design specifically around what the principal has asked for, we will design it to be able to meet the needs of the students. If he says, I need 4 classrooms at 500 square feet, I need to be able to put 2 teacher desks in every single room and 15 to 20 student desks, okay, we can do that. Just because it's not in a 6,000 square foot facility does not mean we can't create that space in a smaller space. Because again, we're not building a building to house 377 students. We're building a building to continue providing the services that I-Grad currently does right now for all the students that it serves on the flexible schedule that it serves them on in a smaller space. So I just want to put that out there, that there is a lot of misinformation, and it's not because I don't blame students or staff or anybody for trying to make it out something it's not to be. I don't put that on them at all. That's not the piece. I just want to make sure when you're making a decision, and when the community and the staff and students are wondering what's going on and why are things going on, that they have the truth and they have the facts. This is not to diminish or take away the opportunities that I-Grad offers our kids. That holds a unique and very important part of the Kent School District, and it has since 2012. So I just want to put that out there. I have more to say, but I'll just leave it out there and let you guys ask questions. So.
One question that I have is, when looking at the space, like when we look at square footage, right, it doesn't capture all the nuances of how the space is being utilized. Between the two, do you know approximately, in terms of the actual square footage being utilized for academic purposes, do you know if that's going to be comparably around the same in terms of accessibility in the next space? Just because the space is smaller doesn't mean that we're going to lose a larger amount of usable space that's there to be productive for the students. But I would also be curious to know if that's accurate or not.
Yeah, and just for the board's information, there are some documents that we're kind of waiting to share a little bit. I didn't know how far we were going to get into this tonight, but I would say that there's a need to have this on the horizon for conversations. If you've been to I-Grad, which I know some of you have been to I-Grad, you've seen the layout. There's two different sides. One side, there's two classrooms. Smack dab in the middle, you walk around the hall all the way around. There's office spaces for supporting staff and whatnot. And then the other side has a large open classroom space as well as a couple supporting classroom spaces that are much smaller, could be considered conference types of spaces where you can have classes or a number of students in there, 5 to 7 students in those spaces. This new building's not gonna have a classroom space of 1,000 square feet. What it can provide is no less than 400 or 500 square foot classroom spaces, which can house the number of teacher desks that have been asked for, as well as student spaces that have been asked for in the new space, as well as the office spaces. Now, when you think about office spaces and you think about the staff that Mike has at I-Grad, because some of those days are longer, we don't have staff that work 11-hour days. We have staff that come in and work, their 8-hour day, and we have partial staff, or we have staff that split their hours. So there's a large number of adults that support students at I-Grad, and so not all of them are there all day. And so there's a possibility for sharing spaces in some spaces. There's some spaces that we have adults that need to have their own space because of the conversations that they have with students and the work that they do with students. There's some office spaces in their current space that are larger than my office in a lot of those spaces. Do they need to have, a 12 by 12 or a 15 by 15 office space? Probably not. Because the space really should be about the classroom learning space, not about the office space. I mean, really, when it comes down to it, it's not about the adult space, it's about the student space. So we can make space for all the adults that need to have spaces. But the important part is we can make space for all the classroom space that they've asked for. Now, it won't look like the 2 classrooms that are currently sitting on one side of I-Grad, the large 1,000 square foot space in the middle of the other space, in the other classroom on the other side. But we can create the space so the same number of students who function at any one given time in the current location can function that same way in the new location.
So as far as us tabling this, what are the ramifications of us choosing to table this and moving it to 2 weeks from now?
Great question. First of all, just for clarification, there is no board meeting for another month. So we're talking about April 24th being our next board meeting. I can tell you that we will stop all conversations with any architects, any design work, we won't go over anything with Mike about the design or anything like that because we won't be able to start moving forward with this. And we don't want to get into conversations and commit ourselves to anything if the board is not going to move in that direction. We don't want to get Mike or his core team or anybody's hopes up for something that can't happen if it doesn't happen. So we would just stop those conversations for right now. We'd continue to do the work that we're doing around looking at, one, the student profile of all of our students at our various academy schools in the Kansas School District, and continue to support our high school comprehensive high schools around credit recovery, which is mentioned earlier, and that is a very real thing. We have a large committee of all of our high school principals, as well as our academy principals and teaching and learning, looking at what does credit recovery look like in our comprehensive high schools. Now, we know this, and Mike and I have had this conversation. I don't disagree, having been a high school principal in this district for a long time. Not every single kid can be successful in a comprehensive high school. We get that. That's why we have 4 academy schools that serve needs of different types of students and different types of learning styles, and that's important. But I believe as a district, we can do a better job of serving our students in our comprehensive schools, given the right staffing and support to be able to do that right there in those buildings. And that's something we're working on this year for next year at our comprehensive schools. So our academy schools don't need to take the full burden of every kid who's struggling academically. So.
I guess I have a question I think it's for President Margell or maybe council. Is there an option to do like a partial approval to allow Dr. Berger's team to concurrently still plan, even though we don't have this approval? Because I get it, like why we have to make these decisions. Personally, I would just like to have more information so I can do an informed vote on this, but I also don't want to stall the process. So is that something that is doable?
I have to tell you, there really isn't. The danger here is you're leaving it floating. And the problem with it is you need to make the step-by-step plan and execute those steps in order to successfully, and don't forget, one of the oddball things about construction is supply chains, ability to bid on materials. Those things all get jammed up. If you don't, see, I get what you're saying. You would like to say, I want you to go forward with consideration, but the problem with it is you're up against.
Yeah, let me just jump on that for just a quick second. When you think about this process, and talking to Dave Buzzard, Executive Director of Operations, we talked about like how long from the time that we go out for bid to we get a contractor to come do this work, to we demo everything we need to demo, and then rebuild everything. So our goal is, and I'm telling you this right now, I don't want to do this if we can't have this open for our kids to be able to start day 1 of school. It doesn't make any sense. In fact, it needs to be done before that because we need staff to move in there, feel comfortable. I-Grad is not a 9-month school. I-Grad is a year-round school. And so there are pieces to this puzzle that we want to make sure there is a seamless transition, not a bumpy transition of like, oh, we need to see if we can hang on to the lease and go month by month and things like that. I don't want to do that to the staff. I don't want to do that to the kids. I don't want to do that to the community. So from first day of demo to completion, we're looking at 2.5 months minimum. And that's if there's no shortage of time and stopping of that. So that means if you start mid-June, you're done at the end of August. Well, we need to start June to be done by mid-August, so that way we can give our staff and students access to that space. So if we put it off till the end of April, that gives us roughly 5 weeks to go out to bid, get a contractor, start going through all those pieces, as well as hire the architect. We got an architect, we paid through general fund, but now we got to bring it in on the levy side because this is levy dollars we're asking for through contingency, so or fund balance. So it would tighten things up quite a bit.
I have a question on that. I've seen multiple times where we're provided this information and have to approve it that day. Like, we have to do it today because otherwise XYZ is going to happen. Why does that keep happening? Is it a lack of preparation? Is it a lack of or is it just the way things are done? We have to have this like impetus every single time. Every single meeting we have, it's an impetus to get it done today. And it seems to me like, shouldn't we be discussing these things and bringing the stakeholders, the teachers, the principals, whoever is involved, as well as the students and whatnot, on board ahead of time? The other question that I have is one of the things that a community member brought to me was there are some students that are legally not allowed to be near students or near children that are of a certain age, whether that's 11, 12, whatever, that go to I-Grad because of those legal requirements that they've found because of things they've done in their past. We provide I-Grad as a way for them to continue going to school because they cannot do it in another fashion. Is that something that is going to be problematic, given that this is right next to a school that now houses 6th graders, which now could be 11 years old? And if there are students in I-Grad that cannot be near students that are 11 years old, is that something we are addressing?
It's no more problematic than I-Grad students walking out of I-Grad and walking down the road towards East Hill Elementary School or anything like that. So the expectation for our students, whether they're I-Grad students or not, is that they enter and exit through this direction. I mean, they understand where they're at and how they need to conduct themselves. But again, once they get on the public sidewalk, who's to say who they're going to walk into? Just like who's to say that a Canyon Ridge student, when they walk across the crosswalk, they're not going to run into somebody else who shouldn't be anywhere near an 11-year-old. We don't know that. All we can do is expect our students to behave themselves accordingly and not put them in a position where we're not asking I-Grad students to walk down 1,000 yards to Canyon Ridge and hang out there. I mean, that's not something we do, and that's not an expectation.
The 11-year-olds walk past the I-Grad building to get their way home. And as you said, there's 11 hours or whatever that they're open. And so obviously they come and go anytime throughout the day. So they could be coming and going to that school at that time. And the argument of that they could be going somewhere else, yes, and they would be breaking probation most likely and could face serious legal consequences because of it. And we're now saying, we're going to introduce a situation where they could be facing that possibly every day. That seems kind of...
We could play the could be, what if game all day long, but I'm telling you right now, the reality is this could happen anywhere with any adult who has access to the city street that is 111th that goes right down to Canyon Ridge. So I don't want to say that we shouldn't make decisions just based off there may be at one time or another a student that should not be around. Well, we can't do that.
But it's not like they shouldn't be around them. It's they literally have feet that they can be within. And if there are 11-year-olds walking past that are within 100 feet of that building, that student is now possibly breaking probation.
If I may jump in, I think I kind of hear what Director Cook is talking about. So when we think about that population, when we think about kids who are labeled as SOTP and they have those legal probationary requirements about the proximity around a specific age group, I think the question from what I'm hearing from Director Cook is, by changing this location, is the location in of itself going to be a boundary or a barrier for that student because of the physical location? Like you said, when it comes to those laws, it's arbitrary. You can't help who walks by. If there is a kid that walked by, that student is not legally liable for that. But I think the question is more so, is this new physical location within a proximity zone that would prevent the student from attending that school, not the whole people walking through the area?
I mean, legally, I have to sit down and look at and see, one, are there any students in that particular situation? I'm aware of students, not currently right now in 2024, but I do know that we support students in this district, whether they be at I-Grad or at a comprehensive school, that have varying probationary types of things or restraining orders or anything like that, and we have to work through those things. And so part of that too, and my experience with the law and around this work is, it comes back to intentionality. Are they intentionally trying to be within a certain space of 11-year-olds? Just because they're in that building taking care of their business and 11-year-olds are walking by because their school gets out, does that put them in a position where they shouldn't be there? I mean, we're really starting to stretch that piece. And I don't know, I'm not an attorney, but I know I've worked with these situations before. And if it's intentional, that's one thing. But if it's like, hey, it's not my fault I'm sitting here going to school and an 11-year-old walks by and I just happen to have this probationary thing on my record that says I can't be within 500 feet of an 11-year-old.
No, I think we're in agreement. Like, I agree. You can't control those variables. I guess just from my experience of working with that population, there are some guidelines legally for them where they can't live next to a place that that facilitates congregations of a demographic or population that's against what they're allowed to come in contact with. Not to mention that there's a school 10 miles away and a kid's walking through. Is this physical building going to be right up against any kind of child care center or any of the demographics that might put a student at I-Grad in violation?
We could find out. Curtis, that's something we can look into and find out legally if this is going to put any kids potentially in harm's way currently or in the future.
Madam President, we do happen to have the principal from I-Grad here. Maybe he can speak to the number of students we have that might fall into that category, not specific students, obviously.
I don't know if that would be protected information or not. I feel like that might not be the best.
Yeah. I mean, again, that's not the topic we're talking about right now, and I don't really want to put Mike in a position where he has to give a number of students that he serves that may or may not be in this kind of position.
But
He serves
I do
all
think
types
that
of students.
we hear that the question, and it sounds like that the potential is more than zero. And so we're going to find out what that answer is.
Yeah, we can come back to you with that information because, as I think Director Song said, there are different situations. And typically what we do, forget that this is I-Grad, this could be another building, and each situation is dealt with differently because the restrictions are different, similar to any other kind of restriction for any other adult. And then we have to make decisions that way, but it would be best to do it that way, give you information that we can come back to you with.
Is there not a higher likelihood in an alternative school like I-Grad where they cater to a student population that already, and maybe Director Song can speak to some of that as far as from the mental health side, is that a more likely place where those types of students would be at as opposed to the...
Well, I think we've already acknowledged that the likelihood is more than zero.
Yeah.
We're still not going to get the answer tonight. Okay. And so I think either which way,
okay.
the likelihood is more than zero, we will get the answer.
And I would also add that I would not want to prejudge that, because when we started this conversation about open doors is about providing more options and flexibility for the kids, including those that may have had issues with law enforcement. We still want to educate them. And so I think us working proactively to be able to support them is what we need to do. And bringing us back to what Dr. Behringer's talking about now is, and back to what I believe Director Clark, you mentioned, what's the plan? And then over to Director Song, I haven't forgotten your, could we do both at the same time? And I want to make sure we got back to that answer. But I think we did answer those pieces in, here's our goal. We did start this in the spring of last year. In fact, sooner than that, actually, but formally, to find a space, et cetera. Now we're moving forward into, so what does it need to look like inside? And you've heard we're working with the principal. And at some point, we're going to be getting more information. There may be some other pieces like furniture and things like that. We typically do that. So I want to give you kind of like back to Director Clark, there are pieces that need to fall in place as we move forward. But as Deputy Superintendent Behringer mentioned, it does put us back a little bit, but hey, we'll keep pushing depending on what the board would like us to do.
And what happens if we find that it would be a barrier to, say, we have 50 students or something? I'm just throwing a number out there. If we did, what would be the answer at that point for those students?
It
couldn't be in that location due to legal requirements.
The beauty of KSD is that we have opportunities and innovative ways to deliver instruction to all types of students, whether they're able to physically show up or not. So there are a lot of ways that students can receive instruction here in the Kent School District, and it doesn't mean that they all have to be sitting in a building, putting themselves or others in harm's way if that is the case. So,
I guess my concern would be that it wouldn't necessarily be equitable if we're telling them they have to be in virtual because we're no longer offering a location that is conducive to them being, that they can be at, if that makes sense.
I still think that, I think it's a question that we all very much want to hear an answer on, but we haven't, we're not going to get it tonight.
Well, I understand that, and that's why tabling it might be an option, is if we move forward with this, how far along are we going to be a month from now? And is that going to create a problem if we find that this is a more serious problem than what we think it is?
Do we, very much hear you. Did you have any questions, Director Clark? Director Farah? I did have a couple questions. You did mention portables, which we have been, or at least portable, which we as a board have and district have all very much said that we don't want, and we're starting out with. Can you talk about that?
Well, let's just be clear. I didn't say that just because we put a portable on the site, that means that we're going to have a classroom in there with students in there. We could have adults in there and office spaces. So, I just want to clarify that.
Is that, I guess because when the email that I got from you said classroom square footage is 2410 with one portable, so I assumed that meant that the portable is part of the classroom space.
It just moves the overall square footage around, I would say. So classroom space doesn't have to include the portable. It can be in the current footprint of the 2,900 and some odd square feet in the current building right now. The 900 plus square foot portable adds additional space, which could be used for a classroom. Yes, it's not ideal, but again, we've already shown tonight that we have 19 of them right now in spaces, in portables. But again, we have options, and we really want to leave that to the principal and the planning team of what is the best utilization of the space. So.
I did have also a question about, and it struck me as two answers that didn't quite fit, is we talked about this before the spring when we formally voted this in. So there was plans that were going on before the board formally did this. However, if the board doesn't formally vote tonight for this, we have to stop all conversation. It feels like that conversation can continue on even if we don't vote tonight.
I'll ask Executive Director Buzzer to come up and answer that question. I don't want to get into his space. There may be more to it than what I shared.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Manager. President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry. Boy, it's late. So good question. What I can tell you is, let me address the portable. Portables take about 2 months to get a permit. So that's 2 more months we'd be out. A month, we'd be 3 months getting a portable. As far as the space, the conversations, I would say the conversations can continue. But if the overall vote, because we brought this project because we need levy dollars to be able to do it. We can't continue with this project until the board approves dollars to be spent out of the 2018 levy for this project to go forward. I want to clarify where the architect is at this point. When we purchased the building, Gordon Cook, our director of facilities, hired an architect to do the floor plan of the building because the building didn't come with one. So that architect did a floor plan for us, paid for through facilities. That same architect, Brett Scribner, had reached out to and said, hey, I know you're not quite under contract, but could you do some preliminary moving around of the walls for us? That's where we are today. If we table this and it's out another month, I would not want SCR architects working on that floor plan not under a contract. And I'd rather not have somebody working not under a contract unless the board has approved dollars to be spent on that project. Does that make sense?
I have a follow-up question as well. So can you remind me again, what was the dollar amount that we've spent on the leasing with the current I-Grad space?
$2.4 million from, let me see, July of 2012 to February 5th of 2024, because I have every single detail in my folder.
Okay. And then with the additional 800,000 needed, assuming that's the max that you guys do utilize, in terms of return on investments for property value and gains versus the amount that we would be spending for continuing an additional 2-3 year lease in a space that's highly favored, what's the cost benefit analysis of investing into this current space versus leasing for another year or two and coming up with a more comprehensive plan?
Yeah. Good point. I know there's probably a lot of people that would like to hear something different. Our owned school pit spaces can never be substituted. The ownership of any property is an ownership of one that we have control over. In the space that I-Grad has been in, I'm not supposed to address the audience, but I can tell you that there's been heating issues, air conditioning issues. We have security issues over there in the complex. We have a safety services officer that more times than not is out in the parking lot. There's a multitude of other things that I can say that with that space where it is currently compared to where that space could be that we are trying to get, ownership is the number one thing. Owning that building, we will be able to maintain it ourselves. We won't rely on the person that we're renting it from, the landlord, to fix things for us. That's something that I can have 6 o'clock in the morning. I can have any one of our electricians or HVAC people over there at 6:15.
So I guess with those lease agreements, how come those criteria or conditions aren't built into the lease agreements with the owner of the property?
They are.
That they have to come out and fix things?
Correct.
And if they're not, are we not charging them in contempt against the violation of the contracts?
That's a very tough subject, and I'm sure we can get into that if we'd like to. I know I can get into that too with landlords, but we have to continue to pay the bill. If you don't pay the bill, you won't get it. I can tell you right now, if you rent a space, and I can just tell you this, I owned property for a long time, and you don't do something for the tenant, and the tenant quits paying a rent, that's not good. It will not hold up in a court of law.
I would be interested in having more conversation with this. My husband works for Starbucks, and he manages the real estate for many Starbucks across the United States, and his area is lease agreements and portfolio management. And so just hearing and learning passively over time from him, I'm just hearing a lot of conflicts. And I know the industry of somewhere like Starbucks is different than Kent School District, but in terms of the legality around lease management and portfolios and contracts, I feel like maybe we should look into that and see why we're not, having a more aggressive strategy with drafting some of those leases.
Billion-dollar corporation versus a school district that is not fully funded by the state. Does that make sense?
So
I
get that,
so
but
you just brought up about Starbucks. That's great.
Yeah.
That's a billion-dollar company, multi-billion-dollar company, where if somebody doesn't get their latte, I can tell you right now, somebody's going to call the phone and that's going to get fixed. That's one thing. At that location, and again, we don't want to bring Mike up, but he can attest to this. We struggled through the about 4 months to get just one HVAC system fixed over there. And we called and called and called. I mean, we wanted to go over and fix it ourselves. That's the issue. If we were to touch it.
Do we have a legal team that oversees lease agreements? Contract attorneys?
We do, and that is part of it as well. We didn't come down to a road that we thought that had to be legally. Again, it cost us money when we've heard this tonight. It cost us money if we do that.
And with this current lease, is the lease ending, or would we be breaking a lease early?
The lease is ending in June. Yep, the lease is up in June.
But we have the option to continue it.
Yeah, month to month, or we can re-sign.
It's interesting, because I do have to say that I was for tabling this, but the difference of ownership and the ability to have our kids in a place that is safe. And to be very honest, just seeing in my own neighborhood, our storefront buildings that have had so many things happen to them. And what you say for paying rent while things are not being, very much rings true with what I'm hearing both from small business owners in our community, plus families in their own houses and other things. So it rings true to me, and that I have to say that that's a very compelling piece of information. So I appreciate that.
Also, just one thing, if I could. The $2.4 million has been spent since July of 2012 to February of 2024. If you look at the 1.7 we paid for the building, we're thinking the 800,000 is the max that we think we're spending. We're hoping to come under that. That's 2.5 million. If we would have thought about this, and I wasn't here in 2012, that building would have already been paid. That building would have paid for itself if we would have put that space into ownership, not into a lease.
I also do appreciate that for those who are worried that, I-Grad is not here, I mean, we're investing in a building that just really for numbers' sake, right? It's going to take us over a decade to really, break even from what we would be paying for rent potentially. So that it shows an investment into a program that we believe in, so.
And then also, one more thing, and then I'll be quiet. I promise, Wade. The portable thing, I get that. But just know that if we can get this now, we can come down the road later on. We would love to add on to the building, but that takes permits, larger permits for structural. It would take us probably 5 or 6 months to go through the city of Kent, then getting a contractor and then building it. So we will be out next year to put an addition onto the building. That would be because that's brick and mortar as far as I'm concerned. So, but putting a portable there temporarily until we can look at what the larger comprehensive look of the I-Grad looks, I think that's what we do.
I wanted just to also, I was here when it opened, and in fact, before when we were looking for the students that qualified for open doors, and we actually picked up the phone and called and tried to find our kids, and that was the goal. It was under a different model. We only had one side. Green River, then Community College, had the other side that we're talking about. And Green River gave up that lease for a number of reasons that you heard tonight, not to mention some of the other challenges that they had. So I just wanted the board to have that in your background, because we are committed to making sure I-Grad continues, and in the spirit of the open doors, to keep meeting the needs of the kids. And I think that's a piece that I wanted to bring us back around, is the kids that we're serving, and how can we create an environment that's safe, an environment that's going to continue to meet their needs, and still deal with any other challenges we might have. But ownership makes a big difference.
I just had one quick question. I did the numbers out for myself based off of averages, but plus also knowing that students can show up at any time. Are we committed to having at least the space for 100 students at any one time?
Yeah. Yes, I will say yes, we can have 100 students in there. The building without the portable will hold 112 plus code as of right now. So you add a portable at 928 square feet, that's another code will allow you 42 people in there. So again, you're looking at 158 people with the portable and the building at one time.
And can we also commit to having a work session for I-Grad and hopefully join all of our fellow board members to come out and see it?
Yeah, I think what this would allow us to move forward with the continued planning, which I think the plan is to continue to work with the team there at I-Grad and continue to even more refine those spaces even more. So, Dr. Bender.
Yeah, I mean, this is about physical space. We can definitely have a work session around I-Grad and the students we serve and the programs we offer and all that stuff.
I appreciate
I got no problem with that.
And the data that you were talking about, how many, we just want to know, at given moment, how many students are actually accessing the building.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, one of the students shared this evening. One of the big things that she loves about that school is that the class sizes are 4 to 5 kids.
Yeah.
I've been over there several times over the years. I was here in 2012 when that started. 2, I was the supervisor of Carroll Cleveland for 2 years in that particular building, and I've been over there a few times since Mike's been over there. And we can create a facility that will house the number of students that are there at any given time that I have witnessed or we have data to support over the last couple of years. Feel confident in that.
So the amount that you're talking about, like us spending $2.5 million over the past 12 years or what have you, the amount that the state gives us per student is $11,500 roughly. With 467 students, which is what OSPI currently says are enrolled there, which granted is probably much higher than it actually is, that's $5.3 million a year. So to me, it seems like we're getting plenty of money to provide for these students, even if we kept them where they are. So, I mean, I understand the purpose of trying to save money by moving them into a building that we own, but it's not like they are costing us money by them being in the place that they're currently in.
There's a lot more to that than that. Just a simple math problem of 11,000 times 476, because this is an open door school, and because we have students that are part of Green River, we've got a GED program. I mean, there are several programs within I-Grad. Not all those students are full-time students. And so not every one of them carries a full-time equivalent of 11,000, however many $100. So, yeah, and that's not really how we calculate how we spend our dollars in buildings.
Yeah, I'm a little uncomfortable about thinking about our students in like a business standpoint of like, how do we break even? That doesn't feel exactly the quite way.
Costing us money by being in the building that they're in necessarily.
Yes, I mean, we're never going to make a profit and loss statement look good in public education.
Well, I wasn't saying a profit loss. I'm just saying that it's not costing us more than what we're getting necessarily. Like, it's not a downside for them staying where they are necessarily.
Yeah, I think that there's other factors that we're looking into this.
Sure.
I would also add that, yes, I appreciate that statement, that when we take a look back to the point I was making earlier, each student's needs are different and they come to us differently. They may be students that need other types of services. So right away, we know we do not get fully funded for special education, as an example. The other is each student may come where they qualify for 2 different types of services. So there's more to that, and that's the great thing about being able to offer open doors in I-Grad. And so it's promoting the flexibility that the board decided on originally, and us continuing to meet the needs. So back to the work session, absolutely. Great to be able to have the board better understand the students, better understand the needs, and better understand the importance of moving forward the way we are and the board's discussing.
Yeah, and moving forward in the future, it'd be nice to be presented with these things before the last minute, so that we could have an opportunity to look at the information. It seems very unfair for me to make a decision off of, just a couple minutes of back and forth. And so I guess, is that something that we can try to improve on in the future?
Absolutely.
Yes, I would just add to that as well is we've created opportunities for our 2x2s to be able to surface some of these conversations and questions ahead of time, as well as try to be really intentional about putting information in our weekly board updates. So it's really important that whenever possible, we're prepared for those conversations. So when we get to these spaces, it's not a feel like we just stuck it on you and you just found out tonight. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I'm just being really honest right now because it's 11:45 at night and my patients are just right about gone. And so I just want to be clear that we try, and I agree, I don't disagree that if when possible, we should bring these out earlier. And again, if we had a board meeting and didn't have a spring break 2 weeks from now, it might be a little bit different conversation, but when we're a month out, that has a little bit of an impact. So I just want to put that out there as well.
Additional questions from the board, or we have a motion on the floor and it's been seconded to table this. My also concern about the motion is that there's not a date to which it's being tabled, unless is it for the next board meeting? Okay, I believe I heard that. Okay. So there is a motion on the floor, and it has been seconded to table this motion until the next full board meeting of our board, open session. All those in favor of the motion to table this, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
All those against, please raise your right hand and say nay.
Nay.
Nay. The motion fails 1-4. Now we are at the motion that is to approve item number 7.09, new I-Grad building upgrades, 2018 capital levy added project.
So moved.
Second?
I believe it's already been moved and seconded, and so that's how we got to the tabling, so I don't think we need to do that, but thank you. We've been doubly moved, and
I feel very moved.
we're all moved. We are open for discussion.
It's freaking 12 o'clock.
I think we're well done with this.
We're all done.
Okay, are we good with discussion?
We're good. We're good.
Okay. All those in favor of approving item number 7.09, new I-Grad building upgrades 2018 capital levy added project, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I'm sorry.
Aye.
That was it, okay. All those against, please raise your right hand and say nay.
Nay.
The motion passes 4-1. We are now on to item 7.18. Is there a motion?
Move to approve item 7.18, gifts.
Second?
There's a motion and a second to approve item 7.18, gift donations and memorials acceptance. We are open for discussion.
Normally I would just glance through this, but there's over $30,000 in donations that were given, an incredible amount. So I'm going to just speed through it. Lake Young's PTA had 3 different gifts, one for $950, one for $838, and one for $2,980. The first 2 were a field trip and books for classrooms. The big one was Science on Wheels program from the Pacific Science Center. Meridian Elementary PTA picked up a copy machine for $2,000 and bus costs for field trips for $1,500. Kentridge High School got a zoology field trip expenses from Sherry Booley to the tune of $1,500, and the Booster Club for Kentridge sent the wrestling team for $3,720. Kiwanis Club of Kent donated $8,600 some in concession funds to Kent School District Athletics. That's a great gift from them. Horizon PTA got field trip expenses raised to the tune of just shy of $1,300. Propel Insurance gave to the Kent School District Transportation Department bus safety banquet to the tune of $2,500. Sunrise PTA got a donation of books for $625 and then went out and raised money for other books and resources for the library for $2,100. The Seattle Aquarium paid for a kindergarten field trip to the aquarium for $780. Emerald Park similarly got a gift of $500 for 3rd grade transportation expenses to the aquarium. And Ridgewood PTA raised $1,300, and Ridgewood parents backed that up with the remaining cost of $576 for 4th grade Camp Waskowitz expenses. And we thank them all for those items.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I move for the vote on items to approve item 7.18, gifts, donations, and a memorial acceptance. All those in favor, please raise your right hand, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes 4-0. We are now on to item 7.20.
I move that we approve 7.20.
Second.
The motion has been for 7.20 personnel report approval. We are now open for discussion.
All right, so the only question I had, it was just kind of a procedural thing. I noticed that there's an employee that resigned and then was a new hire. Is that normal?
I will have, so an employee that you see that's on there twice, is that correct?
Yeah, just I would have thought they would be a rehire, but I just wasn't sure, and so I was looking at it. I don't know if I should call out the specific person or not, but
It is in the document.
Yeah.
I'll have Mr. Hunter come up and see if he can answer that question.
President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry, Director Cook. So in this particular situation, it is warranted, given the circumstances behind you seeing the name twice.
okay. I just thought it was kind of strange.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, and I appreciate the attention looking at all the documents. Okay, any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, we're moving to the vote for approval of item 7.20 personnel report. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We are now at final communication, item number 8.01. We have 2 in-person comments and how many online? None online. Okay, so our first one is Tim Martin.
Good evening, exhausted board. I recently attended a meeting with other labor partners where we discussed the decision by this board to institute 1669, among other issues. The general feeling at this meeting about 1669 was that this decision was something that should not have happened and could have a negative impact on all of the labor partners. There is no belief that silencing of one board member would have a positive impact, but more than likely would actually hurt discussions for all. Mr. Cook is not a threat, but rather a voice who asks the hard questions, questions that we are not afraid of, and you shouldn't be either. Secondly, I'm asking that you consider this ask, and ask that you please stop the insanity of your bad behavior and internal conflicts. We as labor partners are currently working very hard to try to pass a levy, but these behaviors are making it difficult to make sure our students get the things that they need as well as our schools get those items. Please stop making us, the Kent School District, the non-example of how things should be done and how work should be done collaboratively. Instead, start working together and working with us to help pass our levy so that our kids and our district and our community get the things that they deserve. Lastly, Ms. Margell keeps bringing up the fact that Mr. Cook's wife is a member of KEA's exec board. This is true, but she is not a member of our bargaining team and has no influence in such matters. Rather, her role is to help bridge the gap between our school buildings and conflicts, help us do our budgets, and also help provide trainings, just to name a few of the things. Again, let me repeat, she has nothing to do with our bargain. She never has. I welcome further conversations around both the impacts of 1669 and the role that Ms. Gray plays in our exec board to help clear up any misconceptions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final comment is Carolyn Tolles. Carolyn?
Oh, she left.
She left. I was going to give her the opportunity to come on back. Hang out with us. Okay. We are now at item 7.02, board reports and discussion. Director Song?
8.0.
Sorry, thank you very much. We are now at 8.02, board reports and discussion. Director Song?
Sure. One of the things I really want to acknowledge was the Autism Awareness Month. Working with the autism population, or I mean, just I guess any neurodiverse or ASD IDD populations, has been a lifelong passion of mine. I've done it since I was in high school, first starting volunteering in my high school special ed classrooms, to now running a operation throughout Washington, supporting and advocating for our ASD individuals. And so I just want to acknowledge that this is something that I'm really proud of. I'm glad that KSD was able to do this. And in addition to that, wanted to also acknowledge the recent passing of the About Us, or Nothing About Us Without Us bill, where when we're in spaces making decisions about neurodiverse or individuals with various types of disabilities, that we should also have those advocates at the table so that they can help us make these decisions, so that we don't find ourselves in a place, not just on this topic, but any topic, where we speak on behalf of a group of people. We shouldn't be the voices for people. We should be voices that amplify the voices of the marginalized. And so I just really wanted to acknowledge that. And that ends my report.
Thank you very much, Director Song. Director Cook?
This is the last time I'm going to speak on 1669 here in public, or pretty much anywhere else, for the most part. I'm not happy with the way that things went down. Obviously, I'm going to be in support of every resolution that we have, and we'll follow along with the parameters that are placed regarding that. It does not necessarily mean that there aren't going to be ramifications, that there couldn't be consequences to the board choosing to go that direction. But I just wanted to say that just because there are some differences of opinion on these issues, just because we are having troubles on this board on occasion in our discussions, does not mean that I do not support our district passing the levy that's coming up in April. It's something that, you know, I feel very strongly about. I have never once voted against any social program ever in my life, and I don't plan on doing it now. I know many of my supporters are out there saying that they aren't going to, that this is the way that they can affect change. And you know what, I understand that sentiment, I really do. But this hurts our kids. And I know that people are upset about this.
Director Cook, I'm so sorry.
Yes.
We just have to watch that we are in our official capacity, not specifically, we want to encourage people to vote. Vote,
yes.
Please vote,
Yes.
please vote. We don't fully fund schools.
Yes.
But I would just encourage you to maybe find the wording to encourage voting and not for a particular vote.
Yes, I'm not suggesting that you vote for or against in any way. I'm just suggesting that you take into consideration what this levy will do for our kids before making a choice of how you're going to vote. Sorry if I made a mistake in the way that I came across in that. I did not mean to. I would like to say that this board, I know that it sometimes seems like we are at each other's throats or something like that. And we have very strong disagreements. We do. But that does not mean that, you know, we are at each other's throats behind the scenes. It does not mean that we can't be cordial with each other. I know that there have been times when I have been less than cordial on this dais, and I apologize for that, especially to you, Mr. Vella. The words that I've chosen have not been appropriate for this setting, or any setting, honestly, and it is not something that I am proud of, and I would like to take them back if I can. There are many things that we can do as a society to tamp down this rhetoric, right? And I think it's important that we try to. I can't say that I will not be heated in discussion going forward, that I might not disagree with any one of you on any issue. But I expect that, you know, the decorum to stay, and I'm trying. That's one of the reasons I'm learning the Robert's rules, is not to correct you, but because from the reading that I've done, there are a lot of things in there that help to make it a more productive meeting. And so I hope that we can work towards that. Outside of that, you know, I support our kids. I want places like I-Grad to succeed more than anything. And so I hope that, that all of our community, you know, pays attention to what's going on, and please keep coming to our meetings. Please keep providing public comment. It really is something that helps us to make the decisions that we need to make. So please keep coming. Other than that, thank you very much, and I will pass it on to whoever's next.
Director Clark.
I simply support the I-Grad program and hope things will work out on that. I had a great time at Horizon Elementary reading to fifth graders, and I'm really pleased with the continued efforts of all of our elementary schools to really develop leadership skills. Thank you.
Director Farah.
I just want to thank those who are still here. I appreciate you because I know how it's 12 o'clock now. So thank you very much for being here. And also I want to thank the staff to hanging out with us tonight, even though we had a heated discussion. I just wanted to also reiterate that we might have a heated discussion, but that does not mean that we are at each other's throat. I really want to make sure that we are going to be together and we're not going to be at each other's throat. So the other thing I wanted to say is we had a fruitful meeting with Kent City, and it was really nice to know how we can collaborate, especially STEM, which is near and dear to my heart. And I wanted to also thank the Covington City Council to come here and have a collaborative meeting. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Director Farah. I also wanted to thank City of Covington and City of Kent for coming and visiting us here, our partnerships with our cities, and we know that we are in several, but particularly Covington and Kent. The relationships have been fruitful in the past, and we continue to look for ways that we can continue to partner, and just, it was great to hear what they're doing, especially hearing about Mill Creek and the partnership that got that move forward, kind of stuck. I know that I've been working on it for over a decade, so loved hearing that. I want to put this conversation back where I feel like all of our board meetings should be focused on, and that is students. And so one, I want to call out a comment made by a student today, thanking a teacher for pushing them to be great. And I absolutely love that. Every bar that we raise for our students, they raise themselves up to it. And we are so thankful for the students that we have in this district. And I am so thankful to be able to serve them. Speaking of some of our students, I want to congratulate the Kentridge Chatelaines for 22 state wins. First in kick, first in dance, second in pom. Our Kentwood drama team, fantastic job at state. Thank you very much for your work on that. And this week, I'm excited to celebrate Music in Schools Month, ending the month with a spaghetti fundraiser put on both CTE class that helps cook for this, and then the money all goes towards Kentridge Choir. So that is where I will be spending my Friday night. So thank you very much. It is 12:01, and this meeting is adjourned.